Hello dear friends, I hope you've all enjoyed a beautiful spring day. As the evening settles in, welcome to a cozy moment by the warm glow of the fireplace. Let the gentle crackle of the fire and the soothing sounds of our video guide you to a place of peace and relaxation. As we journey together through magical and serene stories, may you find comfort and tranquility. Here's to a restful night and a wonderful start to your day ahead. Story 1. The stars outside Harmony Station glittered like scattered diamond dust against the velvet expanse of space. Inside, young Zephyr traced her finger along the cool observation window, her breath fogging the glass. The hydroponics bay hummed softly around her, a symphony of bubbling nutrient solutions and the gentle sigh of air recyclers. Earth ferns unfurled beside purple nebulan creepers, but tonight the familiar greenery couldn't soothe her loneliness. Her parents' station botanists were light years away on a research mission, leaving Zephyr in her aunt's care. She missed the sound of her father's laughter echoing through their greenhouse dome. A soft clink shattered the silence. Behind a towering Terran oak sapling, something shimmered. Zephyr crept closer, heart drumming. There, tangled in nutrient tubes, crouched a creature no larger than her forearm. 6 delicate limbs trembled beneath iridescent scales that shifted from cobalt to violet with each panicked breath. Its eyes, wide and liquid gold, locked onto hers. A crown of feathery antennae pulsed with soft light, rapid scarlet flashes. Fear. SHHH, Zephyr whispered, kneeling slowly. I won't hurt you. She extended a hand. The creature recoiled, antennae blazing crimson. A high, fluting warble echoed, a sound like crystal wind chimes struck in alarm. Zephyr froze. She remembered xenobiology lessons. Luminarians communicate through bioluminescence and harmonic resonance. Red means distress. For 3 days, Zephyr visited the hydroponics bay, leaving offerings, a honeyed protein cube, droplets of distilled water. The luminarian, she'd named it Glimmer in her thoughts, remained hidden. Only faint cerulean flickers betrayed its presence. The breakthrough came when Zephyr hummed a lullaby her mother sang, a simple melody about Earth's moon. Glimmer's antennae glowed a hesitant periwinkle. A single, clear note echoed back, harmonizing. Zephyr gasped. You like music? She hummed again. This time Glimmer crept forward, scales shimmering teal, curiosity. Their fragile trust shattered during the Great Recycle. Every month, Harmony Station's environmental systems flushed its air filters. Deafening vents roared to life, vibrating the decks. Glimmer's bioluminescence exploded into blinding white terror. It darted blindly, knocking over seedling trays. Zephyr lunged to catch it, but her sleeve snagged a valve. Icy coolant sprayed her arm. Glimmer, misinterpreting her cry of pain as aggression, fled deeper into the maintenance tunnels. Zephyr found it hours later, wedged beneath a thermal regulator. Its left hind limb was bent unnaturally, scales dull. Guilt clenched her throat. I'm sorry, she murmured, placing a medkit beside it. Glimmer's antennae pulsed burnt orange, shame. Zephyr gently unfolded the kit. See, healing spray for you. She demonstrated on her own scraped knuckle. Glimmer watched, gold eyes unblinking. Slowly, it extended its injured limb. As Zephyr applied the numbing gel, Glimmer emitted a soft, steady hum, a sound like warm sunlight. Its scales warmed to a gentle amber. Trust reforged. Their real test came during the ion storm. Sirens wailed as cosmic radiation battered the station's shields. Power flickered, plunging corridors into strobe-like darkness. Zephyr raced to secure the hydroponics bay, but a ruptured pipe flooded the entrance. Frigid water swirled around her ankles, rising fast. "Glimmer," she called, voice trembling. A splash answered. Glimmer paddled toward her, antennae blazing like emergency beacons. It gestured frantically toward an air vent high on the wall, an escape route Zephyr couldn't reach. Understanding flashed between them. Zephyr cupped her hands. "Up you go." Glimmer scrambled onto her palms, then sprang. Its tiny claws gripped the vent grate, prying it open with surprising strength. Zephyr hauled herself up, shivering. Inside the cramped duct, Glimmer pressed against her, radiating warmth. Its bioluminescence softened to a soothing lavender glow, illuminating their path. "Thank you," Zephyr whispered, stroking its feathery antennae. A ripple of indigo light cascaded down Glimmer's back, gratitude. For weeks they worked together. Glimmer's knowledge of harmonic frequencies helped recalibrate the hydroponics' sonic growth emitters. Zephyr's engineering skills repaired Glimmer's hidden shuttle pod, damaged when it fled a cosmic debris field. They shared meals, Zephyr's spiced lentil stew, Glimmer's shimmering pollen wafers that tasted like starlight and cinnamon. Nights were spent in the observation deck, Zephyr pointing out constellations while Glimmer hummed melodies describing its homeworld, a planet where forests sang in polyphonic harmonies and kindness was woven into every note. The day Glimmer's pod was ready, Zephyr's heart felt heavy as Neutron's star. She placed a small terrarium in the cockpit, a miniature Earth biome with moss and a single white orchid. "So you remember us," she said, voice thick. Glimmer trilled softly, scales swirling silver and rose. It pressed a delicate forelimb to its chest, then to Zephyr's heart, a luminarian farewell. As the pod's engines whirred, it offered her a gift, a small, luminous seed that pulsed with soft, golden light. "Planet where friendship grows," its final melody seemed to say. Back in the hydroponics bay, Zephyr buried the seed beside her favorite fern. Weeks passed. One morning a sapling unfurled, silver bark, leaves like captured moonlight. When Zephyr hummed, its veins glowed in harmonious response. She smiled, no longer lonely. Across the galaxy, Glimmer tended its own terrarium, the orchid blooming steadfast beneath Xylosian moons. Their friendship had become a bridge between worlds, proving that understanding wasn't found in shared language, but in shared silence. In the courage to offer honeyed cubes in the dark, the wisdom to accept a helping hand, and the luminous certainty that kindness echoes forever among the stars. And as the station hummed its nightly lullaby, Zephyr knew, wherever she was, a friend glowed in the darkness, singing back. Story 2. The cobblestone streets of Willowbrook Village always glistened after a summer rain, but young Theo noticed something peculiar that morning. While poking through his grandfather's dusty attic, he discovered a tarnished copper teapot hidden beneath moth-eaten quilts. Its surface felt unusually warm, and etched along its belly were constellations Theo couldn't recognize. When he absent-mindedly whispered, "I wish I understood your secrets," the teapot trembled, filling the attic with the scent of blooming jasmine and a soft, amber glow. That evening, Theo noticed the village well had run dry. Crops wilted under the parched soil, and worry lines deepened on every face. Holding the teapot, Theo saw visions in its glow, a cracked mountain spring deep within the whispering woods, and a single tear-shaped stone blocking its flow. Gran, her knitting needles clicking like crickets, murmured, "Some cures need journeys, not bandages." So with the teapot tucked in his knapsack and its warmth against his spine, Theo ventured into the woods at dawn. His first helper appeared when Theo tripped over gnarled roots. A badger with a patchy coat and spectacles, perched on her snout, scrambled from a burrow. Clumsy as a falling acorn, she huffed, adjusting her tiny glasses. "I'm Professor Nettle, cartographer of subterranean streams. That teapot's a weather weaver belonged to cloud herders before the Great Silence." She tapped the teapot with a claw, making it hum. The spring's song is choked. Follow the lichen, it always points toward thirst. Deeper in the woods, shadows lengthened into velvet ribbons. Theo's lantern flickered out, leaving him trembling until a cool blue light bobbed toward him. A will-o'-the-wisp named Lumen floated gently, her glow pulsing like a sleepy heartbeat. "Lost little sapling," she chimed, her voice like wind chimes underwater. "Fear not, I navigate starless paths." Lumen settled on Theo's shoulder, her light reflecting in the teapot's surface, revealing hidden paths where moonlight pooled like liquid silver. "The stone in your vision," she whispered. "It's no ordinary rock, it's a heartstone grown from bottled sorrow." At the mountain's base they found mossback, an ancient turtle whose shell was forested with ferns. He moved slower than glacier melt. "Ah," he rumbled, voice echoing from deep within his mossy carapace. "The spring weeps because the heartstone feeds on loneliness. Long ago, a lonely traveler left it there." Mossback nudged the teapot with his beak. "Your little kettle remembers warmth. It can brew comfort, but only if the recipe's shared." The cracked spring lay before them, its lifeblood reduced to a listless drip. The heartstone pulsed dully at its center, radiating waves of icy solitude. Theo reached for it, but frost immediately filmed his fingertips. "Force won't work, lad," warned Professor Nettle. "Sorrow's roots run deep." Lumen dimmed sadly. "It needs what it never had," Mossback murmured. Remembering the teapot's warmth, Theo gathered his companions close. "Gran says shared wishes brew strongest," he whispered. Professor Nettle pressed her spectacles to the pot, recalling her maps guiding lost rivers home. Lumen poured her light into the spout, humming of safe paths through darkness. Mossback breathed memories of sun-warmed stones and patient growth. Theo added his own longing for Willowbrook's laughter. The teapot glowed like captured sunrise, steaming not with tea, but with swirling constellations. Pouring the starlight over the heartstone, Theo whispered, "You're not alone anymore." The stone quivered, drinking in the shared warmth. Cracks veined its surface as frozen sorrow thawed. With a soft sigh, it dissolved into the water, releasing a joyous rush that filled the spring. Crystal clear water cascaded down the mountainside, following the path Theo had taken. Back in Willowbrook, the well overflowed, drenching the dusty square in diamond droplets. Gran placed the teapot on her windowsill, where dawn light set its constellations dancing. Theo noticed subtle changes. Professor Nettle's burrow now bore a tiny geological survey signpost. Lumen's glow brightened whenever children laughed, and Mossback's mountain spring became a place where travelers left kindnesses instead of sorrows. Years later, Theo would tell his own grandchildren how a lonely stone learned to melt, how a grumpy badger, a luminous spirit, and a slow old turtle taught him that the mightiest magic brews not in solitary wishing, but in shared warmth poured freely. And every time the copper teapot caught the light, it glowed softly, a cozy reminder that no heart, however frozen, is beyond the reach of kindness gently given. Story 3. The forest always whispered to Leo. Not in words exactly, but in sighs that ruffled his hair like a mother's touch, in creaks that echoed like old floorboards, and in rustles that carried secrets on their edges. He alone could hear them, a gift his village dismissed as a boy's dreaminess. Too soft-hearted, the woodcutters murmured when he pleaded against felling the great oaks. Too quiet, the children sighed when he wandered off to trace moss patterns on stones. Yet tonight the whispers sharpened into a plea. A storm was coming, not one of thunder and rain, but of unraveling. The heartwood, ancient source of the forest's magic, was fading. Without it, the whispering woods would fall silent forever. Leo crept from his cottage as the moon painted silver paths on dew-kissed ferns. In his pocket, he carried a simple wooden flute carved by his grandfather, a thing that hummed when the wind sang through it. He hadn't gone far when a whimper halted him. Beneath a hawthorn bush, a fox lay trembling, one paw twisted unnaturally. Its fur was autumn fire orange, except for a single silver forepaw that shimmered like starlight on water. "You're hurt," Leo breathed, kneeling. The fox's eyes, amber pools flecked with green, locked onto his. To Leo's astonishment, a voice brushed his mind, clear as creek water over stones. "The shadow tides rise, they seek the heartwood's core." He named the fox Ember. With gentle hands, Leo bound the injured paw with strips of cloth and yarrow leaves. As he worked, Ember nudged the flute with her nose. "Play," she urged. Leo lifted the wood to his lips. Notes floated out, not a melody, but a question. The forest answered. Vines curled aside, revealing a path veiled by ivy. Ferns unfurled like banners, glowing with bioluminescent spores. They'd stepped into a hidden world, the Whisperwood. Trees towered like cathedral pillars, their bark etched with luminous runes. Fireflies wove constellations above pools, where water sprites skimmed like dragonflies. But beneath the beauty lurked unease. Patches of gray rot spread across moss, and the air tasted of wilted promises. Their journey began. At the singing river, where waters harmonized in four-part chords, a bridge of stones lay shattered. The river spirit, a being of liquid moonlight with a crown of lilies, rose from the rapids. "Cross and you must answer," she chimed, her voice a cascade of glass bells. "What grows when shared but shrinks when hoarded?" Leo hesitated. Ember nipped his sleeve. "Remember the village feast," she whispered. When drought struck, Old Man Hemlock had shared his last turnip seeds. The harvest fed 3 families. "Kindness," Leo called. The spirit smiled, weaving a bridge of solidified song. Deeper they traveled into the briar labyrinth, a tangle of thorns that shifted like living puzzles. Here the shadow tides thickened, choking light. Ember limped bravely, her silver paw pulsing softly to repel creeping tendrils of gloom. "They fear joy," she murmured as Leo played a hopping tune to scatter the shadows. Yet when thorn walls closed in, trapping them, Leo faltered. "I'm not brave like the heroes in tales," he confessed, fingers trembling on his flute. Ember pressed her warm head to his knee. "Courage isn't the absence of fear. It's love singing louder." He played a lullaby his mother once sang, pouring into it every memory of her hands smoothing his hair. The thorns shivered, blooming into jasmine. In a clearing bathed in perpetual twilight, they found the grove of echoes. Stones floated in midair, each humming a fractured memory of the forest. Saplings sprouting through frost, wolves howling in kinship with the moon, humans and sprites dancing under solstice stars. At the center stood a pedestal, empty. The heartwood rested here, mourned a voice. An ancient badger emerged, fur striped with scars of forgotten battles. A century ago, fear poisoned the guardian's heart. He hid the heartwood away, believing it safer alone. Now, the shadow tides feast on that loneliness. Leo touched the empty pedestal. Cold seeped into his bones. "Where is it?" "The cavern of whispers," Ember sent, ears flat. "Where silence eats sound." The cavern mouth exhaled air like a tomb's breath. Inside, darkness clung thick as tar. Leo's flute sputtered, its light dying. Panic clawed his throat until Ember's silver paw glowed brighter. "Follow my light," her mind voice insisted. They inched forward, the walls absorbing their footsteps, their breaths. Then whispers began, not the forest's gentle ones, but cruel imitations. "Foolish boy, the village laughs at you. The fox will lave when she's healed," Leo hunched, tears hot. Ember snarled, her glow flaring. Lies, shadows feed on doubt, stand tall. At the cavern's heart, the heartwood pulsed. Not a gem or stone, but a knot of intertwined roots, radiating soft gold light. It lay cradled in a nest of bones, the guardian's remains curled protectively around it. But swirling around it was the shadow singer, a creature of smoke and fractured mirrors. Each mirror reflected Leo's fears, himself small and ignored, ember vanishing into mist, the forest crumbling to dust. "You cannot hold light," the shadow singer hissed, its voice scraping like stones. "You are nothing." Leo's knees shook. He thought of the river spirit's riddle, the briar's thorns, the badger's grief. He thought of Ember's warmth against him. Courage wasn't the absence of fear. It was love singing louder. He raised the flute. Not a song of defiance, but of connection. The creak of his cottage door welcoming him home, the sigh of oaks in spring, the purr of contentment Ember made when he shared his bread. He poured in the badger's loyalty, the river's wisdom, the village's laughter at harvest. He played the forest's heartbeat. The flute blazed. Light exploded, not to fight the shadows, but to embrace them. The mirrors shattered, not into darkness, but into dew. The shadow singer unraveled, sighing like a child finally soothed. "Loneliness birthed me," it whispered, dissolving. "Remember, together." Leo lifted the heartwood. Warmth flooded him, not power, but understanding. A tapestry of roots and rain, life and loss, all held in balance. As he placed it back on the pedestal, gold light surged through the cavern, up through soil and stone, into the whisperwood. Outside, dawn broke. Rot melted into vibrant moss. Trees straightened, runes blazing anew. The singing river chorused triumph. Returning to the village, Leo found the woodcutters marveling at oaks that had regrown bark overnight. Children gaped at foxes and rabbits playing fearlessly in the square. Ember trotted beside him, her limp gone, silver paw gleaming. When Old Man Hemlock asked, "How did you save us, lad?" Leo simply played his flute. Notes wove through the air, carrying the forest's sigh of gratitude. For the first time, everyone heard it. Years later, Leo became the village's whisper keeper. Ember, ever at his side, raised cubs whose paws held faint silver sparks. Children learned flute songs to soothe storms, and woodcutters asked the trees before taking a single branch. On starry nights, Leo would sit on his porch, Ember's head in his lap, and play. The forest whispered back, not just to him now, but to all who listened. And in those shared breaths between boy and fox, human and wild, the heartwood's light glowed eternal, a quiet reminder that the strongest magic blooms not in solitude, but in the tender, unbreakable threads of friendship. The end. Story 4. In the sleepy village of Glimmerdell, where chimney smoke curled like silver thread and lamplight glowed in perpetual twilight, young Tobias noticed peculiar things. It began with the sugar bowl. Every morning, grandmother's porcelain pot, painted with forget-me-nots, sat precisely 3 inches left of its usual spot on the kitchen shelf. Then came the whispers, soft, chiming sighs that rustled the curtains at bedtime, sounding like wind chimes caught in a dream. But the true mystery arrived with the frost moon. Overnight, every windowsill in the village sprouted intricate ice flowers, fragile blossoms blooming where no frost should reach. Tobias, whose curiosity was as bright as his copper hair, confided in his friend Alara. She tended the village's whispering willows, her hands always dusted with pollen from luminous night blooms. "It feels like magic holding its breath," she murmured, tracing an ice petal that glittered like crushed diamonds. "But magic here is gentle, this feels lost." The clues deepened. Tobias found tiny footprints in the butter, delicate as lace, shimmering with sugar frost. Alara discovered all the milk pitchers emptied overnight, though not a drop was spilled. Even old man Hemlock, who carved wisdom into oak roots near the firelit town square, stroked his beard thoughtfully. When small things stir, he told them, his voice like rustling parchment, it's often because something smaller still is weeping. So Tobias and Alara began their quiet investigation. They left offerings, a thimble of honey on the hearth, a spool of silk thread beneath the bakery's counter. Each morning the honey vanished, and the thread unraveled into elaborate knots resembling snowflakes. One twilight, as Tobias lingered near the cobblestone bridge, he glimpsed movement, a flicker of wings no larger than a maple seed, darting into the hollow of an ancient clock tower. Inside, dust motes danced in shafts of amber light. There, trembling atop a cogwheel, sat a creature like a wisp of winter mist. Her gown was woven from cobwebs and frost, her hair a cloud of silver vapor. Tears like liquid crystal pooled in her palms. "I'm Leora," she whispered, her voice the chime of icicles. "My family are frost sprites. We weave dreams into frost patterns, but our home melted when the warm springs bubbled up beneath the ice caves." Alara gasped. The village's new hot springs, celebrated for their healing steam, had been diverting underground rivers. Tobias understood at once. The displaced sprites sought warmth and sweetness in the village, moving sugar bowls for crumbs, sipping milk for strength, humming lullabies of longing into the night wind. The ice flowers. Farewell letters to a home they feared lost forever. Gathering the village, Tobias proposed a solution. With old man Hemlock guiding them, they channeled the springs using enchanted quartz pipes, cooling the waters just enough to preserve the deepest caves. Children left woolen scraps for sprite blankets, bakers baked minuscule seed cakes. On the solstice night, Tobias and Alara led Leora to the cave's entrance, now shimmering with renewed frost. Inside, whole families of sprites whirled in grateful joy, their laughter like sleigh bells. By spring, Glimmerdell's windowsills bloomed with living violets instead of ice. Sugar bowls stayed put, but tiny frost knots appeared on gift packages, a sprite's blessing. And Tobias learned that even the smallest voice, when heard with kindness, could mend the fabric of a world. As he drifted to sleep, he'd smile at the soft chime outside his window, no longer a sigh, but a song of homecoming, tender as a snowflake settling on a warm palm. All was well, and wonder nestled safely in the quiet heart of the night. Story 5. The scent of cinnamon and warm yeast hung thick and comforting in the air of Oliver's little bakery, the cozy crust. Outside, twilight painted the cobbled streets of Willowbrook in soft purples and deep blues, and the first brave stars began to prick the velvety sky. Inside, the ovens sighed contentedly, their heat radiating like a friendly embrace. Oliver, a gentle soul with flour dusting his spectacles and a perpetual look of quiet concentration, was wiping down the spotless counter. His hands, strong from kneading dough yet surprisingly nimble with piping bags, moved with practiced care. He loved the predictable rhythm of baking, the alchemy of flour, water, and fire transforming into golden loaves and delicate pastries. Yet a faint sigh escaped him. He dreamt of creating something truly extraordinary, something that tasted not just of sugar and spice, but of wonder itself. But fear, a small, persistent creature, whispered that he wasn't bold enough, that his creations were merely pleasant, never magical. As he swept the last crumbs into a bin, his broom handle bumped against a forgotten corner shelf, dislodging a small, dusty burlap pouch. It tumbled to the floor with a soft thud. Curious, Oliver picked it up. It felt surprisingly heavy for its size. Untying the rough twine, he tipped its contents onto his palm. Out rolled a single seed. It was unlike any seed he'd ever seen. It wasn't brown or black, but a deep, luminous emerald green, shot through with veins of shimmering gold that seemed to pulse faintly, like a captured heartbeat. It felt warm to the touch, humming with a subtle energy that tingled against his skin. A memory flickered his grandmother, a woman with eyes like dark honey and hands that could coax life from the stoniest soil, mentioning a heartseed, found only where moonlight pools deepest. Child, she'd murmured, her voice like dry leaves rustling. It grows not just plants but possibilities, but it demands courage and a true heart. Oliver had thought it just another whimsical tale. Holding the vibrant seed now, its faint pulse syncing with his own heartbeat, he felt a tremor of awe and that familiar whisper of fear. What if he failed this, too? That night, sleep eluded him. The seed rested on his bedside table, its soft glow casting dancing emerald shadows on the wall. Its gentle hum seemed to resonate with a yearning deep within him, a yearning to break free from the safe confines of his flower-dusted world. Just before dawn, a resolve, fragile but bright, crystallized. He would plant it. Not in the tidy, predictable rows of his small herb garden behind the bakery, but where his grandmother had said moonlight pooled deepest, the heart of Whisperwood, the ancient forest bordering Willow Brook. Packing a simple knapsack with water, bread, cheese, and the precious seed nestled in a small velvet-lined box, Oliver locked the bakery door as the first pale fingers of dawn stretched across the sky. The forest loomed ahead, vast and hushed. Sunlight, still weak and watery, filtered through the dense canopy, dappling the mossy floor in shifting patterns. The air smelled richly of damp earth, decaying leaves, and the sharp, clean scent of pine. Birdsong, clear and intricate, wove through the stillness. Oliver, more accustomed to the clatter of baking trays than the rustle of unseen creatures, felt his heart thump against his ribs. Every snapping twig sounded like a giant's footstep. Every rustle in the undergrowth hinted at hidden eyes watching. He walked deeper, guided by a strange, gentle pull emanating from the seed in his pocket. The forest grew denser, the light dimmer and greener. Giant ferns unfurled like emerald scepters, and mushrooms, some glowing with an eerie bioluminescence, clustered around gnarled roots. He found a small, perfectly circular clearing bathed in an ethereal silver light, even though the sun was now high. In its center lay a natural stone basin, filled not with water, but with liquid moonlight, cool, shimmering, and impossibly bright. This was the place. With trembling hands, Oliver took out the heartseed. Its glow intensified, the gold veins flashing. He knelt on the soft moss, feeling its cool dampness seep through his trousers. Carefully, reverently, he placed the seed into the pool of moonlight. It sank slowly, radiating warmth that spread through the stone basin. For a long moment, nothing happened. Doubt began to creep in, cold and familiar. Had he been foolish? Was it just a pretty stone after all? Then a single, impossibly bright green shoot pierced the surface of the moonlight pool. It grew with astonishing speed, unfurling leaves that shimmered like captured starlight. More shoots followed, weaving together, thickening, climbing skyward. Within minutes, a small, exquisite tree stood before him, barely taller than Oliver himself. Its bark was smooth and silver, like polished moonstone. Its leaves were heart-shaped, each one a mosaic of emerald and gold, pulsing with soft light. And nestled among the branches, glowing like tiny captured suns, were 3 perfect, translucent fruits shaped like teardrops. They radiated a warmth and a scent that was indescribable, like the first breath of spring, the comfort of home, and the thrilling promise of adventure, all at once. This was the heartwood tree. As Oliver stood in awe, a voice, like water tumbling over smooth stones, spoke from behind him. "She's beautiful, isn't she?" He spun around, nearly stumbling. Standing beside a cluster of glowing blue mushrooms was a figure, unlike any he'd ever encountered. It seemed woven from water and light, shimmering and translucent. Its form was vaguely humanoid but constantly shifting, reflecting the dappled forest light like a living prism. Eyes the color of deep river pools regarded him with gentle curiosity. A current of cool, fresh air seemed to flow around it. "Aye, aye," Oliver stammered, his voice barely a whisper. I am Rill, the being said, its voice a soothing murmur. Guardian of the moonlit pools, we don't often see humans here, especially ones brave enough to wake a heartwood. Rill gestured towards the tree with a fluid, watery limb. She recognizes a kindred spirit, Oliver Baker. Oliver gasped. How do you know my name? Rill's form rippled, perhaps a watery chuckle. The forest knows many things, and the heart seed. It sings of the hands that held it with hope, not greed. Why did you plant it? Haltingly, Oliver confessed his dream of creating something truly magical in his bakery, and the fear that held him back. I thought maybe this tree, its fruit. Ah, Rill murmured, drifting closer. The air around him smelled of rain-washed stones and deep, clear springs. The moondrop fruit, yes, they hold potent magic, but not the kind you simply add to a recipe, Oliver. Their magic is in awakening potential, in helping things grow into their truest selves. Rill paused, his luminous gaze thoughtful. To harvest them, that requires a different kind of courage. The tree protects her gifts. You must face a reflection. Before Oliver could ask what that meant, the air around the heartwood tree shimmered. The clearing seemed to warp and twist. The gentle forest sounds faded, replaced by a stifling silence. Oliver found himself standing not in the moonlit glade, but in the middle of his own bakery. But it was wrong. The warm light was gone, replaced by a harsh, unforgiving glare. The comforting smells of yeast and sugar were overpowered by the acrid scent of burnt pastry. On the counter lay tray after tray of grotesque, failed creations, loaves blackened and sunken, pastries oozing uncooked filling, cakes collapsed into sad, sticky mounds. Worst of all, standing behind the counter, mirroring his own posture but radiating crushing disappointment and scorn, was himself. This other Oliver wore a sneer, his eyes cold and accusing. Look at this mess, the reflection spat, gesturing contemptuously at the ruined pastries. This is all you'll ever be. Safe. Predictable. Ordinary. You dream of magic. You can't even master sourdough without doubt souring the rise. You think planting a magic seed changes that. You're still just Oliver the timid, hiding behind his flour sacks. The words struck Oliver like physical blows, echoing the cruelest whispers of his own fear. He felt his knees weaken, the urge to flee back to the safety of never trying again almost overwhelming. He looked towards the heartwood tree, but it seemed distant, blurred. Rill was nowhere to be seen. He was alone with his deepest insecurity made manifest. Tears pricked Oliver's eyes. He wanted to shout to deny it, but the evidence, the burnt, failed pastries, seemed irrefutable. The reflection's mocking laughter filled the distorted bakery. Then, amidst the despair, a cool sensation brushed against his hand, like a gentle stream. He couldn't see Rill, but he felt the river spirit's presence, a calming anchor in the storm of his fear. A memory surfaced, his grandmother's hands, patient and strong, teaching him to knead dough. It's not about forcing it, child, she'd said, her voice warm. It's about listening, feeling the life in it, guiding it, not fearing it. Even when it feels sticky and uncertain, trust the process, trust your hands. He looked down at his own hands, the same hands that had nurtured the heart seed, that created the warm loaves Willowbrook loved, even if he deemed them ordinary. They were capable hands. He looked back at his sneering reflection, then at the ruined pastries. They weren't proof of inherent failure, they were simply attempts. Steps on the path. Every baker had failures, it was part of the craft, part of learning. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, Oliver met his reflection's cold gaze. His voice, when it came, was quiet but steady, cutting through the mocking laughter. You're wrong, he said. The reflection faltered, its sneer slipping slightly. These, Oliver gestured to the burnt trays, his voice gaining strength, aren't the end. They're just practice. Proof that I tried, and I will keep trying, because I love this. He picked up a lump of discarded dough nearby, feeling its familiar, pliant texture. I love the feel of it, the smell of it baking, the joy it brings. Even the failures teach me something. Fear might whisper, but it doesn't get to bake the bread. I do. As he spoke, pouring his conviction into the words, the distorted bakery began to waver. The harsh light softened. The scent of burnt sugar faded, replaced by the warm, comforting aroma of baking bread. The grotesque pastries on the trays shimmered and transformed not into perfection, but into recognizable, honest efforts. A slightly lopsided but golden loaf, a pastry with filling that had leaked but still looked delicious, a cake that had sunk a little in the middle but was beautifully iced. The sneering reflection stared at him, its form becoming less solid, its expression shifting from scorn to surprise, then finally to a look of quiet acceptance. It didn't vanish, but it faded, merging back into Oliver's own form, no longer a separate tormentor, but simply a part of him he had acknowledged and faced. The forest clearing snapped back into focus. The heartwood tree glowed serenely. Oliver stood before it, breathing heavily, sweat cooling on his brow, but a profound sense of calm settling over him. The crushing weight of inadequacy had lifted. He felt lighter, stronger. Rill materialized beside him, his watery form shimmering with approval. You faced the shadow in the dough, Oliver Baker. You listened deeper than fear. The heartwood recognizes your courage. He gestured towards the tree. Take what you came for, but remember, the true magic isn't just in the fruit. With newfound confidence, Oliver reached out. His hand didn't tremble now. He carefully plucked one of the glowing moondrop fruits. It felt warm and surprisingly solid, like smooth, sun-warmed glass. As soon as it left the branch, the other two fruits faded slightly, their light dimming. The heartwood tree itself seemed to sigh, a soft rustle of its luminous leaves, before settling back into its serene glow. The tree rests now, Rill explained softly. It gave its gift freely to one who proved worthy. Use it wisely. He placed a cool, shimmering hand on Oliver's shoulder. Your journey back will be clearer. The forest respects courage shown. The walk back through Whisperwood felt entirely different. The shadows seemed friendly, the rustling leaves whispered encouragement. The path, which had felt confusing and intimidating before, now appeared obvious. He felt connected to the ancient trees, the chattering squirrels, the shafts of sunlight. He carried the moondrop fruit carefully in its velvet box, its warmth a comforting presence against his chest, but the greater treasure was the newfound quiet confidence humming within him. Back in the cozy crust, as dusk painted the windows again, Oliver felt a different kind of energy thrumming through the familiar space. He didn't rush. He lit the lanterns, their warm glow reflecting off the polished copper bowls. He took out his finest flour, the freshest butter, the plumpest berries. He placed the glowing moondrop fruit on the counter. It pulsed softly, casting dancing golden-green reflections on the walls. He didn't add it directly. Instead, he began to bake. He made his signature sourdough, but this time he kneaded it not with anxious precision, but with a deep, listening touch, feeling the life in the dough, guiding it with patience and trust, remembering his grandmother's words. He made delicate puff pastry, rolling and folding with a steady hand, unafraid of the intricate layers. For the centerpiece, he created small, intricate tart shells. As they baked to a perfect golden brown, he gently warmed the moondrop fruit in his hands. It softened, releasing an aroma that filled the bakery, not overwhelming, but uplifting, like the first breath after rain, like hope itself. A single perfect drop of shimmering golden-green liquid beaded at its tip. With infinite care, using the tiniest pipette, Oliver placed one minuscule drop of the moondrop essence onto the center of each cooled tart shell, before filling them with clouds of vanilla-infused cream, and topping them with fresh, glistening berries. The drops sank in, leaving no visible trace except for a faint, ethereal shimmer that danced over the surface when the light caught it just right. He wasn't finished. The feeling, the quiet magic humming within him, demanded expression. He began shaping the leftover puff pastry. Not into predictable shapes, but into intricate, miniature birds with delicate, fluted wings, tiny lanterns with latticework patterns, and small, curled leaves. He brushed them with egg wash, watching as they puffed into golden, impossibly light sculptures in the oven. He piped swirls of cream that held their shape with impossible grace. He infused a simple syrup with edible silver dust and brushed it lightly over some of the pastries, making them gleam like captured moonlight. The next morning, Willowbrook awoke to a sight that made them pause outside the cozy crust. The display window, usually showcasing neat rows of bread and sensible pastries, was transformed. It looked like a scene from an enchanted woodland feast. Tiny pastry birds perched on branches of spun sugar. Lantern pastries glowed softly from within, a clever trick with citrine-colored jelly. Leaves dusted with edible green shimmer nestled among clusters of berries. And at the center, on a bed of moss-colored marzipan, sat the moondrop tarts, each one a miniature masterpiece radiating a subtle, captivating warmth. Oliver opened the door, his usual quiet demeanor now infused with a calm confidence. The scent that wafted out was more than delicious, it was transporting. It spoke of deep forests, moonlit glades, and pure, joyful possibility. People streamed in, drawn by the spectacle and the incredible aroma. The first customer, old Mrs. Gable, bit into a moondrop tart. Her eyes, usually sharp and critical, widened. A slow smile spread across her face, transforming it. "Oh, Oliver," she breathed, her voice thick with unexpected emotion. It tastes like my mother's garden on a summer morning, when I was small and everything was full of wonder. It tastes like happy." Others followed. A weary woodcutter tasted a pastry bird and felt a surge of forgotten energy, a lightness in his limbs. A young girl, usually shy, ate a shimmering leaf pastry and giggled with pure, unself-conscious delight, striking up a conversation with a stranger. The baker's apprentice, who often struggled with self-doubt, savored a lantern pastry and suddenly saw a solution to a tricky recipe he'd been wrestling with, his eyes lighting up with understanding. The magic wasn't about spectacle. It was about awakening something dormant within each person, a memory, a spark of joy, a surge of confidence, a moment of clarity. It tasted of their own potential, gently unlocked. Oliver watched, a quiet smile on his face as he served his customers. He saw the transformations, not caused by the moondrop essence alone, but awakened by it, like sunlight coaxing a bud to bloom. The essence had been the catalyst, but the true magic resided in the skill, the love, and the newfound courage he had poured into every creation. He had faced his fear, listened to the deeper wisdom in his hands and heart, and trusted the process, just like kneading dough. News of the magical pastries spread, but Oliver never tried to replicate the moondrop essence exactly. He kept the remaining precious liquid locked away, a reminder. Instead, he focused on the transformation within himself. He experimented boldly, not recklessly, but with a newfound trust in his instincts. He created pastries flavored with forest herbs, breads shaped like mythical creatures, cakes decorated with spun sugar constellations that seemed to shimmer. Some attempts were triumphs, greeted with gasps of delight. Others were interesting failures, met with good-natured chuckles and valuable lessons. The fear was still there sometimes, a faint whisper, but Oliver had learned to knead it into the dough, transforming it into focus and respect for his craft, not letting it paralyze him. He visited Whisperwood often, not seeking another heartseed, but simply to walk, to breathe the clean air, to listen. Sometimes, near the moonlit pool where the heartwood tree stood, now slightly taller and glowing with a serene light, he would sense a cool presence and hear the gentle murmur of flowing water. He'd leave a small, perfect pastry, perhaps a miniature loaf shaped like a river stone, or a delicate jelly infused with mint on a mossy rock. It would always be gone the next time he visited. The cozy crust became more than just a bakery. It became a place of warmth, wonder, and gentle encouragement. People came not just for the extraordinary pastries that occasionally appeared, each one a testament to Oliver's journey and his willingness to listen to the magic within and around him, but for the feeling of peace and possibility that filled the air, as comforting and essential as the scent of warm bread. Oliver, the once timid baker, had journeyed into the unknown, faced his deepest shadow, and returned changed. He hadn't just found a magical ingredient. He had discovered the most potent magic of all, the courage to believe in his own hands, his own heart, and the quiet, extraordinary magic that blooms when we dare to listen to the world and to ourselves a little more deeply. And as the fire crackled low in the hearth of the bakery long after closing, casting dancing shadows that mingled with the lingering scent of cinnamon and possibility, anyone who knew the story understood that the most enchanting magic often begins with a single, courageous step into the whispering woods, guided by a warm, emerald pulse held in a gentle hand. Story 6. The starship Stardust Weaver hummed through the velvet expanse of the Sombrero Nebula, its polished hull reflecting swirling clouds of interstellar dust. Inside, amidst the quiet thrum of engines, two beings sat in uneasy silence. Zylak, a diminutive creature from the perpetually twilit forests of Glimmer, resembled a cross between a silver-furred squirrel and a wise old owl. Large, luminous eyes dominated his small face, sensitive to light and attuned to the faintest vibrations. His delicate paws, currently fidgeting with a complex diagnostic tool, were renowned throughout the quadrant for their ability to mend the most intricate machinery. He preferred soft sounds, dim lights, and the quiet company of circuits. His companion, Borvak, was a hulking, crystalline entity from the gravity-heavy world of Obsidian Core. Standing nearly 8 feet tall, his body was composed of interlocking plates of deep violet amethyst that refracted light into mesmerizing patterns. His voice, when he used it, resonated like stones grinding deep underground. He communicated primarily through subtle shifts in the hue and intensity of his internal light. Borvak valued strength, stoic silence, and the predictable rhythms of deep space navigation. He found Zylak's constant, almost imperceptible movements and need for near darkness deeply unsettling. Their assignment was simple: deliver vital terraforming components to the fledgling colony on Epsilon Eridani 4. Their partnership was less simple. Assigned by a well-meaning but overworked logistics AI, they were deemed complementary skill sets. So far, the only thing they complemented was each other's profound discomfort. The misunderstanding, the beginning. Their journey began with friction. Zylak dimmed the bridge lights to a level Borvak found functionally blind. Borvak, moving with the subtlety of a meteor strike, accidentally knocked over Zylak's meticulously organized toolkit, sending tiny components skittering across the floor with sounds that felt like screams to Zylak's sensitive ears. "Please," Zylak whispered, his voice a soft rustle of leaves, the resonance. "It disrupts my focus." He gestured helplessly at the scattered parts. Borvak's internal light flared a brief, annoyed crimson. Equals excessive fragility. Illogical sensitivity. The thought pulsed through his crystalline structure, though he remained outwardly silent, merely stooping with surprising grace to clumsily gather the tools, his heavy fingers threatening to crush the delicate instruments. Zylak flinched with every clatter. Later, Borvak attempted to communicate a course correction. He pulsed a complex pattern of indigo and emerald light across his chest, the intricate visual language of his people. Zylak, head buried in an engine conduit, saw only distracting, chaotic flashes. "Could you perhaps dim that?" he ventured timidly. The brightness, it overwhelms. Borvak's light dimmed, but a frustrated, cold blue flicker ran through his core. Equals ignorance. This one cannot perceive basic communication. He resorted to punching coordinates into the console with unnecessary force, the thumps vibrating painfully through Xylac's small frame. The silence thickened, heavy with mutual incomprehension. The shared challenge, the middle. Disaster struck near the volatile gravity well of a rogue pulsar. A micrometeor shower, invisible on their scanners until the last moment, peppered the Stardust Weaver. Alarms shrieked a harsh, jagged sound that sent Xylac curling into a ball, paws clamped over his large ears. Lights flickered erratically, stabbing at his eyes. Borvak, momentarily stunned by the sensory assault, reacted with instinctive strength. He lunged for the controls, his massive hands surprisingly deft as he wrestled the bucking ship. Stabilizers failing, engines fluctuating, his deep voice boomed, each word a physical blow to Xylac. The ship shuddered violently. A secondary explosion ripped through the lower decks. The main power conduit severed with a shower of sparks and a deafening crackle. Artificial gravity failed. Lights died completely, plunging them into utter blackness save for the frantic red glare of emergency beacons and Borvak's own panicked, pulsing internal light, a chaotic stroboscope in the dark. The Stardust Weaver wasn't destroyed, but it was crippled. Life support was minimal. Navigation was offline. They were adrift in a dead ship, the pulsar's gravitational pull slowly, inevitably dragging them towards oblivion. Xylac uncurled, trembling. The utter darkness, paradoxically, was a relief after the strobing lights. He could think. He could feel the vibrations of the dying ship. "The main power conduit," he whispered, his voice barely audible over the groaning hull. "It's severed near junction Gamma 7 without it." He didn't need to finish. Without it, they couldn't restart the engines, couldn't escape the pulsar's pull. Borvak's light shifted from panicked strobes to a steady, grim ochre. He understood the words, understood the death sentence. Equals junction Gamma 7. Deep in engineering. Radiation levels likely critical from the breach. They looked at each other through the gloom. Xylac saw the ochre light not chaotic, but steady, resolved. Borvak saw the large, luminous eyes fixed on him, wide with fear but also determination. They needed each other. Survival depended on it. Mutual support and understanding, the growth. The journey to engineering was a nightmare. Twisted metal blocked corridors. Flickering emergency lights cast long, menacing shadows. Radiation warnings blared intermittently, another agonizing sound for Xylac. Borvak, his natural crystalline structure offering some radiation resistance, moved ahead. He used his immense strength to clear debris, his body casting a protective, albeit intensely glowing, shield around Xylac. The light was still painful, but Xylac understood its purpose now: protection, not aggression. He focused on the vibrations underfoot, mapping the safest path through the treacherous wreckage. "Left 20 paces, Xylac directed, his voice strained but clear, close to Borvak's leg. "There's a pressure differential, unstable plating." Borvak halted, his light dimming slightly as he processed the information through tactile sensors Xylac couldn't perceive. He adjusted his course, his heavy steps becoming deliberate, careful. Reaching Gamma 7 was worse. The conduit spat angry blue arcs of energy into the scorched darkness. Radiation counters screamed. The repair required precision work in a cramped, hazardous space, a task impossible for Borvak's large hands and impossible for Xylac to endure unprotected for long. Borvak pulsed a slow, rhythmic pattern of deep blue and soft green light onto the wall beside the conduit. It wasn't his complex language, but a simple, repeating sequence. Steady. Calm. safe. He positioned his massive body between Zilak and the worst of the radiation leak, his crystalline form absorbing a significant amount of the harmful energy, his light providing the only illumination. Zilak took a shuddering breath. The rhythmic light was soothing. It wasn't chaotic flashes, but a deliberate, gentle beacon. He understood the unspoken message, I am here. You are shielded. Do your work. Trust, fragile but real, bloomed in the radioactive dark. With paws that didn't tremble, Zilak wriggled into the cramped space. He worked with breathtaking speed and dexterity, guided by touch and the steady, rhythmic glow Borvac cast. He felt the heat, the residual radiation prickling his fur, but the crushing fear was replaced by focus. Borvac remained an unmoving bulwark, his internal light a constant, calming presence, a silent anchor. When a secondary energy surge threatened, Borvac shifted minutely, taking the brunt of the blast on his shielded side, a low rumble of pain vibrating through him. Zilak didn't pause, but his heart clenched with a new feeling concern for the giant who was his shield. Minutes felt like hours. Finally, with a final, delicate twist of a micro-spanner, Zilak connected the last filament. It's done, he rasped, scrambling back. Borvac's light surged bright gold pure, unadulterated relief and triumph. He carefully lifted Zilak away from the conduit, just as the repaired system hummed back to life. Emergency lights stabilized. The groaning of the hull lessened. The slow drag towards the pulsar ceased. The true meaning, the end and resolution. Back on the bridge, power restored but system still fragile, they sat not in silence but in a comfortable quiet. The bridge lights were set low, comfortable for Zilak. Borvac sat nearby, his internal light a soft, warm amber, pulsing slowly and rhythmically a silent, soothing lullaby Zilak now understood. Zilak looked at the giant crystal being. Your light, he said softly, during the repair it helped. It was steadying. Borvac shifted, his plates making a soft, melodic chime. He pulsed a gentle green. Equals understood. Your perception guided. Your courage necessary. He then did something new. He focused a narrow beam of soft, warm light onto the console between them, forming a simple, stable shape, a circle. Equals friendship. Tears, warm and unexpected, welled in Zilak's large eyes. Not tears of fear or pain, but of profound understanding. He reached out a small, silver-furred paw and gently placed it on the console within the circle of light. It felt warm, solid, safe. Yes, he breathed. Friendship. The journey to Epsilon Eridani 4 continued, but the ship was transformed. Zilak learned to interpret the subtle shifts in Borvac's light, finding meaning and emotion in the hues and rhythms. He even crafted a small, light-dampening visor that allowed him to observe Borvac's full communication without discomfort. Borvac learned the value of quiet, the language of small sounds, and moved with a new, deliberate gentleness. He discovered that Zilak's sensitivity allowed him to detect engine harmonics and structural stresses long before the ship's sensors registered them. They faced other minor challenges, navigating an ion storm, negotiating with a skeptical colony director, but they faced them together. Zilak would perch on Borvac's broad shoulder, whispering observations, while Borvac's imposing presence and calm, resonant voice conveyed their combined will. They repaired the colony's failing atmospheric processor not just with their skills, but with an easy, wordless collaboration that amazed the settlers. One evening under the twin moons of Epsilon Eridani 4, they stood looking up at the unfamiliar stars. The delivery was complete. Their mission was over. The Weaver is repaired, Zilak said softly, the scent of alien pine and damp earth filling the cool air. We return to different sectors tomorrow. Borvac pulsed a soft, deep blue, tinged with a hint of violet, a color Zylac now recognized as contemplation mixed with a touch of melancholy. Equals journey shared. Understanding gained. Zylac looked up at the towering crystalline form, his friend. The meaning wasn't just in delivering the parts, he said, understanding dawning fully. It was in the delivering of ourselves. In the dark, we found light in each other. Borvac lowered his massive head, focusing his internal light onto Zylac. It wasn't blinding, but a gentle, encompassing warmth, like sunlight filtered through leaves. Within the light, he pulsed a complex, beautiful pattern, a story of darkness, fear, strength offered, trust given, and a bond forged. It was the story of them. Equals friendship. Light in the void. Strength in the small. Shared. Forever. Zylac didn't need the visor. He understood. He placed his paw against Borvac's cool, smooth crystal leg. No more words were needed. Under the alien sky, the small forest mechanic and the giant crystal navigator stood in perfect, peaceful silence, a testament to the universe's most unexpected and enduring magic, the quiet, resilient light of true friendship, discovered not in similarity, but in the brave, kind-hearted bridging of worlds. The stars above seemed to twinkle a little brighter, mirroring the warm, steady glow that now and always connected them across the vast and wondrous dark. Story 7. The soft hum of the Stardust Weaver's engines was the only sound in the vastness of Sector Nebula 7. Aboard the small scout vessel, Tick, a small, furry mammal from the lush forests of Felnar, adjusted her navigation console with nervous paws. Her large, dark eyes scanned the unfamiliar star patterns. She was on a simple botanical survey mission, collecting samples of resilient space moss, when an unexpected gravity surge sent the Weaver careening off course, its systems flickering. Emergency protocols kicked in, jettisoning her towards the nearest habitable zone, the uncharted moon, Lyra's Tier. Her landing was rough, the pod skidding through silvery blue grass that shimmered like liquid metal under the twin moons. Tick stumbled out, her thick brown fur ruffled, clutching her precious sample case. The air was cool and crisp, smelling faintly of ozone and something sweet, like crushed mint. Towering crystalline formations, glowing with internal light, dotted the landscape. It was eerily beautiful and utterly silent. Suddenly, the ground trembled. A massive figure emerged from behind a cluster of glowing spires. Tick froze, heart pounding against her ribs. It stood easily 3 times her height, its body composed of smooth, interlocking plates of what looked like polished obsidian and amber crystal. 4 long, multi-jointed limbs ended in delicate, claw-tipped appendages. Where a face might be, a cluster of deep blue crystals pulsed with a soft, rhythmic light. This was Core, a mineralogist from the molten core world of Xylos, whose own survey craft had been damaged by the same gravity anomaly. Stranded and scanning for usable mineral deposits, Core had detected Tick's landing. To Tick, Core was a terrifying, silent monolith. The way the crystals pulsed felt like a threatening glare. She chittered a warning, baring small teeth, and scrambled backwards, hiding behind her overturned escape pod. Her fear was a sharp, acrid scent in the air. To Core, Tick was a chaotic, vibrating bundle of unpredictable energy. The high-pitched chittering sounded like aggressive static, and the sudden movements were jarring against the moon's natural harmonic resonance. Core emitted a low, subsonic rumble, a sound of confusion and caution that vibrated through Tick's bones, amplifying her fear. Core took a step closer, a long limb reaching out slowly. "Stay back." Tick squeaked, throwing a small pebble. It harmlessly bounced off Core's crystalline chest. The pebble's strike registered to Core not as pain, but as a sharp, discordant note disrupting the ambient harmony. Core recoiled, the blue crystals flaring brighter for a moment. aggression, Core thought, interpreting the vibration. A profound misunderstanding settled between them, thick as the moon's strange fog. Night fell swiftly on Lyra's tier, bringing a deep chill and a howling wind that swept across the plains. Tick shivered violently in the meager shelter of her pod's wreckage. Her fur was good for Felnar's humidity, not this biting cold. Across the clearing, Core stood motionless near a large crystal formation, seemingly unaffected. Tick watched, teeth chattering, as the wind whipped around the giant being. Then she noticed something. Core's crystal plates were subtly realigning, channeling the wind into a low, resonant hum that generated warmth. The air directly around Core shimmered slightly with heat haze. Desperation overcoming fear, Tick inched closer, drawn by the promise of warmth. Core, sensing the small creature's approach and its intense shivering, understood its distress cold. Core shifted slightly, angling a large, flat crystal plate towards Tick. Instantly, a wave of gentle, radiant heat washed over her. It was blissful. Tick cautiously sank down near Core's massive foot, the warmth seeping into her bones. She looked up at the pulsing blue crystals. The light seemed softer now. She tentatively reached out a paw, not to touch, but to feel the heat radiating from the crystal surface. Core remained perfectly still, observing. The next day brought a shared challenge. A violent ionic storm, common on Lyra's tier, rolled in with terrifying speed. Jagged forks of purple lightning split the sky, and the howling wind turned ferocious, threatening to sweep Tick away. Rain, cold and stinging, lashed down. Tick huddled against Core's warm leg, terrified. Core, however, perceived the storm differently. The intense electromagnetic bursts were painfully loud, a cacophony of screeching frequencies that vibrated Core's very core, threatening to shatter delicate internal structures. The wind's roar was physically jarring. Core needed shelter from the sound. Tick needed shelter from the elements. Core scanned the terrain with senses attuned to mineral densities and spotted a cave entrance partially hidden behind a curtain of glowing vines, nestled within a large crystal mountain. Core pointed a long limb towards it, emitting a series of low, pulsed rumbles that Tick felt as vibrations in the ground. This time, Tick didn't interpret it as a threat, but as communication. She saw the cave. Shelter. Go. Tick squeaked, pointing frantically at the cave as a particularly fierce gust nearly lifted her off her feet. Core understood the gesture. Moving with surprising swiftness despite the buffeting wind, Core scooped Tick up gently in one large, clawed hand, shielding her from the worst of the rain and wind with the other. Tick gasped but didn't struggle, feeling the secure enclosure. Core lumbered towards the cave, the chaotic storm frequencies causing visible distress, small cracks appearing on some of Core's outer plates. Tick felt the vibrations of pain through Core's hand. Inside the cave, it was blessedly quiet and dry. Bioluminescent moss coated the walls, casting a soft green glow. Core carefully set Tick down, then retreated deeper into the cave, pressing large crystal hands against the walls. A deep, resonant hum filled the space as Core tried to ground the painful frequencies, small fractures spreading further on Core's limbs. Tick watched, understanding dawning. Core wasn't immune, Core was hurting. Tick remembered her sample case. Among the space moss was a rare Felnarian plant, the whisper root. When chewed, it emitted a powerful, localized field of harmonic dampening, used to calm agitated flora. Tick hurriedly dug it out, a gnarly brown tuber. She broke off a piece and cautiously approached Core, who was shuddering with the residual vibrations. She held up the root, making chewing motions with her mouth. Core's blue crystals pulsed slowly, observing. Tick took a small bite herself, then offered the larger piece. Trusting the small creature who shared warmth, Core took the root. As Core's crystalline mandibles ground the fibrous material, a wave of profound silence washed over the cave. The painful resonance of the storm faded to a distant murmur. Core straightened, the cracks on the plate stopping their spread. The blue crystals pulsed with a warm, steady light relief, gratitude. Core looked down at Tick and emitted a soft, harmonious chime, like glass bells underwater. It was the first sound Core had made that wasn't a rumble or a vibration felt through the ground. It was beautiful. In the quiet sanctuary of the cave, warmed by Core's presence and the soft moss light, the barriers dissolved. Tick, emboldened, pointed to herself. "Tick," she said clearly. She then pointed at her furry arm, then at the cave wall, mimicking digging. Felnar plants. Core watched intently. Then Core pointed a claw tip at Tick. A soft, complex harmonic resonated, like two notes played simultaneously. Tick. Core then touched a large crystal plate on its chest, producing a deeper, richer chord core. Core gestured towards the ground, then upwards, mimicking flight, followed by a low, grinding sound. Xylos. Minerals. They spent hours like this, sheltered from the storm. Tick showed Core samples of Felnarian moss, explaining through gestures and simple sounds how it stored starlight. Core showed Tick how to tap certain crystals to make them glow brighter or resonate with different pitches, demonstrating the musical geology of Xylos. Tick learned that Core's glare was often just focused observation, and the rumbles were attempts at communication or expressions of emotion Core couldn't vocalize like Tick. Core learned that Tick's quick movements weren't aggression, but curiosity or anxiety, and her chittering could mean many things depending on the pitch. They laughed, Tick with a series of high-pitched giggles, Core with a cascade of shimmering chimes that vibrated pleasantly in Tick's chest. When the storm finally passed, revealing Lyra's tear bathed in serene moonlight, they emerged together. They worked as a team to gather materials. Tick, with her small size and dexterity, collected edible glowing berries from high vines and soft, insulating moss for bedding. Core, with immense strength and mineral senses, broke off specific resonant crystals to repair critical components on Tick's escape pod beacon, and located rare minerals needed for Core's own craft's power core. One afternoon, while searching for a specific conductive ore, Core's massive foot dislodged a rock slide near a precarious cliff edge where Tick was foraging. Tick shrieked as the ground gave way. Without hesitation, Core lunged, a long limb snapping out faster than thought. The powerful claws closed gently but firmly around Tick, lifting her to safety just as the rocks tumbled into the abyss. Tick clung to Core's claw, her heart hammering, not with fear of Core, but with gratitude. Core set her down carefully, the blue crystals pulsing rapidly with concern. Tick patted the cool crystal surface reassuringly. "Safe, Core, safe, Tick." Later, when a territorial, six-legged reptilian creature, attracted by the glow of Core's crystals, lunged from the undergrowth, Tick didn't freeze. She remembered Core's sensitivity to sound. She let out a piercing, sustained shriek, a sound specifically designed on Felnar to startle predators. The frequency was agonizingly high for the reptile, which screeched and retreated. Core, protected by the dampening effect still lingering from the whisper root, watched in astonishment as the tiny creature defended the giant. Core chimed a melody of profound thanks. The day came when both their crafts were repaired enough to send signals. A Felnarian recovery ship and a Xylosian mineral barge responded, homing in on their beacons. As the ships descended through the lavender sky, casting long shadows on the shimmering grass, Tick and Core stood side by side near the cave entrance. Tick felt a pang of sadness sharper than the moon's chill. She looked up at Core, her large eyes glistening. She reached into her sample pouch and pulled out her last, perfectly preserved whisper root, the one that had eased Core's pain. She held it up. Core understood. The giant crystalline being knelt, bringing its cluster of blue crystals level with Tick. Core carefully pried off a small, perfect shard from an inner plate not damaged, but deliberately chosen. It pulsed with a warm, steady blue light. Core offered it to Tick with infinite gentleness. Tick placed the whisper root into Core's large claw. Core placed the glowing blue crystal shard into Tick's small paws. It was warm to the touch, radiating a soft, comforting hum that resonated deep within her. It wasn't just a crystal, it was a piece of Core's harmony, a tangible memory of shared warmth in a cold cave, of protection, and of understanding forged in silence and storms. The recovery teams found them like that, the small, furry botanist from the green world, holding a pulsing blue crystal, and the towering crystalline geologist from the molten core, cradling a gnarled brown root. They exchanged no words their rescuers could understand, only a look that spoke volumes. Tick's eyes soft with affection, Core's crystal light pulsing with a gentle, steady warmth. As Tick's pod lifted off, she pressed the blue crystal shard against the viewport. Far below, Core stood, a dark silhouette against the glowing landscape, holding the whisper root. Core raised a limb in farewell, a single, pure harmonic note rising through the air, reaching Tick even through the pod's hull, a sound of friendship, clear and true. Tick settled back in her seat, the crystal's soft hum a constant, soothing presence against her chest. It was a reminder that across the vast, silent gulf of space, under different suns and moons, friendship could bloom in the most unexpected soil. It wasn't about understanding every word, but about listening with the heart, sharing warmth in the cold, and offering shelter from the storm. The universe felt less lonely, filled not just with stars, but with the quiet, resonant echo of an unlikely, precious bond. And as the stars blurred past, Tick knew the true treasure she brought back wasn't moss or samples, but the warm, humming memory of Core, a friend written not in words, but in light and harmony, forever held close. Story 8. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers toward a sky veined with starlight, lived a world unseen by human eyes. Here the mossy earth breathed secrets, and the boundary between earth and enchantment shimmered like heat haze. Young Pip, a hedgehog whose quills still held the softness of youth, burrowed beneath the frost-kissed roots of Grandmother Willow. Her trunk, wide as a cottage, pulsed with the slow heartbeat of the forest. "Listen, little thorn," murmured Fern, an elderly badger whose silver-streaked fur mirrored moonlit snow. Her claws traced patterns in the loam, a map of seasons. When winter overstays its welcome, the heartstone slumbers too deeply. She pointed toward the glimmering glade, where the first crocuses should have pierced the snow weeks ago. Instead, an unnatural chill clung, silencing brooks and frosting spiderwebs into crystal lace. The seasonal dance was faltering. Pip shivered not from cold, but from the forest's unease. He felt it in his paws, the stifled hum of roots craving thaw, the drowsy frustration of squirrels whose nut caches dwindled. But why, Fern? The frostfire moths always wake the heartstone. Each winter's end, these iridescent insects emerged, their wings shedding ember-bright dust to melt the glacial seal guarding the forest's magical core. This year their cocoons remained frozen in ice-locked birches. Fern's nose twitched, catching the metallic tang of lingering frost. The balance is askew, old tales whisper of this. When snow drowns spring's song, courage must thaw what magic cannot. She nudged a withered acorn toward Pip. Seek Thistle the hare, her ears hear the wind's oldest stories. Thus began Pip's pilgrimage beneath a sky bruised purple with unseasonable cold. Crunching through snow like shattered quartz, he passed ice-encased ferns that tinkled like wind chimes. He inhaled the crisp scent of pine sap bleeding from frozen bark and touched hoarfrost that melted into dew on his paw pads. Near Mistfall Creek, now a ribbon of black ice, he found Thistle, her fur puffed against the chill. "The north wind gossips," she whispered, ears pivoting toward distant mountains. A rock slide buried the sunstone caves. No dawn warmth reaches the frostfire cocoons. Her eyes, liquid amber in the gloom, held generations of weather wisdom. Only warmth born within the woods can rouse them now. Pip's heart sank. How could tiny creatures stir such cold? Yet Thistle nudged him onward. Find Bramble the bear. His den holds the emberblooms. In a honeycomb cave veiled by icicles, Bramble snored amidst dried herbs. Pip hesitated before the mountain of fur, then sneezed from the dust of crushed petals, immersant, smelling of cinnamon and sunlight. Bramble's rumble shook the earth. Emberblooms. He yawned, revealing teeth like ancient standing stones. Aye, they store summer's fire, but their glow fades without. He lumbered to a clay pot brimming with luminous orange petals. Song the frostfires hatch to cricket choruses, silence starves them. Threefold wisdom now braided in Pip's mind, thaw the cocoons with inner warmth, revive them with song, guide them with emberbloom light. But who could sing in this frozen hush? Pip remembered the fireflies, minstrels of the midsummer nights, dormant in their root-cellar haven. Digging through snowdrifts with Bramble's help, Pip reached the firefly grotto. Inside, 1,000 tiny bodies glittered like captive stars. Wake, Pip pleaded, placing emberblooms among them. The petals pulsed, casting coppery light on translucent wings. One firefly, Zelda, flickered awake. The long dark, she buzzed weakly. Pip explained, his breath fogging the air. Sing spring back, for the crickets sleep too deeply. Zelda rallied her kin. Soon the cavern shimmered with bioluminescent music, a chorus of clicks and hums that vibrated through stone, up roots into the frozen birches. Pip led them out, carrying emberbloom bouquets in Bramble's woven grass satchel. Their combined light painted the snow in molten gold. At the cocoon grove, Pip pressed his small body against the ice-clad trunks. He thought of fern stories, sun-dappled ferns, the kiss of rain on petals. Warmth bloomed in his chest, radiating through his quills. Ice wept. Cocoons split like ripe fruit. Frostfire moths struggled free, wings crumpled and damp. Zelda's choir swelled. The moths trembled, antennae lifting to the sound. Pip scattered emberbloom dust over them. It fused with their wings, igniting veins of liquid topaz. With a collective sigh, they took flight, a constellation ascending toward the Heartstone glade. Pip followed their comet trails. In the glade, the Heartstone, a monolith of mossy quartz, lay entombed in glacial blue ice. The moths circled it, shedding glowing dust that hissed where it touched frost. Pip joined them, pressing his paws to the ice, pouring every memory of warm earth and wildflower perfume into the stone. Cracks spiderwebbed. Light erupted, not blinding, but a gentle effulgence like dawn breaking underwater. Ice melted into rivulets that sang as they flowed. Snowdrifts sighed into moss. Crocuses erupted like violet applause. Fern arrived with thistle and bramble, their eyes reflecting the rekindled heartstone. Well done, little thorn, Fern rumbled, nuzzling Pip's head. You wove many threads into one tapestry. As spring unfurled, crickets chirping, brooks babbling, leaves unfurling like shy green hands, the creatures gathered beneath Grandmother Willow. Pip nestled against Fern's flank, watching fireflies paint the dusk. Balance isn't stillness, Fern murmured to all, but the courage to mend what's broken. Remember, the forest's song needs every voice, the moth's glow, the firefly's tune, the hedgehog's warmth, even an old badger's tales. Stars blossomed overhead, their light filtered through newborn leaves. Pip closed his eyes, lulled by the symphony of peepers and rustling ferns. The Heartstone pulsed softly, its rhythm syncing with his breaths, a promise that in the whispering woods, harmony would always find its way home, season after season, as long as kindness kept watch beneath the ancient trees. And in that certainty, deeper than roots, sweeter than wild honey, every creature drifted into dreams woven with the quiet magic of renewal. Story 9. Deep in the heart of the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers towards a sky perpetually dappled with twilight, lived a world unseen by hurried human eyes. Here, beneath a canopy woven from centuries of leaves, the boundaries between reality and magic were as thin and shimmering as a spider's web at dawn. Moss, thick and velvety emerald, carpeted the ground, muffling footsteps, and holding the damp, earthy scent of life and decay in perfect balance. Sunlight filtered through the high leaves, fell in shifting golden pools, illuminating dust motes dancing like tiny, joyful spirits. This was the domain of Fern, a young squirrel with fur the color of sun-baked acorns and eyes that held the curiosity of the first spring bud. Fern's home was a cozy hollow high in the grandmother oak, a tree so old its bark resembled a map of forgotten mountains. From her doorway, Fern watched the intricate dance of the hidden folk. Glimmerwing moths, their wings dusted with moonlight, tended luminous night blooms that perfumed the air with vanilla and starlight. Tiny moss beetle, no taller than a pine cone, meticulously repaired dewdrop bridges strung between fern fronds. Old Bramble the badger, his fur striped with silver wisdom, would shuffle along well-worn paths, his low rumble a comforting counterpoint to the high, sweet songs of the sky-blue finches. Everything moved with a rhythm as old as the hills, a rhythm dictated by the turning wheel, the gentle, powerful cycle of seasons, woven with threads of subtle magic. One crisp autumn morning, as the air turned sharp with the scent of fallen leaves and ripe blackberries, Fern noticed something amiss. The crystal brook, a ribbon of water that usually sang with a pure, musical voice and shimmered with an inner light like captured moonlight, seemed dull. Its song was muted, a mere whisper, and its luminous glow had faded to a weary gray. The water plants lining its banks, usually vibrant with underwater rainbows, looked listless. A tremor of unease, cold as the first frost, prickled down Fern's spine. She scampered down the grandmother oak, her paws sinking into the soft moss. "Elder Bark," she called, her voice small against the vastness of the woods. She found the ancient tortoise basking in a rare shaft of sunlight near the brook, his shell etched with patterns like the rings of time itself. His eyes, deep and dark as forest pools, opened slowly. "Little Fern," he rasped, his voice like dry leaves rustling. "Your steps carry worry, what troubles the green heart?" "The brook, Elder," Fern said, her whiskers twitching anxiously. "It's lost its song, its light is fading, it feels sad." Elder Bark shifted ponderously, his heavy head turning towards the water. He studied it for a long moment, the silence filled only by the diminished gurgle and the distant cry of a hawk. "Ah," he sighed, a sound like wind through ancient pines. The turning wheel wobbles, the balance tilts. The crystal brook draws its life from the heart song of the whispering woods itself, from the roots deep in the earth, the sigh of the leaves, the laughter of the rain. When that harmony falters, so does the brook's magic. But why? Fern asked, her bushy tail flicking. "What's wrong?" "The story is old, little one," Elder Bark murmured, his gaze distant. "Older than my shell, it is whispered that the brook's light dims when the natural order is strained, when the deep roots thirst too deeply because the rains forget their path, when the leaves fall too soon because the wind grows harsh and restless, when the creatures forget to listen, truly listen, to the woods." He nudged a small, perfectly smooth river stone with his nose. "See this? Once stones like these glowed softly in the brook, guiding the night fish. Now they sleep." Fern felt a profound sense of responsibility settle upon her small shoulders. The magic wasn't just a pretty shimmer, it was the lifeblood of her home. "What can we do, Elder? How do we mend the wheel?" The old tortoise blinked slowly. "The answer lies not in grand gestures, but in understanding the whispers. Seek the keeper of the veil. She watches the threads where weather and seasons meet magic. The keeper of the veil was Willow, a creature rarely sane but deeply felt. She was said to dwell where the mist clung longest, near the singing stones, ancient, moss-covered monoliths that hummed when the wind swept through them just right. Fern set off, her heart pounding like a woodpecker's drum. The journey took her deeper into the woods than she'd ever ventured. She passed through groves where autumn had painted the maples in fiery hues of crimson and gold, the leaves crunching softly underfoot, releasing a scent like spiced apples. She crossed meadows where late-blooming asters held up purple faces to the weakening sun, and butterflies, wings edged in frost, danced their final waltzes. The air grew cooler, damper, carrying the clean, sharp smell of impending rain and the distant ozone tang of magic. Finally, she reached the Valley of Mists. Gray tendrils curled around the bases of colossal ancient firs, their tops lost in the perpetual twilight haze. In the center stood the Singing Stones, 5 towering pillars of gray rock, veined with silver and draped in emerald moss. As Fern approached, a gentle breeze sighed through the valley. It touched the stones, and they began to hum a deep, resonant sound that vibrated in Fern's bones, a sound like the earth itself singing a lullaby. The mist swirled, coalescing near the largest stone. From the shifting vapor emerged a figure both strange and beautiful. Willow was tall and slender, seemingly woven from the mist itself, and the pale green light filtering through the canopy. Her hair flowed like liquid silver, catching the dim light, and her eyes were the shifting color of storm clouds, gray, blue, and sometimes touched with violet. She wore a cloak that seemed spun from spider silk and starlight, shimmering with every movement. She didn't speak aloud, but her voice resonated directly in Fern's mind, soft as falling snow and clear as mountain water. Little guardian, the voice echoed. You feel the discord. You seek the harmony. Images flashed in Fern's mind, parched earth cracking beneath thirsty roots, a nestling shivering under an unnaturally early frost, leaves shriveling before their time. The wheel turns heavy. The deep springs sleep too deeply. The sky forgets its gentle tears. The wind whispers harshly, not softly. The heart song weakens. What can be done? Fern thought back, pouring all her worry and hope into the silent question. Willow extended a hand that seemed made of condensed mist. A single perfect dewdrop balanced on her fingertip, catching the light and refracting it into a tiny rainbow. Harmony is a chorus, not a solo. The magic flows where life flows truly. Listen to the wind's true song. Feel the earth's deep thirst. Remember the old ways. Gather the voices. Rekindle the connection. She gestured towards the singing stones. The stones remember the ancient rains. Let them sing the sky back. Understanding, fragile but bright, blossomed in Fern. It wasn't about one grand spell, but about restoring the natural flow, the connection everyone had neglected. She needed to rally the creatures, remind them to truly be with the forest, to listen and respond to its needs. Fern raised back, her small form a blur of russet fur against the autumn tapestry. She found Bramble the badger, diligently turning the soil near his set. Bramble, the earth is thirsty. We must remember to dig the channels towards the deep roots after the rains, like the old stories say. Bramble paused, his dark eyes thoughtful, then gave a gruff nod, immediately starting to clear an old, silted channel leading towards the grandmother oak's roots. She found the sky-blue finches flitting nervously. Finches, the wind whispers harshly. We need your songs, the gentlest ones, to soothe it, to remind it of soft breezes. The finches, understanding the urgency in her chitter, gathered on the highest branches and began to sing not their usual territorial calls, but the soft, fluting melodies used to calm fledglings, a sound like liquid silver pouring through the leaves. She sought the moss people. The deep springs sleep, the stones need singing. The tiny folk, understanding the gravity, swarmed towards the valley of mists, carrying droplets of dew and fragments of luminous lichen. They climbed the singing stones, anointing them with moisture and light, their tiny voices adding a high, sweet counterpoint to the stone's deep hum. Fern herself climbed to the very top of the grandmother oak. She closed her eyes, feeling the rough bark beneath her paws, the cool autumn air ruffling her fur, the faint vibration of the distant singing stones through the ancient wood. She listened, truly listened. She heard the rasp of a beetle under bark, the distant gurgle of the sad brook, the sigh of the wind moving through countless leaves. She poured her own small heart song into the listening, a song of love for the moss, the acorns, the dappled light, the scent of damp earth. A song of hope for the brook's light. All across the whispering woods, the hidden folk focused. The badgers dug, remembering forgotten water paths. The finches sang lullabies to the wind. The moths tended their glowing blooms with extra care, their light a beacon in the gathering dusk. The moss people sang upon the stones. And high in the grandmother oak, Fern listened and sang with her whole being. As dusk deepened, painting the sky in lavender and rose, a change began. The wind, carrying the finches' gentle songs and the scent of turned earth, softened. It no longer snatched leaves harshly, but cradled them as they drifted down. It carried a new scent, the clean, wet promise of rain. High above, the first stars winked into existence. Then it came. Not a storm, but a gentle, soaking rain. Soft, silver threads fell from the darkening sky, kissing the parched earth, pattering on the broad leaves, filling the air with the most beautiful scent petriture, the breath of the earth sighing in relief. The rain fell upon the singing stones. The deep hum grew louder, richer, resonating through the valley and beyond, vibrating through the roots of the trees, pulsing through the very air. Fern watched, breathless, as the raindrops hit the crystal brook. Where each drop landed, a tiny point of light sparked silver, blue, then gold. The gray dullness dissolved like mist under the sun. The brook began to shimmer, faintly at first, then with growing intensity, its inner light rekindled. Its song returned, no longer a whisper, but a clear, musical chuckle, harmonizing perfectly with the rain's gentle percussion and the stone's deep resonance. The water plants perked up, their colors deepening, tiny underwater lights flickering back to life along their stems. The stones in the brook began to glow with a soft, steady light, guiding the way once more. Downstream, the creatures gathered at the water's edge. Bramble dipped his snout, drinking deeply, a rumble of contentment in his chest. The finches bathed in the shallows, their feathers sparkling with droplets and reflected light. The moss people danced on lily pads, their tiny forms illuminated by the brook's renewed radiance. Elderbark watched from the bank, a profound peace in his ancient eyes. Fern scampered down and joined them, the cool, luminous water soothing her paws. The air hummed with restored magic, a tangible warmth like sunlight held in water. The turning wheel had righted itself not by force, but by the combined, conscious effort of every creature listening, remembering, and acting in harmony with the deep, natural rhythms. Willow watched from the edge of the mist, a faint smile touching her ephemeral lips. The threads of weather and season, life and magic were realigning, woven back together by the gentle strength of friendship, wisdom, and shared purpose. As the last raindrops fell and the full moon rose, casting the whispering woods in a silvery blue glow, the crystal brook flowed stronger and brighter than ever. Its light reflected in the eyes of the gathered creatures, a constellation of peaceful stars mirrored on earth. The ancient stones hummed their deep, satisfied song, the finches offered soft night-time carols, and the gentle gurgle of the brook wove through it all, a lullaby of perfect balance. Fern curled up on a smooth, sun-warmed rock by the water's edge, lulled by the symphony of her restored home. She knew the stories Elder Bark told were true. Magic lived in the listening, in the caring, in the harmony of countless small hearts beating in time with the great green heart of the world. And with that comforting knowledge, wrapped in the soft light of the brook and the gentle sounds of the harmonious night, she drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, safe within the ancient, whispering embrace of the woods. The fireflies, drawn by the renewed magic, danced above the water like living embers, completing the perfect, peaceful picture under the watchful, star-strewn sky. Story 10. The old grandfather clock in the hallway chimed 10 times, its deep tones echoing through the silent house. Outside, rain whispered against the window panes, blurring the world into soft watercolor shapes. Young Clara sat curled in the window seat, tracing patterns on the foggy glass. She felt like a ghost in her own home, quiet, unnoticed, drifting through rooms without leaving a ripple. Her parents were kind but busy, her classmates friendly but distant. She longed to be seen, truly seen, but her voice always seemed to vanish like smoke in the wind. That night, seeking refuge from the hollow ache in her chest, Clara tiptoed into the attic. Dust motes danced in the beam of her flashlight, swirling around forgotten trunks and draped furniture. In the farthest corner, beneath a moth-eaten tapestry of starlings in flight, she found a small wooden chest. Inside, nestled in blue velvet, lay a pocket watch. Its silver casing was cool and smooth, etched with constellations Clara didn't recognize. When she lifted it, the watch hummed faintly, like a bee trapped in amber glass. As her thumb brushed the latch, it sprang open. Instead of hands or numbers, the face swirled with liquid moonlight, showing not the time but a fleeting vision. A forest glade where trees glowed like captured sunbeams, and shadowy shapes slithered through dying light. Then, with a soft sigh, the moonlight flickered and died. The watch was still, its face dark and empty. Clara's heart hammered against her ribs. The attic suddenly felt colder, the shadows deeper. She clutched the watch, its metal warming against her palm. Without understanding why, she pressed it to her chest and whispered, "Show me." The attic dissolved. She stood breathless in the heart of a living forest. Moss cushioned her feet, soft as kitten fur, and the air shimmered with gold and violet light. Trees arched overhead, their leaves not green, but luminous silver, casting delicate patterns on the forest floor. Flowers pulsed within her fire, blue rose, citrine, like scattered jewels. This was Lumina, a world woven from light itself. But the beauty was marred. Patches of darkness spread like ink stains across the glowing moss. The air in those patches grew cold and still, devoid of the gentle hum that filled the rest of the forest. A wave of profound sadness washed over Clara. This hidden world was dying. A flicker of movement caught her eye, a small creature darting behind a cluster of luminous toadstools. It was no larger than a squirrel, its body formed of shifting, iridescent light. Two large, anxious eyes peered out from the glow. It trembled, making soft, chiming sounds like wind through crystal. Clara knelt slowly, her hand outstretched, palm open. "I won't hurt you," she murmured, her voice barely a whisper in the luminous air. The creature tilted its head, its light dimming with fear. "My name is Clara. I found this." She showed it the silent watch. The creature's light flared, brightening from pale yellow to warm amber. It chimed again, a questioning melody. Tentatively, it floated closer, a tiny, warm hand of light reaching out to touch the watch. A spark leaped between them, and Clara gasped. Images flooded her mind, not pictures but feelings. The watch as a key, a bridge between worlds, Lumina's light fading, shadow creatures born of fear and forgetting, devouring the light, and a deep, resonant thrum deep within the crystal caves, the heart of Lumina now faltering. The creature's name echoed in her thoughts. Flicker. "We have to help," Clara breathed. Flicker chimed agreement, landing softly on her shoulder. His light was a small, steady comfort against the creeping gloom. thus began their journey. They traveled deeper into Lumina, following a path only Flicker could see, a faint, pulsing vein of light in the moss. They passed through meadows where light butterflies fluttered like living stained glass, their wings brushing Clara's cheeks with warmth. They crossed streams where liquid light flowed, singing soft, watery songs. Clara drank from one, and it tasted like starlight and honey, filling her with a gentle courage. But the darkness grew. They skirted patches where the light had vanished entirely, leaving cold, silent voids. Strange, shifting shadows lurked at the edges, formless yet radiating malice. Once a tendril of darkness snaked out, icy and grasping. Flicker blazed brilliantly, driving it back with a sharp, resonant chime that vibrated through Clara's bones. They fear strong light, Flicker's thoughts chimed in her mind, tinged with sorrow. They are born from forgetting, from the world outside, losing its wonder. The landscape grew wilder, the luminous trees taller and more ancient. Their destination lay ahead, the whispering peaks, home to the crystal caves. As they climbed, the air thinned, sparkling with frostlight. The path became treacherous, winding along sheer cliffs where glowing lichen provided the only foothold. Clara's muscles burned, and doubt gnawed at her. What could she, an unseen girl, do against such consuming darkness? The watch felt heavy and cold in her pocket, a silent reminder of her failure to even keep it alive. High on a narrow ledge, disaster struck. A slab of glowing rock gave way beneath Clara's foot. She cried out, scrabbling for purchase as she slid towards the abyss. Flicker darted down, his light flaring desperately, but he was too small to stop her fall. Panic seized her. Then, a strong, cool grip closed around her wrist. Clara looked up into gentle, luminous eyes set in a face carved from living quartz. A being stood there tall and serene, radiating pale blue light. With effortless strength, it pulled Clara to safety. Flicker chimed joyfully, swirling around the being's head. This was Glimmer, a guardian of the peaks. He communicated not in words or images, but in pure, calming light that washed over Clara, easing her fear. Glimmer couldn't leave his post guarding the mountain passes, but he offered guidance. He pointed towards the highest peak, where the entrance to the crystal caves shimmered like a frozen waterfall. Then, with a touch like cool starlight on her brow, he showed her the truth. The shadow creatures fed on doubt and loneliness, emotions that echoed from Clara's own world and weakened Lumina's heart. The watch was more than a key, it was a conduit powered by belief in magic, in connection in oneself. The final ascent was made in a deepening twilight. The luminous flora here was sparse and dim. The entrance to the crystal caves loomed before them, a jagged archway radiating a weak, flickering light. Inside, the sight stole Clara's breath. The cavern was vast, its walls and ceiling a labyrinth of enormous, multifaceted crystals. Each crystal should have blazed with pure, colored light, but now their glow was sickly and intermittent. At the cavern's heart stood a pedestal of clear quartz, its surface etched with the same constellations as the watch. This was the heartstone, Lumina's core. Thick, oily shadows swirled around it, thicker and more aggressive than any they'd encountered. They pulsed with a chilling hunger, dimming the heartstone's light with every passing moment. As Clara and Flicker approached, the shadows coalesced. Two enormous forms detached from the gloom, creatures of pure, writhing darkness with eyes like dying embers. They radiated waves of despair and icy fear. Clara froze, her earlier doubts crashing back. She was insignificant, invisible. How could she fight this? Flicker, trembling violently on her shoulder, chimed a desperate, defiant note. His small light flared, a tiny beacon against the oppressive dark. He believed in her. He saw her. Clara closed her eyes, shutting out the terrifying forms. She thought not of the shadows, but of Flicker's trusting chime, of Gleam's calming light, of the taste of the light stream, of the watch's first glimpse of wonder. She thought of her own quiet strength, her ability to listen, to feel deeply, to care. She wasn't invisible, she was unseen. There was a difference. She reached into her pocket, her fingers closing around the cold silver watch. This time, she didn't ask it to show her anything. She poured her own belief into it, belief in Lumina, in Flicker, in the magic of connection, and most importantly, belief in herself. The watch ignited. Pure, brilliant light, warm and golden as sunrise, exploded from its face. It streamed outwards not as a weapon, but as a wave of pure, resonant certainty. It struck the shadow creatures. They didn't shriek or recoil violently. They wavered, their forms becoming thin, translucent. The waves of fear and despair faltered, replaced by a momentary flicker of confusion, then release. Slowly, gently, the shadows dissolved, not into nothingness, but into wisps of harmless, fading twilight. They hadn't been destroyed, they had been remembered back into the light. The golden light flowed onwards, washing over the heartstone. The quartz pedestal blazed with renewed power. Its light raced up the cavern walls, igniting the dormant crystals one by one. Sapphire blue, emerald green, ruby red, amethyst purple, the cavern erupted in a symphony of light and color. The air filled with a deep, resonant hum, a song of joy and restoration. Light pulsed from the heartstone, flowing outwards through the cave mouth, down the mountain, across the forests and meadows of Lumina. Wherever it touched, the dark patches vanished. Flowers bloomed brighter, trees shone like captured stars, streams sang louder. Lumina breathed again. Flicker danced around Clara's head, his light now a brilliant, joyful gold, chiming a melody of pure celebration. Clara stood bathed in the restored light, the watch warm and humming happily in her hand. Its face now showed the constellations clearly, pulsing softly. She felt different, not boastful but solid. Seen. She had faced the darkness, not with force, but with belief and friendship. She had mattered. The journey back was a celebration. Light creatures Clara hadn't seen before emerged, shimmering deer, birds of living flame, all chiming and singing their gratitude. Gleam awaited them at the mountain pass, his blue light pulsing with serene approval. At the edge of the luminous forest, near the place where she had arrived, Clara stopped. She knelt and Flicker floated before her, his light soft now, tinged with sadness. He nuzzled her cheek, a touch like warm sunlight. She didn't need words. Their bond was woven from shared courage and light. She pressed the open watch to her chest. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice clear and strong in the glowing air. Lumina shimmered around her one last time, then dissolved. Clara blinked. She was back in the attic, dust motes dancing in the beam of her fallen flashlight. Rain still tapped gently on the roof. But everything felt changed. She held the pocket watch. It was warm, and on its face the constellations glowed softly, steadily. The hollow ache in her chest was gone, replaced by a quiet, radiant warmth. She wasn't invisible. She was Clara, who had journeyed to a hidden world and helped save it with kindness and belief. Downstairs her mother called, "Clara, are you up there, sweetheart?" There was a note of concern, a searching quality Clara hadn't truly heard before. Clara smiled. She picked up the flashlight and walked to the attic stairs, her steps firm and sure. "I'm here, Mum," she called back, her voice clear and resonant, filling the quiet house. "I'm right here." She descended, the warm glow of the watch a comforting weight in her pocket, a reminder that even the quietest light, when fueled by friendship and belief, could banish the deepest shadows. Outside, the rain eased, and a single shaft of moonlight broke through the clouds, painting a silver path on her bedroom floor, a gentle echo of a world saved and a girl finally seen. The house settled into a deep, peaceful silence, wrapped in the comforting certainty that magic, kindness, and the courage to believe could always light the way home. Story 11. Leela had always felt the ancient forest held secrets. Beyond her cottage garden, where sunflowers nodded drowsy heads, the trees stood like patient sentinels guarding whispered tales. Her grandmother's stories spoke of shimmering ferns and talking stones, but Lila, at 10 years old, had only found squirrels and dewdrops. Until the day the rain came. It wasn't ordinary rain. Silver droplets fell through the late afternoon sun, casting prismatic halos around oak leaves. Drawn by curiosity, Leela slipped into the forest, her yellow rain boots squelching on mossy paths. Near the crooked willow, the one grandmother called the Old Listener, a glint caught her eye. Half buried in emerald moss lay a locket shaped like an acorn, its surface etched with spirals that seemed to swirl when touched. As her fingers closed around it, warmth spread up her arm, and the forest breathed. Suddenly, colors deepened impossibly. Velvet greens, sapphire shadows, amber light filtering through canopies like liquid honey. The air hummed with cricket songs woven with flute-like trills she'd never heard. And there, beneath a toadstool big as a teacup, trembled a creature no taller than her hand. Mossy fur covered its squirrel-like body, twig-thin fingers clutched a bundle of glowing mushrooms, and enormous, worried eyes, the color of stormy violets, stared at her. "Please," it whispered, voice like rustling leaves. "Don't let it see me." Before Leela could ask what it was, a chill slithered through the air. The vibrant hues dimmed as creeping shadows swallowed ferns whole, leaving brittle gray husks. A low growl rumbled, shaking pebbles at their feet. The creature whimpered, pressing into Leila's raincoat. "Quickly," Leela hissed, scooping it gently into her palm. She fled toward the willow's hollow trunk just as thorny black tendrils snaked past her boot. Inside the hollow, bioluminescent fungi pulsed soft blue on the walls, revealing the creature curled fearfully against her thumb. "I'm Lila," she whispered. "What's your name?" "Bramble," it replied, peering up. "You see me, truly see." Bramble explained that the locket was a verdant key, granting humans sight into the hidden verdant, a world layered within nature, invisible without magic. But a blight called the Shade Weep was spreading, draining life and color, driven by a sorrowful entity trapped long ago. Bramble's colony of mosskin, guardians of the forest's heart, were vanishing. "Our elders spoke of a human child who could mend the rift," Bramble said, touching the acorn locket glowing softly at Leila's throat. "The key chose you." Thus began their journey. Guided by the locket's pulsing light, they ventured deeper into the hidden verdant. Leela marveled at whispering rivers that flowed uphill, trees whose roots cradled starlight, and fireflies that spun constellations only to dissolve into laughter. Bramble, initially wary, taught her to listen, not with ears but with her heart. "The forest speaks in textures," Bramble said, as Leela brushed a hand over bark that thrummed like a purring cat. "Sorrow tastes like frost on blueberries. Joy smells like sun-warmed pine resin." Leela learned to sip dawn dew from lily cups offered by shy blossom nymphs, and traded riddles with a badger-sized tortoise whose shell bore maps of forgotten tides. But the Shade Weep pursued them. In the crystal grotto, where geodes sang harmonies when struck, Inkai tendrils shattered the music into dissonant shrieks. Bramble's mushroom light faltered as despair thickened the air. "It feeds on loneliness," Bramble wept, watching crystals turn dull as gravel. "The entity, it was abandoned. Now its grief poisons everything." Leela clutched the warming locket. "Then we'll show it it's not alone." Their friendship became their armor. When shadow wolves materialized in the Veil of Whispers, Bramble distracted them with illusions of darting fireflies, while Leela swung a branch tipped with glowing sap, scattering the beasts. When the path vanished in the mists of doubt, Bramble nibbled courage root, sharing its earthy taste with Leela, fortifying her resolve. Humans rush, Bramble chided gently as Leela stumbled. Slow steps find solid ground. Layla in turn lifted Bramble onto her shoulder during downpours, sharing her raincoat's hood. You're warmer than a sunbeam, Bramble sighed, nestling in her. At last they reached the heartroot, an immense tree pulsating with golden light, its roots cradling a spring where liquid light bubbled. But the shade weep had arrived first. The clearing was desolate, the spring choked with sludge, and the heartroot's light flickered weakly. Above it loomed the entity, a swirling vortex of shadows with 2 pinpricks of aching blue light, its eyes. Leave, it moaned, the sound hollow as a rotten log. All leave, all forget. Bramble hopped down, trembling but resolute. We remember you. The Moskin elders' tales had revealed the truth. The entity was once a wood spirit named Thistle, cursed by loneliness when humans forgot the old ways. Thistle's form wavered. Lies, no one came. Tendrils lashed toward Bramble. Stop. Leela cried, leaping forward. The locket blazed not with heat, but with pure, golden warmth. She didn't flinch as shadows coiled around her wrists like icy vines. Thistle, she said softly, echoing Bramble's lessons. Grief is heavy, let us carry some. She opened her palms, not in defense, but in offering. Bramble placed a tiny paw over her thumb. We see your sorrow, the Moskin whispered. See us. The locket's light expanded, weaving through Thistle's darkness like liquid sun. Images bloomed within the glow, Leela sharing laughter with Bramble under moonfern fronds, Moskin tending blighted saplings with tears like diamond drops, Thistle's own memories of dancing with wind spirits in sun-dappled glades. The shadows recoiled not from force, but from the weight of remembrance. You remember. Thistle's voice cracked. We do, Layla said. And we're here now. She stepped closer, hand outstretched. Your loneliness made you forget kindness exists, but it's everywhere. In Bramble's courage, in the trees holding up the sky, even in my muddy boots wanting to help. A single tear, clear as crystal, fell from Thistle's eye. Where it struck the blighted spring, light erupted, cleansing the sludge. The shadows dissolved like mist at dawn, revealing Thistle, a being of woven moonlight and willow fronds, frail but radiant. As Thistle touched the heartroot, color flooded back. Ferns unfurled in jeweled greens, flowers burst into perfumed bloom, and the spring bubbled with liquid gold. Moskin emerged from hiding, chirruping joyously. Thistle turned to Layla and Bramble, eyes now soft as summer twilight. Forgiveness is a seed, it murmured. You planted it well. With a sigh like wind through reeds, Thistle dissolved into the heartroot, its light now steady and strong, weaving protection through every root and leaf. The journey back was a celebration. Fireflies guided them, petals rained like confetti, and the tortoise rumbled a victory ballad. At the forest's edge, Bramble pressed a tiny seed into Leela's hand, a heartroot seed glowing faintly. Plant it where you need reminding, Bramble said. The verdant is always with you now. Leela hugged her friend, the mossy fur soft as dandelion fluff. Will I see you again? Bramble's violet eyes twinkled. Look closely, listen deeply, the key remembers. With a final chirp, Bramble vanished into the ferns. The forest's magic faded to ordinary greens and browns, but the acorn locket lay warm against Layla's skin. Back in her cottage, Leela planted the seed by her window. Overnight, it grew into a sapling with silver-veined leaves that hummed when touched. Years later, even as she grew, the sapling thrived, its branches framing her view of the forest. Whenever loneliness or shadows crept close, she'd press the locket, feeling Bramble's courage and Thistle's peace flow through her like sunlight. She told her own children of the Moskin and the power of kindness, always ending with Bramble's wisdom. Slow steps find solid ground, open hands heal hidden wounds. And on quiet nights, if she listened very carefully, the wind through her silver-leafed tree sounded like contented sigh, a friend's whisper across worlds, and the endless, gentle heartbeat of the forest, reminding her that no one is ever truly alone. Story 12. The little village of Willowbrook nestled between misty hills, where chimney smoke curled into twilight skies and cobblestone lanes glistened after summer rains. In a cottage draped with ivy lived a quiet girl named Clara, whose hands were always stained with berry juice from helping her grandfather in the garden. Clara often felt invisible, like a forgotten pebble in a rushing stream, until the day she discovered the thimble. It was tucked inside a dusty sewing box in the attic, beneath spools of thread that smelled of cedar and thyme. Ordinary brass worn smooth by generations, yet when Clara slipped it onto her finger, the world shifted. Colors bloomed brighter, the faded quilt beside her hummed with memories of picnics, the oak beams overhead whispered tales of storms weathered. And then came the voice, soft as dandelion fluff, murmuring, "Find the weaver." Guided by the thimble's gentle pulse, Clara crept into the whispering woods at dawn. Dew soaked her boots, and ferns brushed her cheeks like shy friends. There beneath a willow tree with silver leaves she met Fig, a hedgehog whose spines glittered with trapped starlight. Fig could spin threads of moonlight into bridges, but only when he wasn't napping. "The weaver's loom is failing," he yawned, his voice a drowsy rumble. "Without it dreams unravel, but the path is perilous, cross the river of reflections, climb the staircase of echoes, and mind the gloom." For days they journeyed. The river of reflections showed Clara visions, herself overlooked in the schoolyard, her paintings ignored. But Fig nudged her onward. "Reflections lie, little one, they show fears, not truths." At the riverbank they met Wisp, a heron with feathers like frosted glass, who carried them across on her broad back. "Gloom steals light," Wisp warned, her voice chiming like icicles. "It feeds on loneliness, but remember, even shadows fear kindness." The staircase of echoes wound up a mountainside, where every step whispered forgotten hopes. "You're too small," sighed the stones. "No one listens," Clara's heart ached, but the thimble warmed, humming a lullaby her grandmother used to sing. Fig wove moonlight into ropes when cliffs crumbled, and Wisp fanned away clouds of doubt with her wings. At the summit they found the loom, a colossal frame strung with threads of dawn and twilight, now frayed and dim. Before it hunched Gloom, a shapeless being of swirling mist, weeping tears that hissed like dying embers. "Leave," Gloom wailed, its voice hollow. "The loom is mine, it weaves only sorrow now, for I am forgotten." Clara saw then Gloom wasn't a monster, but a lost guardian, cast out long ago for a mistake. Its bitterness had choked the loom's light. Warriors might have fought it, but Clara remembered Wisp's words. She stepped forward, thimble glowing. "Everyone forgets sometimes," she said softly, extending her hand. "But you're not alone, we see you." She hummed a lullaby, and the thimble spun threads of memory, of Gloom guiding lost children home, of mending broken wings. Fig added strands of starlight, Wisp wove in river song. Slowly Gloom's mist cleared, revealing eyes like melted amber. I thought no one remembered," it breathed. Together they rethreaded the loom. Clara's small hands, guided by the thimble's wisdom, tied knots of forgiveness. Gloom, now called Gale, wove patterns of hope. As dawn broke, the loom blazed with colors that painted the sky, coral, lavender, gold. Dreams flowed back into the world, sweet as wild honey. Clara returned home as autumn leaves began to blush. The thimble stayed quiet now, just brass again, but her heart hummed with its lesson. In the village square she painted the story on the old well, Gale guarding the loom, Fig and Wisp shining bright. neighbors gathered, eyes wide with wonder. "You saw all that?" asked the baker, handing her a warm roll. Clara smiled, no longer invisible. For she knew now that even the quietest soul could mend broken light, not with force, but with a listening heart and hands open in friendship. That night, as Clara drifted to sleep, her window glimmered with dream threads, silver for courage, gold for kindness. And far away in the whispering woods, a willow tree sighed contentedly, its leaves echoing the soft, eternal song of the loom. All was well, and all would be well in its own gentle time. Story 13. The worn brass key felt heavier than it should in Oliver's pocket. He'd found it tucked inside a dusty, forgotten book titled A Treatise on Very Dull Beetles, while shelving in the musty back stacks of the Willow Creek Library. It wasn't a library key. It was small, intricate, with a bow shaped like a tiny sleeping owl. Oliver, a quiet boy who preferred the company of books to boisterous playgrounds, felt an unusual thrum of warmth against his thigh whenever he touched it. It felt alive. That night, under the silvery wash of a full moon, Oliver sat at his small wooden desk, the key resting on a velvet scrap beside his unfinished math homework. He traced the owl's delicate wings. "What secrets do you hold?" he whispered, more to himself than the key. To his astonishment, the owl's eyes glowed faintly, like embers in ash. A soft, melodious chime, like a distant bell, echoed in the quiet room, seeming to come from the key itself. Then a shimmering trail of golden dust, fine as pollen, spiraled upwards from the keyhole-shaped end, forming a shimmering path that led through his bedroom wall. Oliver's heart hammered against his ribs. This was impossible. Yet the warmth pulsed, the chime sounded again, softer this time, beckoning. Taking a deep breath, Oliver picked up the key. As he touched it to the shimmering path on the wall, the plaster seemed to ripple like water. With a gasp, he stepped through. He didn't step into another room, but onto a path made of woven moonlight. It wound through a forest unlike any he'd ever seen. Trees shimmered with bark like polished silver and leaves of deep, velvety blue. Glowing moss carpeted the ground in soft, emerald patches. The air hummed with the scent of damp earth, wild honey, and something else, old paper and candle wax. This was the Whisperwood, he somehow knew, a place where forgotten things held their breath. His journey began, guided by the gentle glow of the key. Soon he met his first helper. Perched on a luminous toadstool was Fig, a creature no taller than Oliver's hand, made entirely of intricately folded, iridescent paper. His voice rustled like turning pages. "Lost, little key-bearer?" Fig asked, tilting his angular head. "The path twists for those who seek without knowing." "I found this key," Oliver explained, holding it up. The owl eyes glowed brighter. "It brought me here, but I don't know why." Fig rustled thoughtfully. "Ah, the keeper's key, it opens doors between the seen and the unseen, but its true purpose, that requires the wisdom of the roots. Follow, but tread softly. The Whisperwood listens." Fig fluttered ahead, a tiny beacon of shifting colors. The path descended into a valley where enormous, smooth river stones hummed with deep, resonant tones. Here they met Mossback. He was a tortoise, ancient and slow, his shell a miniature landscape of vibrant moss, tiny ferns, and even a small, trickling streamlet. His eyes were deep pools of calm. "The key-bearer arrives," Mossback rumbled, his voice like stones grinding slowly together. "The wood has been waiting, trouble stirs." "What kind of trouble?" Oliver asked, kneeling beside the wise tortoise. "The heartwood glade dims," Mossback sighed. "The song of the roots grows faint. Without it, the Whisperwood fades, and the doors between worlds crumble." Fig rustled anxiously. "The glade is guarded by the bramble sentinel. It's fierce, protects the heartwood from noise and haste." but I'm not noisy or hasty," Oliver protested. "Perhaps," Mossback intoned, "the sentinel misunderstands. It fears intrusion, forgetting that some come to listen, not to take. The key seeks understanding, not force." The challenge was clear. They journeyed deeper, the air growing thick with the scent of pine and petrichor. Soon they reached the edge of the heartwood glade. It was breathtaking, a clearing bathed in soft, golden light emanating from a colossal, ancient tree at its center, its bark etched with glowing silver runes. But surrounding the glade was a formidable wall of living bramble, thick as Oliver's arm, studded with thorns like obsidian daggers. From within the bramble, two eyes like smoldering coals watched them. A low, rumbling growl vibrated the ground, the bramble's sentinel. Oliver's instinct was to step back, fear tightening his chest. But the key pulsed warmly in his hand. Wisdom, not force. Mossback's words echoed. Fig fluttered nervously near his ear. "It attacks anything that moves too fast or speaks too loud." Oliver looked at the sentinel's glowing eyes, not with fear, but with curiosity. What was it guarding against? He remembered the library, how loud noises disturbed readers, how haste led to mistakes. Perhaps the sentinel wasn't just fierce, it was protective. Afraid. Taking a deep breath, Oliver did the opposite of what fear demanded. He sat down slowly, cross-legged on the mossy ground, a respectful distance from the brambles. He placed the keeper's key gently on the moss before him, the owl eyes glowing softly. Then he closed his eyes and did the thing he did best in the quiet library stacks. He listened. He listened to the deep hum of the resonant stones carried on the breeze. He listened to the gentle sigh of the silver-barked trees. He listened to the rustle of Fig's paper wings and the slow, steady rhythm of Mossback's breath. He listened to the faint, beautiful melody that seemed to rise from the very earth beneath him, the song of the roots, weak but still present. And he listened to the bramble sentinel's rumbling growl, hearing not just anger, but a deep, underlying thrum of anxiety, like the vibration of a plucked string. He didn't move. He didn't speak. He just listened, pouring his quiet attention towards the sentinel. Minutes stretched like taffy. The growl softened, shifting from a warning to a questioning rumble. The coals of its eyes seemed to flicker, watching Oliver's stillness. Then very slowly, Oliver reached out, not towards the brambles, but towards the keeper's key. He didn't pick it up. Instead, he gently touched the tiny owl shape. The chime sounded again, clear and pure as a mountain stream, echoing softly through the glade. It wasn't loud, it was a sound of gentle recognition, of belonging. Their effect was immediate. The menacing thorns seemed to soften, retracting slightly. The rumbling ceased entirely. The sentinel's eyes dimmed from fiery coals to warm amber. A single thick vine, devoid of thorns, slowly extended from the bramble wall towards Oliver. It stopped just short of the key, its tip glowing faintly. Fig rustled in awe. It wants to touch the key. Oliver understood. The sentinel wasn't an enemy. It was a guardian who had forgotten kindness, mistaking all outsiders for threats. The key, a symbol of passage and understanding, was recognized. Oliver carefully nudged the key forward with his finger until it touched the glowing vine tip. A pulse of warm, golden light radiated outwards from the point of contact, washing over the brambles. Where it touched, thorns shrank and vanished, replaced by soft, velvety leaves and tiny, star-shaped white flowers. The oppressive wall transformed into a fragrant, welcoming hedge. The sentinel's eyes closed peacefully, its form seeming to merge with the now gentle foliage, becoming part of the peaceful boundary it was always meant to be. The path to the heartwood tree was open. The song of the roots swelled, stronger now, a beautiful, wordless melody that filled the glade and vibrated in Oliver's bones. He walked forward, fig fluttering beside him, mossback following at his steady pace. As he reached the base of the immense tree, the glowing runes pulsed brighter. A small hollow in the trunk, previously unseen, shimmered. It was exactly the size and shape of the keeper's key. Oliver understood. This was the lock the key was meant for. He placed the key into the hollow. It fit perfectly. With a soft, resonant click that echoed through the whisperwood, the runes blazed with pure, golden light. The song of the roots soared, clear and strong, weaving through the trees, revitalizing the silver bark and blue leaves. The whisperwood sighed, a sound of profound relief and joy. The key grew warm in Oliver's hand once more. He withdrew it, and the hollow sealed seamlessly. His task was complete. The door between worlds was secure, the whisperwood healed. Fig did a joyful papery dance in the air. You listened, key-bearer, you understood. Mossback nudged Oliver's hand gently with his ancient head. Wisdom unlocked the way where force would have failed. Remember this, child. The moonlight path reappeared, leading home. Oliver said his quiet goodbyes, the warmth of friendship and accomplishment filling him. He stepped back through his bedroom wall, finding himself at his desk. Dawn was just beginning to blush the sky outside his window. The keeper's key lay on the velvet, cool now, the owl's eyes dark. But it felt different. Lighter. Known. Oliver didn't rush to tell anyone. The whisperwood was a secret, a precious understanding tucked into his heart like a favorite book. He placed the key carefully in a small wooden box on his shelf. He knew now that ordinary things held extraordinary depths, that listening was often more powerful than speaking, and that kindness could unlock even the thorniest gates. That night, as he drifted off to sleep, the scent of wild honey and old paper seemed to linger in the air, and the faintest echo of a beautiful, wordless song hummed in his dreams, a gentle reminder of the hidden wonders that bloom just beneath the surface of the everyday world. Story 14. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where mist clung to the hillsides like silver cobwebs each dawn. Life flowed gently there, as steady as the old mill wheel turning in the river. And in the heart of this quiet place lived Theo, a young man with hands skilled at carving wood into intricate creatures, yet a heart that clung fiercely to the familiar. Change whispered through the willows, rustled in the hedgerows, and made Theo's stomach tighten. He loved the rhythm of his days, the scent of cedar shavings in his workshop, the predictable chime of the town clock, the comforting weight of his worn leather apron. One crisp autumn morning, Theo noticed something strange. As he sanded a piece of ash wood meant for a badger figurine, tiny, luminous blue leaves unfurled along the grain leaves that hadn't been there moments before. He blinked, rubbed his eyes, and they vanished. Just tired, he muttered, dismissing the shimmer. But the next day, while tending his small garden patch, the earth beneath his fingers grew unnaturally warm. A single perfect white snowdrop out of season pushed through the soil and bloomed before his astonished gaze, only to melt away like frost in sunlight. Fear, cold and sharp, pricked Theo. Was he losing his mind? Or was the world changing too fast around him? He retreated further into his workshop, avoiding the bustling market square, where talk of new ventures and changing seasons filled the air. He found solace only in the unchanging grain of the wood beneath his tools. His unease didn't go unnoticed. Cedric, the village elder with eyes the color of weathered oak and a beard like moss, often sat whittling on the bench outside Theo's workshop. He'd seen Theo jump at the sound of falling acorns and noticed the way the young man flinched when the wind changed direction. One afternoon, as Theo stared blankly at a block of walnut, Cedric spoke, his voice a low rumble like stones in a brook. "The wood speaks differently to you lately, doesn't it, lad?" Theo startled. It does strange things, Cedric, things that shouldn't be. Cedric chuckled softly, the sound warm and crackling like dry leaves. Shouldn't be or couldn't be, until now, Willowbrook has always held a quiet magic, Theo. It sleeps in the roots and the rivers. Sometimes it wakes in people. Theo shook his head, frustration bubbling. I don't want magic, I want things to stay as they are. Solid, predictable, like this walnut. He tapped the block. Even walnut began as a seed, Cedric observed gently. It changed, grew, weathered storms. That's its strength, not its weakness. He pointed his own whittling knife, a simple sparrow taking shape towards the window. Look at the willows, they bend, they don't break. Perhaps what you're feeling isn't the world changing too fast, but you changing to meet it. And the magic, well, that might just be your spirit learning to bloom. Theo's closest friend, Mara, noticed his withdrawal too. She ran the village apothecary, her hands always stained with berry juice or earth, her laugh as bright as sunlit water. One evening she brought over a steaming mug of spiced apple cider, its cinnamon scent filling Theo's workshop with cozy warmth. Hiding again, she asked, nudging a pile of wood shavings with her boot. I'm not hiding, Theo protested weakly. I'm preserving. Mara perched on a stool, her kind eyes studying him. Preserving what? The past is already carved, Theo. The future is the blank block waiting for your knife. Cedric told me about the little blue leaves. She leaned forward, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Show me. Reluctantly, Theo picked up a small offcut of pine. He focused on the smooth, pale surface, thinking of his fear, his resistance. Nothing happened. He sighed. See, gone. Try thinking of something else, Mara suggested softly. Think of the smell of rain on hot earth. Think of the first star you see at twilight. Think of how it feels when a carving finally comes alive under your hands. Theo closed his eyes, letting Mara's words guide him. He thought of the deep, clean scent after a summer storm. He thought of the quiet wonder of watching stars emerge. He thought of the pure joy when the curve of a fox's tail felt just right beneath his blade. When he opened his eyes, tiny, glowing green shoots like miniature ferns were curling delicately from the pine wood, emitting a soft, earthy fragrance. Theo gasped, pulling his hand back. The ferns shimmered and faded. It's beautiful, Theo. Mara breathed, her face alight. It's you, that's your magic. It's not something strange happening to you. It's something wonderful happening through you. Theo stared at his hands. But I can't control it. It frightens me. Change is always frightening at first, Mara said, placing a warm hand over his. But you're not alone. Cedric understands the old ways. I understand plants and growth. We're here. Over the following weeks, Theo's struggle continued. His magic manifested unpredictably, a mirror to his inner turmoil. When anxiety gripped him, frost might briefly rim the edges of his workbench, or the fire in his hearth would sputter and dim. When he managed a moment of calm focus, perhaps while sketching a new design, warm golden light might pool around his feet, or the scent of honeysuckle would bloom in the air. Cedric became his steady anchor, sharing stories of villagers long past who discovered their own unique magics, the baker whose bread brought comfort, the weaver whose tapestries seemed to hold captured sunlight. Magic isn't about control, lad, Cedric advised one snowy afternoon, watching Theo try fruitlessly to summon a specific flower. It's about connection, connection to yourself, to the world around you, to the flow of life. It's about listening, not commanding. Mara brought him seeds and bulbs. Practice with life that wants to grow, she urged. Don't force it, just be present with it. Theo found that tending the small pots of soil Mara gave him, focusing on the potential within the seeds rather than the outcome, brought a rare sense of peace. Tiny, harmless bursts of magic would often accompany this calm, a shimmer of light around a sprouting seedling, a faint, sweet melody only he could hear when a bud unfurled. The real turning point came with a village crisis. An unseasonably harsh frost threatened to wipe out the early spring blossoms crucial for the bees and the orchard harvest. The villagers were frantic. Theo stood at the edge of the threatened orchard, the biting cold seeping into his bones, mirroring his old fears. He saw the despair on the farmers' faces, the drooping blossoms already rimed with ice. Cedric stood beside him, a silent pillar of strength. Mara gripped his arm, her eyes wide with shared worry. "Can you feel it, Theo?" Cedric murmured, his gaze fixed on the suffering trees. "The life force flickering, it needs warmth, it needs hope." Theo closed his eyes, not to command, but to listen. He let go of his fear of the magic, his fear of failing, his fear of being different. He thought instead of the deep, enduring strength of the ancient oaks on the hill. He thought of the resilient spark in a seed pushing through darkness. He thought of the unwavering support of Cedric and Mara, standing beside him in the cold. He thought of Willowbrook itself, the flowing river, the whispering willows, the warm hearths waiting in every cottage. He connected not to force change, but to offer comfort, to share the warmth he felt kindling within his own heart. He opened his eyes and placed his bare hands gently on the trunk of the nearest apple tree. A soft golden radiance, warm as dappled sunlight, flowed from his palms. It wasn't a command, it was a gentle exhale, a sharing of the resilience he'd found within himself. The radiance spread tree by tree, like liquid sunlight washing over the orchard. Where it touched, the icy rime melted into dewdrops that sparkled like diamonds in the weak morning sun. The drooping blossoms lifted, their petals unfurling, no longer brittle with cold but vibrant with renewed life. A collective gasp, then a hushed murmur of awe, rippled through the gathered villagers. The air filled with the sweet, heady perfume of thousands of blossoms saved, and the gentle hum of bees, drawn by the sudden warmth and fragrance. Theo stepped back, trembling not with fear, but with profound exhaustion and wonder. His hands still glowed faintly. He looked at Cedric, whose eyes shone with unshed tears of pride. He looked at Mara, who beamed, her smile brighter than the sun breaking through the clouds. He looked at the villagers, their faces transformed from despair to grateful relief. He hadn't stopped the frost, he hadn't commanded the seasons. He had simply connected, offered his own inner warmth, the warmth born of facing his fear, accepting his change, and embracing the support around him, and the magic, the true magic of his spirit responding to the world's need, had flowed naturally. The transformation wasn't just in the orchard, it was within Theo. He finally understood. His magic wasn't a disruption, it was a deep harmony. It was his unique way of listening, failing, and nurturing life. It mirrored his own growth from resistance to acceptance, from fear to connection. Life in Willowbrook didn't become less changeable. Seasons still turned, new people arrived, ideas blossomed. But Theo found his rhythm within it. He still carved his beloved wooden creatures, but now, sometimes, a touch of his hand might make a carved bird's wing feel startlingly soft, or imbue a wooden owl with a gaze that seemed wise and knowing. He tended his garden with Mara, their combined magics encouraging plants to thrive in surprising ways. He sat with Cedric, sharing stories in a comfortable silence, the elder's wisdom a steadying presence. On quiet evenings, villagers might see a soft, golden light emanating from Theo's workshop window, or catch the unexpected scent of blooming jasmine on the winter air. It was no longer a source of fear, but a gentle reminder of the quiet magic woven into the fabric of their home, magic born of kindness, resilience, and the courage to grow. Theo had learned that personal transformation, like the magic that bloomed within him, wasn't about becoming someone else. It was about becoming more deeply, beautifully, wholly himself, rooted in friendship, open to the wonder of change, and forever connected to the warm, beating heart of Willowbrook. And as he drifted to sleep each night, listening to the familiar creak of the old house and the distant hoot of an owl, a deep sense of peace settled over him, as comforting and constant as the embers glowing in his hearth, a testament to the beauty discovered when one finally learns to bloom. Story 15. The soft hum of the Starlight Weaver's engines was the only sound in the vast, velvet darkness. Outside the viewport, nebulae swirled in hues of amethyst and topaz, distant suns winking like scattered diamonds. Inside Cabin 7, however, an atmosphere thick with mutual suspicion hung heavier than stardust. Kalen, a slender being from the water world of Aquaria, adjusted the translucent membrane covering his gills. His large, luminous eyes, adapted to the dim blue light of deep oceans, blinked nervously in the ship's standard illumination. He clutched a small, smooth stone from his home sea, its coolness a familiar comfort. Opposite him, filling most of the cramped space, sat Borin. Hailing from the arid, high-gravity world of Xylos, Borin resembled a walking boulder. His thick, craggy hide was the color of rusted iron, and his deep-set eyes glowed a warm amber. He communicated through low-frequency rumbles and vibrations Kalen found deeply unsettling, like distant earthquakes. They were assigned as temporary cabin mates for the 3-week journey to the Galactic Exchange Station on Vega Prime. Neither had requested this. Kalen found Borin's sheer presence intimidating, and his vibrations physically jarring. Borin, in turn, perceived Kalen's fluid movements and soft, high-pitched whistles, his natural language, as signs of weakness and unpredictability. Their initial attempts at communication via the ship's universal translator had been stilted, polite, and utterly devoid of warmth. The first misunderstanding arose over temperature. Kalen, needing a cool, humid environment, kept the cabin's climate controls set low. Borin, accustomed to Xylos' baking heat, began to feel sluggish and chilled, his rocky hide contracting uncomfortably. He tried adjusting the thermostat, only for Kalen to swiftly change it back, mistaking Borin's shivers for aggression. Kalen whistled anxiously, a sound that grated on Borin's sensitive hearing like fingernails on slate. Borin responded with a low, frustrated rumble that vibrated the floor plates, making Kalen's delicate inner ear ache. They retreated to their respective bunks, wrapped in silent resentment. The tension simmered until the Starlight Weaver hit an unexpected pocket of ionized space debris. Alarms blared, harsh red lights replacing the soft ambient glow. The ship shuddered violently, throwing both occupants off their feet. Kalen tumbled, his fragile form striking the hard edge of a storage unit. A sharp cry escaped him. Borin, braced against the wall by his sheer mass, saw the Aquarian crumple, clutching his side where a thin, bluish fluid his equivalent of blood seeped through his tunic. Panic, sharp and cold, flooded Kalen. Injury in the unforgiving void was terrifying. He looked up, expecting indifference or perhaps annoyance from his massive roommate. Instead, Borin's amber eyes widened with unmistakable concern. He emitted a series of rapid, low-pitched clicks, the Xylosian equivalent of worry. Moving surprisingly swiftly for his bulk, he knelt beside Kalen, his movements careful and deliberate. He rumbled a question the translator rendered as hurt, naid. Kalen, stunned by the unexpected kindness, managed a weak whistle. Pain sighed. Borin nodded slowly. He remembered the small med kit issued to each passenger. Retrieving it, he fumbled with the unfamiliar clasps designed for smaller, more dexterous hands. Kalen, seeing his struggle, whistled instructions, guiding Borin's thick fingers. Together, they managed to apply a sterile sealant patch to the wound. Borin's touch, though heavy, was surprisingly gentle. He then carefully lifted Kalen back onto his bunk, arranging the thin blanket around him with clumsy care. He emitted a low, steady hum, a Xylosian sound meant to soothe younglings. To Kalen, battered and scared, it felt like the deep, comforting resonance of the ocean currents back home. The jarring vibrations had transformed into a lullaby. This shared moment of crisis cracked the icy wall between them. Over the next few ship days, as Kalen healed, tentative communication began. Boren learned to modulate his rumbles, discovering Kalen could perceive subtle differences in pitch and rhythm if they weren't too forceful. Kalen practiced projecting his whistles more clearly and learned to interpret the nuances in Boren's vibrations. They shared stories haltingly at first, then with growing enthusiasm, using the translator and their developing understanding of each other's nonverbal cues. Kalen described the bioluminescent forests of Aquaria, the songs of the deep-sea leviathans, and the crushing loneliness he sometimes felt even amidst his people, who communicated largely through intricate dances of light and movement. Boren spoke of Xylos's towering crystal mountains, the communal warmth of his clan gathered around geothermal vents, and the profound silence that wasn't emptiness, but a deep, resonant connection to the planet's core, a connection he missed acutely in the metallic confines of the ship. Both realized their initial impressions had been shallow reflections of profound, beautiful differences. Their burgeoning friendship faced its greatest test when the Starlight Weaver encountered a more severe anomaly, a localized gravity shear near a collapsing star. Critical systems faltered. Life support in the lower decks, including Cabin 7, became erratic. Oxygen levels dropped, and the temperature began to plummet dangerously for both of them. Alarms screamed a continuous, desperate wail. Panic threatened to resurface. Kalen shivered violently, his Aquarian physiology struggling with the cold and thinning air. Boren felt his energy sapping, his movements becoming leaden as the cold seeped into his core. They huddled near the cabin's single, flickering emergency light. "We must get to evacuation pod," Kalen whistled weakly, the sound thin in the thinning atmosphere. "Too far, corridors unstable," Boren rumbled, the vibrations faint. "Others need help first." They looked at each other, understanding dawning. Their differences weren't obstacles now, they were potential solutions. Kalen, despite his injury, was lighter and could navigate the potentially buckled corridors faster. Boren, immensely strong, could clear debris or force jammed doors. "Guide me," Boren rumbled, heaving himself up. "Tell me, path, I make way." Kalen nodded, marshalling his fading strength. Using his innate spatial awareness, honed in Aquaria's complex underwater caves, he visualized the ship's layout. He whistled directions left, right, clear, blockage ahead while clinging to Boren's broad back. Boren, trusting Kalen implicitly, became a relentless force, shoving aside fallen panels and bending buckled metal frames with groaning effort. His strength carved a path where Kalen's agility alone would have failed. They reached the main corridor leading to the escape pods. A heavy support beam had crashed down, completely blocking the way. Crew members and other passengers were trapped on the other side, faces pale with fear in the emergency lights. Boren assessed the beam, his amber eyes calculating. Too heavy. Alone need anchor. Kalen understood instantly. He spotted a sturdy conduit running along the ceiling. Whistling urgently, he directed Boren's attention. With Kalen guiding his positioning, Boren braced his massive legs against the corridor wall and pushed upwards against the beam with all his might, his rocky hide grinding against the metal. The beam groaned but barely shifted. Boren's rumbles became a strained roar of effort. Seeing his friend straining, Kalen knew he needed leverage. Remembering Boren's description of Xylosian teamwork, how they synchronized their efforts through shared vibrations, he acted. He pressed his small hands against Boren's heaving side. Closing his eyes, he focused all his energy, not on whistling, but on projecting the strongest, purest vibrational pulse he could manage, a resonant hum drawn from the memory of Aquaria's deepest currents, amplified by his fear for his friend and the others. The hum resonated through Boren's dense body. It wasn't painful, it felt like a surge of pure, focused energy, an echo of his homeworld's strength. With a final, earth-shaking heave fueled by Kalen's unexpected support, Boren lifted the beam just enough. Crew members on the other side scrambled to shove stabilizing jacks underneath. The path was clear. Together, they helped usher the remaining passengers towards the escape pods. As they boarded the last pod, Kalen slumped against Boren, exhausted but safe. Boren carefully wrapped a protective arm around his smaller friend, his own deep hum now a steady, comforting thrum against Kalen's back. The pod jettisoned, leaving the stricken Starlight Weaver behind, a tiny lifeboat against the cosmic backdrop. Weeks later on Vega Prime, the unlikely companions were celebrated as heroes. But the true reward was found in their shared quarters near the bustling spaceport. Boren had fashioned a special shelf from salvaged ship metal, holding Kalen's sea stone and a small, heat-emitting crystal from Xylos. Kalen had woven a delicate mobile from iridescent threads that caught the light, its gentle sway creating subtle vibrations Boren found deeply soothing. One evening, as the artificial sunset painted the viewport in warm oranges and purples, they sat together. Kalen softly whistled a melody from Aquaria, a song of deep currents and hidden caves. Boren listened intently, then responded with a low, rhythmic rumble, a Xylosian lullaby about mountain winds and enduring stone. The sounds, once alien and jarring, now intertwined beautifully, creating a unique harmony that filled their small space with profound peace. They had discovered the true meaning of friendship not despite their differences, but because of them. It wasn't about being the same. It was about listening with more than ears, seeing with more than eyes, and understanding that strength could be found in gentleness, wisdom in silence, and a home could be built anywhere, as long as it was built on mutual respect and the unwavering willingness to lift each other up. In the quiet hum of their shared existence, surrounded by tokens of their distant worlds, they had found a connection deeper than any ocean or stronger than any mountain, the enduring warmth of true companionship beneath the infinite stars. And as the station lights dimmed for the night cycle, their intertwined melodies continued, a soft, comforting lullaby for each other, and a testament to the unexpected friendships born in the vast, starlit dark. Story 16. The fire crackled, painting dancing shadows on the walls, as the scent of cedar smoke wove through the cool evening air. Outside, the wind whispered secrets to the ancient trees, but here, nestled in warmth, a different kind of magic was about to unfold. Tonight's tale is of a quiet girl, a hidden world, and a gift that could only bloom when shared. Leora lived where the edge of the village met the whispering embrace of the elder grove. While other children chased boisterous games, Leora found her joy in the quiet corners, tracing the intricate veins of a fallen leaf, listening to the symphony of crickets at dusk, or watching the patient spiders weave their silver webs. Her hands, though small, possessed a remarkable gift. She could coax life from the most stubborn soil, making wilting herbs perk up and forgotten seeds unfurl with vibrant green. It was a gentle magic, unnoticed by most, humming softly beneath her skin like the vibration of a hummingbird's wing. One crisp autumn afternoon, while gathering late-blooming asters near the towering grand sycamore tree so vast its roots formed natural arches, and hollows, Leora felt an unusual pull. It wasn't a sound, but a feeling, a cool, sweet current of air emanating from a particularly dense thicket of ferns nestled between two massive, moss-covered roots. Curiosity, a quiet but persistent companion, nudged her forward. Pushing aside the feathery fronds, she discovered not just a hollow, but an entrance. It was low and narrow, framed by twisted roots that gleamed faintly, as if dusted with starlight. A cool breath smelling of damp earth, ancient stone, and something else, something like crushed moonlight, sighed out. Taking a deep breath, Leora crawled inside. The passage sloped gently downwards, the air growing cooler and damper, yet carrying that same ethereal scent. After a few moments of crawling in near darkness, the tunnel opened abruptly. Leora gasped, her breath catching in her throat. She stood at the edge of a vast, hidden cavern. It wasn't dark, though no sun could penetrate here. The very walls pulsed with a soft, living light. Giant mushrooms, their caps glowing in gentle hues of lavender, cerulean, and pearl white, clustered like luminous houses. Water trickled down mossy rock faces, collecting in clear, shimmering pools that reflected the cavern's soft radiance. Delicate, phosphorescent vines draped from the high ceiling, swaying gently as if to unheard music. Tiny winged creatures, no bigger than Leora's thumb, darted through the air like living sparks, leaving trails of faint, glittering dust. The air hummed with a profound, peaceful silence, thick with magic. In the very center of this subterranean wonderland, bathed in a shaft of brighter light filtering mysteriously from some unseen fissure high above, grew a single, extraordinary plant. Its stem was slender and silver, its leaves shimmering like mercury. At its crown bloomed a single flower. Its petals were the purest white, thinner than the finest parchment, yet they seemed to hold their own light within a soft, pearlescent glow that pulsed gently, rhythmically, like a sleeping heart. It radiated an aura of profound peace and ancient wisdom. This, Leora instinctively knew, was the source of the cavern's magic, the heart of this hidden world. The moon petal. Mesmerized, Leora took a step closer. As she did, a small shape darted from behind a cluster of glowing blue mushrooms. It was a creature unlike any she'd ever seen, about the size of a large squirrel, with sleek pine marten-like fur the color of tarnished silver, large, intelligent eyes that shone like polished jet, and delicate, almost translucent wings folded neatly against its back. It chirped, a sound like tiny bells tinkling, and tilted its head, studying her with wary curiosity. This was Finn, the guardian of the moon petal. Their meeting wasn't instant friendship. Finn was fiercely protective of the flower and the cavern. He zipped around Leora, chittering warnings, his wings buzzing like hummingbirds. Leora, however, didn't reach out or try to force her presence. She simply sat down on a smooth, cool stone near the central pool, radiating calm. She watched the glowing vines sway, listened to the drip of water, and felt the gentle pulse of the moon petal's light wash over her. Slowly, cautiously, Finn's agitation subsided. He perched on a glowing mushroom cap nearby, his bright eyes fixed on her. He sensed no malice, only wonder, and a strange, quiet harmony that resonated with the cavern itself. Days turned into weeks. Leora returned to the hidden cavern whenever she could, always entering with reverence. She never picked anything, never disturbed the delicate balance. She simply sat, absorbing the peace, sometimes talking softly to Finn about the world above, the changing colors of the leaves, the first frost, the way the stars looked on a clear night. Finn, in turn, would flit around, showing her hidden sparkling crystals in the walls, or the tiny, bioluminescent fish in the deepest pool. He'd bring her offerings, a perfectly smooth, glowing pebble, a petal shed from a luminous fern. An unlikely friendship blossomed, built on silent understanding and mutual respect for the magic surrounding them. Finn learned to trust the quiet girl with the gentle hands. Leora learned the rhythms of the cavern and the subtle language of its winged guardian. One afternoon, as Leora sat beside the moon petal, sharing a story about the village harvest festival, she noticed something wrong. The flower's radiant glow, usually steady and strong, flickered. It dimmed noticeably, then flared weakly. The light within its petals seemed thinner, strained. A tremor of unease ran through the cavern. The glowing mushrooms dimmed slightly, The humming silence felt heavier, tinged with sadness. Finn darted frantically around the flower, chirping in distress, his wings a blur of silver panic. Leora's heart clenched. She gently reached out a hand, not touching the flower, but hovering near its stem. She closed her eyes and focused. Her own quiet magic, the gentle hum beneath her skin, reached out, seeking to understand. Images flashed in her mind, roots stretching deep into the earth, drawing sustenance not just from soil and water, but from the very essence of wonder and peace the cavern generated. But the connection felt thin, weak, like a thread stretched too far. The magic sustaining the moon petal was fading, not because of lack of care, but because it was lonely, isolated. It needed connection beyond the confines of the cavern, a resonance with the world above. "It's fading," Leora whispered, her voice thick with worry as she opened her eyes to meet Finn's frantic gaze. "It's magic, it needs more. It needs to touch the world above, to share its light, not just hold it here." Finn chirped, a sound of pure despair. How could they bring the world above to the cavern, or the moon petal to the world? The entrance was small, hidden. The flower was delicate, tied deeply to this sacred place. Leora thought of her own gift. She thought of the way plants responded to her touch, to her focused care. She thought of the connection she felt with the growing things above ground. An idea, fragile as a spiderweb but glimmering with hope, began to form. "Finn," she said softly, "the moon petal draws strength from peace and wonder. My magic, it helps things grow by sharing care, by connecting. What if I could be a bridge? What if I could help the moon petal share its light through me?" It was a desperate gamble. She didn't know if her quiet magic could interact with the ancient power of the moon petal. But seeing the flower's light dimming further, feeling Finn's tiny body trembling with fear, she knew she had to try. Gently, carefully, Leora placed her hands on the cool earth at the very base of the moon petal's stem, not touching the plant itself. She closed her eyes again, shutting out the beautiful, fading glow of the cavern. She breathed deeply, inhaling the scent of damp stone and ancient magic. She reached deep within herself, finding that familiar hum, that gentle resonance with living things. She focused not on taking, but on offering her connection to the vibrant world above, the warmth of the sun she felt on her walks, the scent of pine needles after rain, the laughter of children, even if distant, the steadfast strength of the ancient trees. She poured her own sense of peace, her wonder at the cavern itself, her deep affection for Finn, back towards the flower. For a long moment, nothing happened. Doubt crept in. Then she felt it. A faint, answering pulse from the earth beneath her palms. It was weak, hesitant, like a distant echo. She poured more of herself into the connection, imagining roots spreading not just down, but up, through the rock, intertwining with the roots of the grand sycamore above, touching the wind, the sky, the life teeming on the surface. She imagined the moon petal's light not contained, but flowing outwards, a gentle wave of peace radiating from its hidden heart. Slowly, incredibly, the flickering light of the moon petal steadied. It didn't blaze brighter immediately, but its pulse grew stronger, more regular. The faint glow emanating from Leora's own hands, usually invisible, became a soft, silvery nimbus that mingled with the flower's light. A sigh seemed to ripple through the cavern. The mushrooms brightened, the heavy silence lifted, replaced by the soft, familiar hum. Finn stopped his frantic flying and landed softly on Leora's shoulder, his tiny body warm against her neck, a soft chirp of awe escaping him. It was working, but Leora could feel the strain. Channeling this connection, acting as a living conduit between two worlds, was exhausting. It felt like holding open a heavy door against a strong wind. Sweat beaded on her forehead, her arms trembled. She couldn't sustain this alone forever. The moon petal needed more than a single bridge. It needed its magic to be shared, its essence to resonate freely. As Leora poured her energy into the connection, a desperate thought pierced the haze of effort. Share the light. Not just carry it, share it. But how? She couldn't bring the villagers down here. The moon petal couldn't be moved. Its magic was potent yet delicate, tied intrinsically to this sacred space. Finn, sensing her struggle and the limitation of her idea, suddenly chirped urgently. He fluttered down from her shoulder and nudged her hand away from the earth for a brief moment. Then, with surprising gentleness, he nipped not at the moon petal itself, but at one of the shimmering, mercury-like leaves near its base. The leaf detached cleanly, glowing softly in his tiny paws. He held it up to Leora, his bright eyes intense. Understanding dawned, bright and clear. The moon petal could share its essence, not by moving the flower, but by sharing a part of itself, a leaf imbued with its magic, meant to be planted, to grow, to spread its light above. The leaf wasn't the source, but a vessel, a seed of its peace meant to take root in the world beyond. Hope surged through Leora, momentarily easing the strain. Yes, Finn, yes, we need to plant it, up there. She nodded towards the unseen sky. Gently, reverently, Leora took the glowing leaf from Finn. It felt cool and vibrant, humming with latent power. The connection to the main flower, though still taxing, felt renewed by this shared purpose. She poured her focus back into sustaining the bridge, while Finn, understanding his part, darted ahead, leading the way back through the root-lined tunnel. The journey back felt longer, the tunnel darker after the cavern's radiance. Leora crawled, the precious leaf held carefully in one hand, her other hand brushing the cool earth, maintaining the fragile link as best she could. She emerged into the late afternoon sunlight filtering through the golden canopy of the elder grove, blinking. Finn zipped out beside her, chittering with urgency. They needed the perfect spot, somewhere protected, sacred, where the magic could take root safely. Leora knew instantly. Near the grand sycamore's mighty trunk, sheltered by its roots, was a small, mossy clearing she often visited. It felt like a natural altar, bathed in dappled sunlight. Kneeling on the soft moss, Leora dug a small hole with her hands. The earth was cool and rich. She placed the glowing moon-petal leaf gently into the hollow. As she covered it with soil, she poured all her hope, her love for the hidden cavern, her friendship with Finn, and her wish for the magic to grow into the earth. She focused her own quiet magic, not forcing, but nurturing, encouraging the connection back to the mother plant far below. She placed her hands back on the soil over the buried leaf. She closed her eyes, reaching down through the layers of earth and rock, seeking the thread of connection to the cavern, to the weakening but still pulsing light of the moon petal. She found it, thin but resilient. This time she didn't just channel, she invited. She imagined the magic of the moon petal flowing up through this new root, this new connection, into the leaf buried in the sunlit grove. She imagined the leaf not just surviving, but thriving, becoming a beacon. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. Then Leora felt a distinct answering surge from deep below, stronger than before, flowing up through the earth, through her hands, and into the spot where the leaf lay buried. The ground beneath her palms warmed slightly. A soft, silver light began to emanate from the soil, growing steadily brighter. Finn landed beside the spot, his wings quivering with anticipation. A tiny silver shoot, glowing with its own inner light, pushed through the moss and soil. It grew before their eyes, unfurling two small, shimmering leaves identical to the one planted. Within minutes it stood a few inches tall, a miniature echo of its parent far below, pulsing with a soft, steady light. As it stabilized, Leora felt the crushing strain of being the sole conduit ease dramatically. The connection was now established directly between the two plants. Her role as the initial bridge was complete. She gasped, withdrawing her hands, feeling a wave of relief and profound wonder. Back in the cavern, the original moonpetal flower's glow surged. It wasn't just restored, it was brighter, stronger, more vibrant than Leora had ever seen it. Its light filled the cavern with a renewed, joyful radiance. The mushrooms glowed intensely, the vines swayed with exuberance, the pools shimmered like liquid diamonds. The magic wasn't just sustained, it was amplified. By sharing its essence, by connecting to the world above, the moon petal had found new strength. Finn zipped around the cavern in dizzying loops of pure joy, his chittering echoing like crystalline laughter. Word of the strange, gentle light appearing under the grand sycamore spread slowly through the village. Curious villagers would venture to the edge of the elder grove at dusk. They'd see the soft silver glow emanating from the mossy clearing. They didn't understand its source, but standing near it, they felt an inexplicable sense of peace settle over them. Worries seemed to soften, harsh words remained unspoken, a quiet contentment bloomed. The children called it the Peace Glade. They'd sit near the small, glowing plant, whispering secrets, or simply resting in its calming aura. Adults, drawn by the whispers and the palpable tranquility, began to visit too, finding moments of solace under its silver light. Leora watched this unfold from the edge of the trees, a quiet smile touching her lips. She never revealed the cavern or Finn. That secret remained hers. But she tended the small moon petal sprout in the Peace Glade with gentle care, her magic ensuring it thrived. She watched as its presence subtly changed the village. Arguments cooled faster. Patience grew. A deeper appreciation for the quiet beauty of their surroundings took root, much like the moon petal itself. The villagers started planting more flowers, tending their gardens with greater care, taking walks in the elder grove simply to listen to the wind in the leaves. The hidden magic wasn't just surviving, it was transforming the world above through shared peace. Her own quiet magic, once focused solely on coaxing green life from soil, had deepened and expanded. She understood connection now on a profound level, the connection between worlds, between beings, between giving and receiving. She visited the cavern often, sitting with Finn beside the radiant, healthy moon petal, sharing stories of the Peace Glade and the changes it brought. Finn would listen, his bright eyes soft, sometimes bringing her another glowing pebble or a delicate crystal flower formed deep within the earth. Their friendship, forged in wonder and tested by crisis, was a constant source of joy. One evening, as the first stars pricked the twilight sky above the elder grove, Leora sat in the Peace Glade. The small moon-petal plant pulsed its gentle silver light. Villagers had come and gone, leaving behind a lingering sense of calm. Finn was with her, a small, warm presence tucked beside her on the moss, his wings folded, watching the fireflies begin their dance above the meadow beyond the trees. Leora touched the cool, glowing stem of the small plant. She thought of the vast network now, the mighty mother flower deep in the hidden cavern, connected through earth and rock to this child in the glade, its light weaving peace through the village. She thought of her own journey from the quiet observer to the bridge, the sharer, the guardian of secrets and light. The greatest magic, she realized, looking at the silver light reflecting in Finn's dark eyes, wasn't in possessing power, but in understanding how to share it. It wasn't about hiding wonders, but finding ways to let their light touch others. True strength lay in connection, in vulnerability, in the quiet courage to offer a piece of your own light, so that others might find their own peace, their own spark of wonder in the gentle glow of shared magic. The elder grove whispered its ancient song, the moon petal pulsed its serene light, and high above the first star shone bright, a reminder that even the smallest light can hold back the darkness when it is freely, generously shared. The fire has burned low now, casting long, comforting shadows. The wind outside still murmurs to the trees, perhaps carrying whispers of hidden caverns and silver light. Remember, little one, as you drift towards sleep, that magic often blooms in the quietest corners, nurtured by gentle hands and kind hearts. It grows strongest when shared, a luminous thread connecting us all. And sometimes the greatest adventures begin with nothing more than a curious heart and the courage to follow a cool, sweet breath of air into the unknown. So close your eyes, let the warmth of this tale wrap around you like a soft blanket, and know that peace, like the moon petal's light, is always growing, always near, waiting to be found and shared. Sleep now, dream deep, and may your dreams be filled with gentle glows and faithful friends. The embers glow, the night is still, sleep. Story 17. The ancient forest of whispering pines breathed with a quiet magic, a place where roots delved deep into stories older than stone, and the air shimmered with unseen life. Sunlight filtered through a million emerald leaves, dappled the mossy floor in shifting patterns of gold and jade. Here the boundaries between what was and what could be were as thin as a dragonfly's wing, and the hidden folk who called it home lived in delicate harmony with every rustle, every sigh, every changing season. Among them lived Fern, a young moss sprite no taller than a buttercup, with hair like spun moonlight and eyes the deep green of new ferns unfurling. Her home was a cozy hollow beneath the gnarled roots of grandmother Willow, whose bark held the wisdom of centuries in its deep grooves. Fern's best friend was Moss, a sturdy badger cub whose fur held the earthy scent of loam and whose paws were surprisingly gentle for their size. Together they learned the forest's secret rhythms from the elders, the solemn stag who knew the paths of the stars, the ancient tortoise whose shell mapped the weather patterns, and grandmother Willow herself, whose voice was the rustle of leaves on a still afternoon. The heart of the forest's magic pulsed with the turning seasons, governed by the great ritual performed beneath the silver pool at each equinox and solstice. It was a ceremony woven from moonlight, stardust, and the pure intention of the forest dwellers, ensuring the balance flowed smoothly from spring's vibrant birth to summer's lush growth, autumn's golden release, and winter's deep, restful sleep. The ritual was a symphony of senses, the cool, silken touch of the pool's water, the heady perfume of night-blooming jasmine drifting on the breeze, the soft, rhythmic thrumming of cricket orchestras, the taste of dew-kissed berries shared in communion, and the sight of bioluminescent fungi casting an ethereal glow on the gathered creatures. Fern, her small heart swelling with awe, was finally old enough to participate in the next ritual, the autumn equinox, the time of balance. "Remember, little sprout," grandmother Willow murmured, her voice a soft susurration that vibrated through the roots Fern sat upon. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the first hints of wood smoke and decaying leaves, the signature scent of approaching autumn. The equinox is a hinge. It requires perfect equilibrium. The gifts of summer must be released with gratitude to nourish the roots for winter's rest. Any imbalance, any clinging or rushing, can unravel the threads. Fern nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility settle like a dewdrop on a spider's web. She practiced the gentle humming chant and the intricate steps Moss's mother had taught her, her bare feet whispering over cool, damp moss. Moss practiced beside her, his movements surprisingly graceful, his low growl harmonizing with Fern's higher pitch. But as the night of the equinox approached, a subtle discord began to ripple through whispering pines. The air grew unnaturally still and heavy, tasting of dust instead of petrichor. The vibrant reds and golds of the maple leaves seemed muted, as if coated in gray ash. The silver pool, usually reflecting the moon like liquid mercury, lay dull and opaque. The cricket's songs faltered, replaced by an anxious buzzing from the bees. The scent of jasmine was overpowered by a faint, sour tang of decay. "Something's wrong," Moss rumbled, his nose twitching as he and Fern gathered acorns near the pool. He nudged a particularly large one. The air feels stuck, like a breath held too long. Fern shivered, not from cold, but from a sense of unease that prickled her skin like static. Grandmother Willow said imbalance, but what's causing it? Their answer came from Thistle, a quick-witted squirrel elder known for his panoramic view from the treetops. He scurried down, his tail twitching with agitation. "Intruders," he chattered, whiskers bristling. "Not malicious, mind you. just clumsy giants. Humans. They've camped deep in the cedar glade. Left their strange, hard nests in a fire that smolders even now, choking the air. They took more berries than they thanked for, snapped branches carelessly. They've forgotten the rhythm. The cedar glade was a vital confluence of ley lines, invisible pathways of earth energy that flowed like underground rivers, converging near the silver pool. The human camp, its careless fire and disregard, was acting like a dam, blocking the gentle flow of energy needed for the ritual. The forest's harmonious breath was stifled. Panic, sharp and cold, threatened to freeze Fern's small heart. The ritual was tonight. Without it, autumn wouldn't properly release its bounty, winter's sleep would be restless and harsh, and spring's return could be weakened. The delicate balance grandmother Willow spoke of was fraying. Fern rushed to the ancient willow, her tiny feet barely touching the ground. Grandmother, the humans in the cedar glade, Thistle says they're blocking the flow. A deep sigh like wind through a canyon resonated from the great tree. Ah, little one, the forgetfulness of giants, their fire smolders where gratitude should bloom, their taking overshadows giving. This is the challenge of balance not just within ourselves, but with all who share the world. But what can we do? Moss asked, arriving panting beside Fern. We can't move them, and the ritual. Grandmother Willow's leaves shimmered, catching the weak afternoon sun. True power, young ones, lies not in force, but in wisdom and gentle redirection. Remember the language of the forest. Remember the whispers on the wind, the scent on the breeze, the feeling in the earth. Go to the cedar glade. Speak the forest's need, not with words they might hear, but with the language they feel. Understanding dawned on Fern, warm and clear like sunrise. It wasn't about confrontation. It was about connection, about reminding the forgetful giants of the harmony they were part of, even unknowingly. She grabbed Moss's paw. Come on, we need help. They rallied the hidden folk. The fireflies, usually reserved for illuminating paths, gathered in shimmering constellations. The spiders wove intricate, glistening webs that caught the fading light, creating veils of silver. The butterflies, masters of delicate flight, collected pollen not for themselves, but for a different purpose. The badgers, including Moss's parents, began a gentle, rhythmic digging near the stagnant energy lines, not to destroy, but to subtly redirect, guided by the tortoise's ancient knowledge of the Earth's currents. The owls offered their deep, resonant calls that vibrated through the bones of the forest. As twilight deepened into the velvet cloak of the equinox night, Fern, Moss, and a silent procession of the forest's heart approached the cedar glade. The human campfire was indeed a smoldering heap, sending gray tendrils into the already heavy air. Two humans sat nearby, looking tired and perhaps a little lost, their faces illuminated by the dull glow. Fern took a deep breath, centering herself like Grandmother Willow had taught. She focused on the feeling of cool moss underfoot, the scent of clean pine needles, the sound of a distant, clear stream. She poured this feeling, this essence of the forest's peace, and knead into her intention. The fireflies surged forward first. They didn't swarm the humans, but danced in intricate patterns above the smoldering fire spirals of light that pulsed with a gentle, calming rhythm. Webs spun with impossible speed by the spiders, caught the firefly light and the first rays of the rising moon, transforming the clearing into a cathedral of shimmering silver strands. The butterflies released their collected pollen, not ordinary pollen, but dust imbued with the forest's plea for balance, a fine, golden mist that carried the pure, sweet scent of untouched wildflowers and damp, healthy earth. It drifted towards the humans, settling lightly on their skin and clothes, carrying the subtle message of harmony. The rhythmic thumping of the badgers digging, deep and steady, resonated through the ground, a primal heartbeat that seemed to synchronize with their own. The owl's calls, deep and wise, echoed not as warnings, but as lullabies of the ancient wood. One human, a woman with kind eyes, looked up, startled by the sudden ethereal beauty. She brushed the golden pollen from her sleeve, inhaling deeply. "You smell that?" she whispered to her companion. Like the forest after rain, pure." She looked at the smoldering fire, then at the dancing lights, the silver webs, feeling the deep vibration in the earth. A wave of profound calm washed over her, mixed with a sudden pang of regret. "We've been clumsy," she murmured, her voice thick. "This place, it feels alive. We shouldn't have taken so much." She stood, carefully pouring water from her flask onto the smoldering embers, dousing them completely. Her companion, silent but moved, began quietly gathering their scattered belongings, treading carefully on the moss. As the last wisp of smoke vanished, replaced by the clean night air, a collective sigh seemed to ripple through the forest. The blockage dissolved. Fern felt it instantly, a surge of cool, clean energy flowing freely again, like a deep breath released. The oppressive stillness lifted, the air tasted sweet and crisp once more. The silver pool, visible through the trees, began to shimmer, reflecting the moon's full, radiant face. "Now," Fern whispered, her voice trembling with urgency and relief. "To the pool." The hidden folk streamed back towards the heart of the forest. The ritual began under the newly clear moon. Fern stood beside moss near the water's edge, which now glowed with captured starlight. The chants rose, gentle yet powerful, weaving with the chirping crickets and the sighing wind. Fern closed her eyes, feeling the energy flow, the gratitude for summer's bounty released with every falling leaf they visualized, the gentle acceptance of winter's approach, the promise of roots resting deep and safe. She poured her own small strength, her relief, her newfound understanding into the ritual. Moss hummed beside her, a grounding, earthy resonance. As the chants reached their peak, a magical phenomenon unfolded. The leaves still clinging to the trees around the silver pool began to glow from within, not with fire, but with soft, luminous hues of amber, ruby, and gold. Then as one they detached, not falling, but floating upwards in a slow, breathtaking spiral. They danced in the moonlight like living embers, swirling higher and higher, carrying the released energy of summer upwards in a silent, radiant offering. Then, as gently as they rose, they began to drift downwards, settling onto the forest floor, not as decay, but as a glowing blanket of light that sank into the earth, nourishing the roots with visible, gentle pulses of energy. The air hummed with contentment, thick with the scent of fertile soil and cold, clear water. The balance was restored. Winter would come, but it would be a restful sleep, not a struggle. Spring would return with vigor. Exhausted but filled with a profound peace, Fern and Moss returned to Grandmother Willow. The ancient tree's bark seemed smoother in the moonlight, her leaves a deeper silver. "You spoke the oldest language tonight, little ones," her voice rustled, softer than ever. "The language of the earth, of shared breath, of gentle reminders. True harmony isn't enforced, it's remembered. It flows when respect guides the hand and gratitude fills the heart. Even giants can remember, with a little nudge from the light." Fern curled up in her mossy hollow, Moss already snoring softly beside her. The forest around them settled into the deep, contented silence of perfect balance. The air was cool and clean, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant wood smoke, now a comforting aroma, not a choking threat. Moonlight streamed through the canopy, painting silver patterns on the forest floor. The gentle gurgle of a nearby stream provided a soothing lullaby. She could feel the deep, slow pulse of the earth beneath her, the roots drinking in the luminous gift of the fallen leaves. The owls called softly, their voices now songs of reassurance, not warning. The memory of the glowing leaves, the clean flow of energy, the human's quiet realization, filled her with a warmth that radiated from her core. Here, deep in the ancient forest where magic hummed just below the surface, Fern drifted into sleep, cradled by the wisdom of the elders, the strength of friendship, and the profound, peaceful certainty of the forest's restored harmony. The whispering pines sighed in unison, a sound like 1,000 leaves settling, a promise of safety and balance held through the long, quiet night. Story 18. The rain pattered against the window pane of Oliver's small, cluttered attic room, each drop sounding like a tiny drumbeat on the glass. Outside, the world was a blur of gray mist and dripping leaves. Oliver, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds, felt the familiar pang of loneliness settle in his chest. His parents were busy downstairs, and the old house creaked with emptiness. Seeking comfort, he reached for the chipped blue teacup on his shelf, a treasure found tucked away in the dusty corner of the attic weeks ago. Its surface was cool, painted with faded silver stars that seemed to shimmer faintly in the dim light. As his fingers traced the delicate handle, a warmth spread from the cup into his palm, surprising him. Then a soft, musical hum filled the air, like wind chimes made of crystal. Oliver gasped. The stars on the cup weren't just painted, they were glowing, casting tiny points of light onto his worn quilt. In the center of the cup's bottom, where a chip had revealed the plain white porcelain beneath, a tiny, intricate compass rose had appeared, etched in purest silver light. Its needle, spun from moonlight itself, quivered and then pointed steadily, not towards the door, but towards the solid wall beside his bookshelf. Oliver's heart thumped like a rabbit's foot. A compass in a teacup. He'd always loved maps and adventures in books, but this felt different. This felt real. The humming grew slightly louder, almost urging him. Driven by a sudden, irresistible curiosity that pushed the loneliness aside, Oliver carefully placed the cup on his palm. The glowing needle remained fixed on the wall. He took a deep breath, shuffled his books aside, and pressed his hand against the faded wallpaper. To his utter astonishment, his hand sank through the wall as if it were thick mist. A cool, sweet scent, like crushed pine needles and wild honeysuckle, drifted out. Gathering his courage, Oliver stepped forward, teacup held aloft like a lantern. He emerged not into the neighboring house, but onto a mossy path winding through an ancient forest bathed in perpetual twilight. Gigantic trees, their bark patterned like wise old faces, stretched towards a sky scattered with unfamiliar constellations that pulsed with gentle light. Fireflies large as his thumb and glowing soft blue drifted lazily through the air. This was the Whispering Woods, though Oliver didn't know its name yet. The teacup compass hummed contentedly, its needle now pointing down the path. His journey began. The path was soft underfoot, cushioned by centuries of fallen leaves. He hadn't walked far when a rustling came from a hollow log. Out popped Thimblewick, a pocket-sized fellow no taller than Oliver's knee, dressed in a waistcoat woven from spider silk and acorn caps. His spectacles, made from polished dewdrops, perched precariously on his nose. "Lost your way, have you, young sir?" Thimblewick chirped, his voice like dry leaves skittering. Or perhaps found it. He peered intently at the glowing teacup in Oliver's hand. "Ah, the starlight compass, been quiet for an age, means the weave is fraying again. Unfortunate, very unfortunate." Thimblewick explained that the Whispering Woods was woven from ancient magic and stories. The starlight compass, forged long ago from a fallen star and housed in the humble teacup, was a guide to places where the magic was thinning, threatening the wood's harmony. Its reappearance meant trouble. "You'll be needing help," Thimblewick declared, tapping his chin. "Oakheart will know what to do." The compass led them deeper into the woods, the air growing cooler and filled with the scent of damp earth. Soon they reached the base of the largest tree Oliver had ever seen. Its roots formed archways taller than a house. With a low rumble that vibrated through the ground, part of the massive trunk shifted, revealing a kindly face formed in the bark, deep-set eyes like polished river stones blinking slowly. "Oakheart," Thimblewick squeaked. "The compass has chosen a bearer." The weave frays. Oakhart's voice was the deep, resonant creak of timber in the wind. Welcome, young bearer, I feel the strain. The heartspring, the source of our wood's magic, grows weak, its song falters. Oakhart explained that the heartspring's magic was sustained by harmony, but a shadow of discord had seeped in, silencing its song and causing the weave to unravel. Reaching the heartspring hidden in the deepest glade was perilous, as the shadow twisted paths and sowed confusion. Follow the compass, Oakhart advised. But its light alone may not pierce the shadow's gloom. You will need Glimmer. The compass needle shifted, pointing towards a grove shimmering with silver light. There, flitting between luminous white flowers that bloomed only at twilight, was Glimmer. She was a will-o'-the-wisp, a being of pure, gentle light, shaped like a small, graceful bird. She didn't speak in words, but communicated through pulses of light and soft chimes that resonated directly in Oliver's mind, filling him with feelings of warmth and guidance. Sadness, fading song, Glimmer helped light the way. Together the unlikely quartet set off, Oliver clutching the humming teacup, Thimble perched on his shoulder, muttering observations about lichen patterns. Oakhart's slow, steady presence felt through the roots beneath their feet, and Glimmer dancing ahead, her light casting long, protective shadows against the gathering gloom. The deeper they ventured, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The vibrant greens muted to grays. The friendly rustlings ceased. Strange, distorted whispers echoed, trying to lead them astray. Paths seemed to twist back on themselves. Oliver felt fear prickle his skin, and the loneliness threatened to creep back in. The teacup's glow dimmed slightly. "This is the shadow's work," Thimblewick whispered, his voice tight. "So's doubt makes you feel alone, even when you're not." Oliver looked at his companions, the meticulous little scholar, the ancient grounded tree spirit, the luminous being of pure guidance. He wasn't alone. He held up the compass. "Glimmer," he said softly, "can you shine near the cup?" Glimmer fluttered close, bathing the teacup in her soft radiance. Instantly the starlight compass blazed brighter, the silver needle gleaming like captured starlight. The distorted whispers faded slightly, and a clear path forward, previously hidden, shimmered into view. Hope warmed Oliver's chest. They weren't just following the compass, they were amplifying it together. Finally, they reached a hidden glade. In its center, instead of a bubbling spring, was a still, dark pool. The water was murky, reflecting none of the twilight sky. A tangible sadness hung heavy in the air, and a low, discordant drone vibrated unpleasantly in their bones. The shadow of discord wasn't a monster. It was a thick, clinging fog of pure negativity swirling above the pool, smothering the heartspring's light. "The heartspring sleeps," Oakhart rumbled mournfully. Silenced by the shadow, Thimblewick hopped down, examining the pool's edge. "See, the weave is frayed here like torn fabric." Indeed, faint lines of darkness spiderwebbed from the pool into the ground. "We must mend the weave, restore the harmony." "But how?" Oliver asked, his voice small against the oppressive drone. "It's not something we can fight." Glimmer pulsed urgently. "Listen, remember." Oliver knelt by the murky pool, the teacup compass warm in his hands. He remembered Thimblewick's words about the weave being made of stories and magic. He remembered Oakhart's deep connection to the earth. He remembered Glimmer's pure light. And he remembered his own attic room, the loneliness he'd felt, and the unexpected wonder that had begun with a simple, chipped cup. The compass hadn't just led him here, it had led him to them. The challenge wasn't force, it was understanding. The shadow fed on discord, on isolation. To mend the weave, they needed harmony. "Oakhart," Oliver said, turning to the great tree spirit, "can you remember the oldest song of the woods, the one the roots know?" Oakhart closed his eyes. A deep, resonant hum began, vibrating up from the earth, a sound of stability and enduring strength. It was the bedrock beneath the melody. Thimblewick Oliver continued, "What's the story of the first firefly, the one who lit the dark?" Thimblewick adjusted his dewdrop spectacles. "Ah, yes, a tale of courage in smallness." He began to recite, his voice weaving a thread of intricate history and tiny bravery into Oakhart's deep hum. "Glimmer," Oliver whispered, holding the glowing compass cup aloft, "shine with all the hope you have." Glimmer soared above the murky pool, her light intensifying until she was a small, brilliant sun, casting back the clinging fog of shadow. Her pure chimes joined the hum and the story, a melody of guidance and hope. Oliver looked down at the starlight compass, its light now blazing brighter than ever, fueled by their combined harmony. He understood. The compass wasn't just a guide, it was a receptacle for harmony. He dipped the edge of the chipped teacup into the murky waters of the heart spring. As the water touched the cup, the silver star pattern flared. The discordant drone faltered. The murky water began to swirl, not with darkness, but with captured starlight from the compass, mingled with Oakhart's deep hum, Thimblewick's woven tale, and Glimmer's radiant chimes. Oliver poured this gathered harmony, this mending magic back into the heartspring. Where the glowing water touched, the dark, frayed lines of the weave began to knit together, shimmering with silver and gold light. The thick shadow of discord recoiled, thinning like smoke in a strong breeze, its oppressive weight lifting. The discordant drone faded, replaced by a sound like 1,000 tiny bells ringing in perfect, joyful unison. The murky pool cleared instantly, becoming a mirror reflecting the starlit sky above. From its center, a pure, crystalline melody bubbled forth the song of the heartspring, restored. It filled the glade, washing over them like warm sunlight, weaving through the trees and singing of life, connection, and peace. The whispering woods sighed in relief. Color flooded back into the leaves, the air grew sweet and warm again, and the fireflies danced in jubilant spirals. The starlight compass in Oliver's hand ceased its humming, its light softening to a gentle, steady glow. The needle settled, pointing not to a destination, but radiating a feeling of profound contentment. Oliver felt changed. The loneliness that had clung to him had dissolved, replaced by a deep sense of belonging not just to his companions, but to the wonder of the world itself. He had learned that magic wasn't always about power, but about listening, about connection, and about mending what was broken with kindness and shared strength. Thimblewick beamed. "Capital work, young sir, mended the weave beautifully." Oakhart rumbled, a sound like distant, happy thunder. "Harmony is restored, the woods thank you, bearer." Glimmer fluttered around Oliver's head, her light pulsing with pure, wordless gratitude and affection. The journey back felt like a celebration. The path was clear and bright, the woods alive with friendly rustles and sweet scents. When they reached the wall of mist leading back to his attic, Oliver paused. He looked at his friends. "The compass will guide you back whenever your heart seeks wonder, or when the woods need you," Oakhart said gently. "Remember the stories." Thimblewick added. Glimmer brushed his cheek with a wing of light, a silent promise. Oliver stepped through the mist. He was back in his attic room, the rain still softly drumming on the window. The chipped blue teacup sat in his hand, cool and ordinary once more, the stars just painted, the compass rose vanished. But he knew its secret. He placed it carefully back on the shelf, not as a forgotten trinket, but as a cherished reminder. Downstairs, the smell of buttered toast drifted up. Oliver descended, the lingering warmth of the whispering woods, and the song of the heartspring, a gentle hum in his heart. He wasn't lonely anymore. He carried a world of wonder inside him, and the quiet knowledge that even the smallest cup, held with kindness and shared with friends, could hold the light to mend shadows and guide the way home. He joined his family by the fire, the ordinary world feeling suddenly full of extraordinary, quiet magic, ready to be discovered again, perhaps tomorrow, perhaps with the next gentle chime of a teacup catching the light just so. The rain outside sounded softer now, a soothing lullaby to a world full of hidden wonders, waiting patiently to be found. Story 19. Leo had always found comfort in the rustling embrace of the elderwood. While other children chased balls across the village green, he'd slip away to where ancient oaks stood like silent sentinels, their bark etched with patterns that seemed to shift when no one was looking. On one such afternoon, as golden light filtered through the canopy like liquid honey, Leo noticed something peculiar. A cluster of foxglove blossoms near the mossy stump he often used as a reading nook had begun to glow with a soft, violet luminescence. Curiosity prickling his skin, he reached out. Instead of petals, his fingers brushed cold stone. The entire cluster was an illusion, concealing a door no taller than his shoulder, carved with intricate spirals that pulsed faintly beneath his touch. Pushing it open felt like parting a curtain made of cobwebs and starlight. Beyond lay not more forest, but a cavernous space where roots wove through walls like living tapestries, and bioluminescent mushrooms cast shifting sapphire shadows. The air hummed with the scent of damp earth and crushed mint. This was the Veiled Veil, a world folded within the world, known only to creatures who moved like whispers. And standing before Leo, blinking enormous amber eyes, was one such creature. It resembled a badger woven from autumn leaves and twilight, with velvety moss for fur and twigs for whiskers. "I am Thistle," it said, its voice like wind through reeds. "You found the threshold, few humans do." Thus began Leo's secret journeys. Thistle became his guide, showing him rivers that sang in crystalline tones, meadows where flowers bloomed in slow-motion fireworks of color, and groves where ancient trees shared memories through trembling leaves. But the Veil's true heart was the luminous pool, a basin of liquid moonlight where the water nymphs dwelled. These ethereal beings, with hair like spun silver and skin like water-reflected clouds, were the Veil's caretakers. Their leader, Elder Nissa, gifted Leo a small, smooth stone called a Heartseeker. "It glows warm when kindness is near," she explained, placing it in his palm. It pulsed softly against his skin, a comforting heartbeat. For weeks, Leo's world shimmered. He learned to converse with chatty squirrels who debated philosophy, helped a family of hedgehogs repair their root-cellar home after a rainstorm, and even danced with fireflies during the Veil's festival of floating lights. The Heartseeker glowed steadily, filling him with a warmth that eased the loneliness he'd carried like a stone in his pocket back home. But one evening, as he and Thistle watched the nymphs weave moonbeams into the pool's surface, a chilling silence fell. The water's song stuttered. The light dimmed. Floating in the center of the pool, where the purest moonlight usually gathered, was a clot of swirling darkness, a void shard. It pulsed like a sickened heart, leeching color and sound from everything nearby. Elder Nissa's face was grave. "This shadow stone drains life. If it remains, the Veil will wither." Their quest led them deep into the whispering tunnels, where roots formed labyrinthine passageways dripping with cold dew. The Heartseeker's glow became their compass, flickering toward faint traces of warmth in the oppressive gloom. Here they encountered Grime, a creature of sludge and sorrow who lurked in the tunnels. Covered in weeping algae with eyes like stagnant puddles, Grime hurled globs of sticky mud and hissed warnings. "Turn back, the Void Shard's master claims this darkness." But Thistle, with surprising gentleness, offered Grime a luminous berry from her pouch. "Hunger makes shadows seem like shelter," she murmured. The Heartseeker flared warmly. Hesitantly, Grime accepted the berry. "The thief lives in the stone maw," it gurgled, pointing a dripping limb westward. "But it's guarded by echoes that steal your courage." The stone maw was a cavern where jagged rocks formed teeth around a yawning entrance. Inside, the air itself vibrated with fear. Ghostly whispers slithered into their minds, "You're too small. Too weak, they'll laugh at you." Leo's knees trembled as memories of village bullies surfaced. Thistle pressed against his leg, her mossy fur radiating calm. "Echoes feed on doubt," she whispered. "Hold your truth like a lantern." Leo clutched the Heartseeker, its warmth spreading up his arm. "I am not alone," he said aloud, his voice steady. The whispers recoiled. The Heartseeker blazed, pushing back the shadows like a miniature sun. Together, they stepped into the maw's belly. There, hunched over the void shard, was the thief. Leo expected a monster, but found only a small, shivering creature made of fractured obsidian and sorrow. Its name was Shard, and it cradled the void shard not with malice, but with desperate longing. It was warm, Shard rasped, its voice like grating stones. "Everything else is cold, so cold." Thistle approached slowly. "The void shard doesn't give warmth, little one, it steals it, see." She gestured to a patch of luminous moss near Shard's foot, gray and crumbling. Shard flinched, staring at its own dark, jagged hands. "I just didn't want to be alone in the dark anymore." Understanding washed over Leo. He knelt, ignoring the chill radiating from Shard. "Being alone is cold," he said softly, the Heartseeker glowing fiercely in his hand. "But this stone hurts others to feel less cold itself. That's not warmth, it's stealing blankets." He extended the Heartseeker. This warmth comes from friendship, from helping. It's smaller, but it's real, and it grows when shared." Shard stared at the glowing stone, then at the decaying moss, then at Leo's open hand. A single dark tear traced a path down its obsidian cheek. With a trembling claw, it nudged the void shard toward Leo. As Leo lifted the shadow stone, its darkness recoiled from the Heartseeker's radiance. He carried it to the cavern's edge, where a shaft of pure moonlight pierced the gloom. The void shard hissed, dissolved into wisps of smoke, and vanished. Returning the cleansed moonlight to the luminous pool felt like pouring liquid starlight. Color flooded back into the veil. Flowers straightened, singing rivers resumed their melodies, and the nymphs' weary faces bloomed with relief. Shard, however, shrank back, ashamed. But Elder Nissa floated forward, her hand extending not in blame, but invitation. "Darkness touched you, little Shard, but so did courage, and kindness. Stay, learn true warmth." Grime, peeking from behind a toadstool, was coaxed out by Thistle. The veil embraced its most broken creatures, offering mossy nests and dewdrop baths. Leo's final walk to the threshold felt different. The Heartseeker still pulsed in his pocket, but the deeper warmth was inside him now, a quiet certainty. Thistle nuzzled his hand. "Thresholds swing both ways, little wanderer. You carry the veil's light within you now. Share it." Back in the Elderwood, the foxglove door shimmered and faded, leaving only ordinary blossoms. But Leo wasn't the same boy. When he saw Liam, the village's loudest teaser, struggling to fix a snagged fishing net alone, Leo didn't slip away. He walked over, holding out a piece of twine. "Need help?" he asked. Liam blinked, surprised, then nodded. As they worked, Leo spoke of patience, of tangled things needing gentle hands. Liam listened, truly listened, for the first time. That night Leo lay in bed, the village sounds a distant murmur. He placed the Heartseeker on his windowsill, where moonlight kissed its surface. It glowed soft and steady, a tiny echo of the veiled veil's restored radiance. Outside the Elderwood rustled, a familiar, comforting sound. But now Leo heard more than leaves. He heard the whisper of hidden doors, the laughter of mossy friends, and the gentle, unbreakable truth that even the smallest light, born from kindness and carried with courage, could banish the deepest cold. He smiled, closed his eyes, and drifted into dreams where fireflies danced not just in hidden veils, but in the quiet, waiting hearts of everyone brave enough to offer a berry, extend a hand, or simply say, "You're not alone." And the heartseeker on the sill pulsed once, warmly, bathing the room in a glow as soft and enduring as friendship itself. Story 20. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where twilight lingered like a contented sigh. Cobblestone paths wound between cottages with thatched roofs, their windows glowing amber against the evening mist. Chimneys puffed wood smoke that carried the scent of baking bread and cinnamon, while fireflies danced above gardens bursting with moon petals and starlight blossoms. In this quiet corner of the world, young Lily lived with her grandmother, a woman whose hands smelled of rosemary and whose stories held the wisdom of centuries. Lily loved nothing more than tending her grandmother's garden, where snapdragons hummed lullabies and dew-kissed roses glimmered like captured stars. But one misty morning, whispers rustled through Willowbrook like wind through dry leaves. Old Man Hemlock's prized sunflowers, once as golden as summer noon, now bloomed in shades of midnight blue. Mrs. Thistleby's cheerful marigolds had turned the pale silver of a winter moon. Overnight, without rhyme or reason, flowers throughout the village had shifted hues, a gentle, perplexing mystery that left gardeners scratching their heads and sipping chamomile tea in confusion. No damage was done, the blooms remained healthy and fragrant. Yet the colors felt borrowed, as if painted by an unseen hand. Lily, her curiosity as bright as her sunflower yellow apron, decided to unravel the puzzle. "Grandmother," she asked that evening as they sat by the hearth shelling peas, "could magic be changing our flowers?" The fire crackled, casting dancing shadows on the walls. Grandmother smiled, her eyes crinkling like well-worn parchment. "Magic often answers a need, dear one. Look beyond the petals. Listen to what the garden isn't saying." She handed Lily a small, polished magnifying glass, a family heirloom that revealed hidden wonders when held with patience. Armed with her grandmother's wisdom, Lily began her investigation at dawn. She knelt in the dewy grass, magnifying glass in hand, and examined the transformed blooms. Beneath Mrs. Thistleby's silver marigolds, she found faint impressions in the soil, tiny footprints no larger than apple seeds, sparkling with iridescent dust. They led toward the Whispering Woods, a place where ancient oaks murmured secrets and moss grew thick as emerald velvet. As Lily followed the trail, a soft rustle came from a patch of clover. There, blinking up at her with eyes like polished jet, sat Bramble, a hedgehog whose spines glistened with stardust and who spoke in a voice like rustling autumn leaves. "Seeking answers, little gardener?" Bramble asked, nudging a fallen acorn with his snout. "The woods remember everything, but you must listen with more than your ears." Lily shared her findings, and Bramble nodded sagely. "Sparkle-footed visitors, indeed, come tonight when the moon is high. Bring honey cakes, they adore sweetness." That night Lily crept into the moon-drenched garden, honey cakes wrapped in a linen cloth. She hid behind a flowering lilac bush, its perfume heavy in the cool air. As the village clock chimed midnight, a soft giggling arose. Dozens of tiny creatures, no taller than Lily's thumb, flitted from the woods on dragonfly wings. Their skin shimmered like crushed pearls, and they carried minuscule brushes fashioned from dandelion fluff, dipping them into pots of glowing paint made from crushed gemstones and starlight. With meticulous care they dabbed at petals, transforming pinks to purples, yellows to blues. Lily watched, breath held, as they worked with joyful focus, until one pixie, her wings tinged with sorrow, sighed at a half-painted daisy. "It's still not right," she whispered. "Not like home." Lily stepped forward slowly, placing the honey cakes on a flat stone. The pixies froze, their wings quivering like frightened hummingbirds. "I won't hurt you," Lily murmured, her voice as soft as thistledown. "Why do you paint our flowers?" The sorrowful pixie named Petal fluttered closer. Her voice trembled. Our meadow beyond the mountains faded when the great quarry dug too deep. The stones that colored our world are gone. We miss the blues of our rivers and the silvers of our moon fields. Painting your flowers helps us remember. Her tears glistened like dewdrops. Lily's heart ached with understanding. She thought of her grandmother's words, magic answers a need. What if you had your own garden, she suggested. A place just for you where you could paint as you please. Petal's wings brightened. But where? The next morning, Lily gathered the villagers beneath the old oak in the square. She explained the pixie's plight, Bramble nodding at her feet. To her surprise, the villagers smiled. Old Man Hemlock chuckled. Why, we've plenty of space by the brook, and I've got spare seeds. Together they cleared a sunny patch near the chattering water, planting wildflower seeds, cosmos, poppies, and forget-me-nots, in soft, rich soil. That very night the pixies descended, their laughter like wind chimes. They painted with abandon, splashing vibrant sapphire across petals, weaving silver veins through leaves, turning the garden into a living tapestry of their lost homeland. From then on, Willowbrook's magic grew richer. By day, villagers left out thimblefuls of honey and bowls of rainbow pebbles. By night, they'd glimpse the pixies dancing among their dedicated garden, now a kaleidoscope that shifted with their memories and dreams. The other flowers returned to their natural hues, though occasionally a tulip might sport a streak of unexpected violet, a friendly hello from their tiny neighbors. Years later, Lily, now a gardener wise as her grandmother, would tell children the tale by firelight. Sometimes, she'd say, as crickets sang outside and the hearth glowed, the gentlest mysteries bloom from the deepest longings, and kindness, well, it's the rarest magic of all. Beyond the window, the pixie garden shimmered under the stars, a testament to the night a village listened with its heart and found friendship in a brushstroke of moonlight. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. The little town of Bramblewood nestled in a valley where mist curled like sleepy cats around the chimneys each morning. In this quiet place lived a boy named Leo, whose greatest joy was exploring the dusty corners of his grandmother's sprawling, cluttered attic. While others saw only old furniture and forgotten things, Leo saw possibilities. He believed quite firmly that every object held a whisper of a story, a secret waiting to be discovered. One rainy afternoon, while searching for a missing jigsaw puzzle piece, Leo pushed aside a heavy trunk draped with a faded tapestry. Behind it, tucked into a shadowy nook, sat a small, unassuming object. It was a wooden music box, no larger than Leo's hand. Its dark wood was smooth with age, inlaid with mother-of-pearl that shimmered like captured moonlight, even in the dim attic light. There was no key, no visible winding mechanism, just a simple latch. Intrigued, Leo lifted it gently. It felt surprisingly warm. He carried it to the dormer window, where gray light filtered through the rain-streaked glass. With a soft click, he opened the lid. Inside, instead of a metal cylinder with pins, lay a bed of smooth, deep blue velvet, like a tiny night sky. And nestled within that velvet was a single, perfect, iridescent feather, shimmering with colors Leo couldn't quite name: blues, purples, and hints of gold. It looked impossibly soft. Leo frowned. No music. He touched the feather lightly. As his fingertip brushed against the impossibly soft barbs, a sound filled the air. But it wasn't music from the box itself. It was music inside Leo. A melody sweet and clear as a mountain stream sprang unbidden into his mind. It was a tune he'd never heard before, yet it felt instantly familiar, warm, and comforting, like sunlight on his face. He gasped, pulling his hand away. The melody stopped. He touched the feather again, and the song resumed, weaving through his thoughts like a silken thread. This, Leo realized with a thrill that chased away the rainy day gloom, was no ordinary music box. It played the music of feeling, of pure, unspoken joy. He named it the Heart Song Box. For days, Leo experimented. The feather played different melodies depending on what he felt. Happiness brought bright, dancing tunes. Quiet contentment summoned gentle, flowing harmonies. Even a flicker of frustration produced a low, rumbling counterpoint before resolving into something calmer. The box didn't amplify his feelings, it translated them into beautiful sound. It was a secret he treasured, a private symphony. But one evening, as Leo held the box after a particularly happy day spent building a model ship, the melody shifted unexpectedly. A single pure high note pierced the joyful tune, sharp and clear, like a bird's call. Then another, lower, mournful note followed. It wasn't Leo's feeling, it felt like a message from the box. The feather itself seemed to glow faintly. A wave of longing washed over him, a deep, resonant ache that wasn't his own. It was the box's longing. It wanted to go home. This began Leo's journey. He knew the box was special, and its home couldn't be the dusty attic. He showed it to his grandmother, who peered at it with her kind, faded eyes. She murmured, tracing the mother of pearl. That pattern reminds me of the Starwood Glade, deep in the Whispering Hills. Folks say things there are different. Old Mrs. Thimble, who lives near the edge of the woods, knows more about such things than anyone. Her eyes twinkled. But mind the roots, Leo, they trip the unwary. So, with the Heart Song Box tucked safely in his worn satchel, Leo set off towards the Whispering Hills. His first helper appeared almost immediately. As he crossed the old stone bridge marking the town's edge, a small, scruffy terrier with one floppy ear trotted up to him. He had bright, intelligent eyes and smelled faintly of damp earth and biscuits. Lost, the dog asked, his voice a cheerful rasp. Leo jumped. Talking dogs weren't common in Bramblewood. Going to the Starwood Glade, Leo stammered. Ah, excellent choice, name's Digby, the dog announced, tail wagging furiously. I know every sniff and snuffle path through those hills. Also excellent at digging up interesting things and avoiding nettles, mostly. Digby became Leo's cheerful guide, his keen nose leading them along hidden animal trails, his boundless optimism a counterpoint to Leo's growing nervousness as the woods grew thicker and the light dimmed. Deep within the hills, where the trees grew tall and moss hung like ancient beards, they met their second helper. Perched on a gnarled branch was a tiny owl, no bigger than Leo's fist. Her feathers were the color of dusk, and her large, round eyes gleamed with startling wisdom. You carry a song that seeks its source, young one, she hooted softly, her voice like wind through dry leaves. She introduced herself as Lumina. The glade is near, but its heart is guarded by silence. Listen not just with your ears, but with your spirit. Lumina flitted silently ahead, her dark eyes seeing paths invisible to Leo and Digby, guiding them around treacherous sinkholes disguised by ferns, and warning them with a soft hoot when the air grew too still. Finally, after a day of walking guided by Digby's nose and Lumina's sight, they reached the edge of the starwood glade. It was unlike any place Leo had ever seen. Ancient trees, their bark silvered and smooth, formed a wide circle. The air shimmered faintly, smelling of ozone and crushed pine needles. Sunlight, dappled and golden, streamed through the canopy, illuminating motes of dust dancing like tiny stars. In the very center stood a pedestal of pure, polished moonstone, waiting. But between Leo and the pedestal stood the challenge. The glade wasn't empty. Standing sentinel around the moonstone pedestal were 3 figures carved from living wood tall, elegant guardians with faces like wise, ancient masks. They didn't move, but the air around them hummed with a palpable energy. It wasn't hostility, Leo sensed through the heart song box, which now played a complex, questioning melody. It was vigilance. Deep, unwavering protection. Digby growled low in his throat. Guardians, look fierce, Leo, show 'em your teeth. He bared his own small, sharp ones. Lumina landed softly on Leo's shoulder. Force will only make them roots you to the spot, young one. Remember the silence, remember the song. Leo looked at the silent wooden figures, then down at the heart song box in his hands. It was playing a melody of yearning now, pure and strong, directed towards the pedestal. The guardians remained impassive. How to reach them? Wisdom, not force. Leo closed his eyes, shutting out Digby's nervous panting and the shimmering light. He focused on the box. Not just on the melody it played for his feelings, but on the song within it, the song of the feather itself, the pure note of longing he'd first heard. He poured his understanding into that feeling, his recognition of its purpose, his desire to help it find its home. He didn't just listen, he felt the feather's story, its separation, its deep connection to this sacred place. Slowly, he opened the box. He didn't try to approach the pedestal. Instead, he simply held the open box towards the silent guardians. The feather glowed softly. The melody that flowed out wasn't just in Leo's mind this time. It resonated in the very air of the glade, a pure, wordless song of homecoming, of belonging, woven with Leo's own empathy and respect. The air hummed louder. One of the wooden guardians shifted, its head turning slowly towards the sound. Its eyes, deep knots in the wood, seemed to soften. The rigid posture relaxed. A low, harmonious hum, like the deepest note of a cello, emanated from the guardian, harmonizing with the heart song box's melody. The other 2 guardians followed suit, their wooden forms seeming less rigid, more fluid. The humming grew, filling the glade with a sound that vibrated in Leo's bones, a sound of ancient approval and welcome. The path to the moonstone pedestal was clear. Leo walked forward slowly, reverently, Digby quiet at his heels, Lumina watching from his shoulder. The air felt warm and welcoming now. He placed the open heart song box gently onto the smooth moonstone. The iridescent feather seemed to pulse with light. The melody swelled, triumphant and achingly beautiful, filling the glade completely. Then the feather detached itself, lifted gently by an unseen breeze. It floated upwards, spinning slowly, shedding tiny motes of iridescent light like falling stars, before dissolving into the shimmering air above the pedestal. The music faded, leaving a profound, peaceful silence. The box remained, the blue velvet empty. But Leo felt no sadness. He felt a deep, resonant peace. The box had fulfilled its purpose, the song was home. As he looked at the empty box, a new, gentle warmth spread through him, the warmth of gratitude, of connection, of having helped something precious find its place. The wooden guardians bowed their heads slightly towards Leo. A sense of ancient blessing settled over him. He picked up the now ordinary, yet still beautiful, wooden box. It felt lighter. Lumina hooted softly. A song returned, a balance restored. Well done, listener. Digby nudged Leo's hand. Right mission accomplished. Now, about those biscuits I smell back in Bramblewood. The journey back felt different. The wood seemed friendlier, the sunlight warmer. Leo carried the empty box, but his heart felt fuller than ever. He understood now that the real magic wasn't just in the feather, but in the connection it fostered, the connection to his own feelings, to the ancient magic of the glade, and to the helpers who had guided him. He had learned to listen deeply, not just to music, but to the silent language of longing and the wisdom found in stillness and empathy. That night back in his room, Leo placed the empty heart song box on his windowsill. Moonlight streamed in, catching the mother of pearl. It was just a box now, beautifully made. But when Leo touched the smooth wood, a faint warmth remained. And sometimes in the quietest moments just before sleep, he thought he could hear the faintest echo of pure, joyful melody, not in his mind, but carried on the night air, a lullaby from the starwood glade, a reminder that kindness and listening unlock the deepest magic, and that even an empty vessel can hold the profound comfort of a journey completed and a song finally home. He drifted to sleep, wrapped in the peaceful resonance of understanding, knowing that wonder often hides in the quietest corners, waiting for a gentle heart to discover it. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. Title: Whispering Pines and the Song of the Stars. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and sapphire streams, the air always carried the scent of pine and the distant whisper of the sea. Here, in a small cottage with ivy-clad walls and a garden that bloomed with wildflowers, lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of chestnut leaves in autumn, and her eyes shimmered like the morning dew on a spider's web. Lila was known throughout the village for her kindness and the gentle way she could coax a smile from even the grumpiest of villagers. But what truly set Lila apart was her voice. When she sang, it was as if the world paused to listen. Her melodies floated through windows, slipped into dreams, and wrapped around hearts like a warm embrace. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Lila sat by her window, humming softly. The garden outside was alive with the chorus of crickets and the occasional rustle of leaves as a gentle breeze wove through the branches. Her melody twined with the night, a lullaby to the stars that began to twinkle above. Lila's grandmother, a wise woman with silver hair and eyes that sparkled with stories untold, joined her by the window. "Do you hear them, Lila?" she asked, her voice a soft echo of the wind. "Hear what, grandmother?" Lila replied, tilting her head and listening with all her heart. "The stars, my dear. They sing too in their own way. It's a song that only those who truly listen can hear." Lila closed her eyes, letting the world fade away until all that remained was the gentle hum of the night. And then she heard it, a faint melodious whisper, like the tinkling of distant bells. Her eyes flew open, wonder lighting them from within. "I hear it," she exclaimed, her voice a breathless whisper. Her grandmother smiled, brushing a strand of hair from Lila's face. "There's magic in you, child, a gift, and with it, a journey you must one day take." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of trepidation. She had always felt a pull towards something beyond her village, a calling that whispered through her dreams. As the days passed, Lila found herself drawn to the forest that bordered the village, a place both feared and revered by the villagers. It was said that the forest was alive with magic, that it held secrets as ancient as the stars themselves. Lila longed to explore its depths, to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden within. One crisp autumn morning, with the sun casting dappled shadows through the trees, Lila set out on her journey. The path into the forest was winding and narrow, flanked by towering pines that seemed to sway and murmur in greeting. The air was cool and fresh, filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet fragrance of fallen leaves. As Lila ventured deeper, the forest around her seemed to come alive. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a tapestry of sound that wrapped around her like a comforting shawl. Squirrels chattered and scurried, their bushy tails flicking playfully as they watched her with curious eyes. Lila walked for what felt like hours, guided by an unseen hand, until she reached a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. At its center stood an ancient oak with branches that reached skyward, its bark etched with intricate patterns that seemed to dance in the shifting light. Drawn to the tree, Lila approached and placed a hand on its trunk. The moment her fingers touched the rough bark, a warmth spread through her, and she felt a presence, a gentle, wise spirit that resided within the tree. "Welcome, Lila," a voice echoed in her mind, soft and resonant like a distant melody carried on the wind. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am the guardian of this forest, keeper of its secrets and its stories. You have been chosen, Lila, to carry the song of the stars and share it with the world." Lila's heart swelled with a sense of purpose, but with it came a wave of uncertainty. "But how? I'm just a girl from a small village." "You are more than you know, Lila. The magic within you is strong. Trust in yourself, and you will find your way." With those words, the presence faded, leaving Lila with a sense of peace and determination. She knew she had a path to follow, a song to share, but how and where she was yet to discover. As she turned to leave, a shimmer of light caught her eye from beneath the roots of the oak. Kneeling down, she discovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was cool to the touch, and when she opened it, she found a pendant in the shape of a star, its surface gleaming with an ethereal light. Slipping the pendant around her neck, Lila felt its warmth seep into her, a comforting reminder of her purpose. With renewed resolve, she began her journey back, each step taking her closer to fulfilling the destiny whispered to her by the stars. Over the following weeks, Lila's life took on a new rhythm. She spent her days tending to her garden, her evenings singing to the stars, and her nights dreaming of the journey that lay ahead. The villagers noticed the change in her, drawn to the light that seemed to radiate from within. One evening, as Lila sat by her window, her grandmother joined her, a knowing smile on her lips. "It's time, isn't it?" she said softly. Lila nodded, her heart both heavy and light. "Yes, grandmother, I feel it in my bones." Her grandmother hugged her close, the embrace warm and reassuring. "Remember, dear Lila, you are never alone. The stars are with you, always." With her grandmother's words echoing in her heart, Lila set out at dawn the next day, the pendant around her neck, a beacon of hope and strength. She followed the path through the village, her feet carrying her towards the unknown, guided by the song that sang within her. The journey took her over rolling hills and through misty valleys, each step bringing her closer to the heart of the world's magic. Along the way, she met others who, like her, were drawn to the music of the stars. There was Finn, a kind-hearted boy with hair like spun gold and eyes that twinkled with mischief. He had a way with animals, and wherever he went, creatures great and small followed in his wake. Then there was Mira, a spirited girl with a laugh like a bubbling brook and a knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places. Together they traveled through enchanted forests and across shimmering lakes, their friendship growing stronger with each shared adventure. They faced challenges, of course, storms that tested their resolve, paths that seemed to lead nowhere. But through it all, they had each other, and that made all the difference. One evening, as they sat by a campfire, the stars twinkling overhead, Lila shared her story with Finn and Mira. She spoke of the song of the stars, of the pendant that glowed with a light not of this world, and the journey she felt destined to take. Finn listened, his expression thoughtful. "I've heard tales of a hidden valley, a place where the stars touch the earth. Perhaps that's where your journey leads." "Do you think it's real?" Mira asked, her eyes wide with wonder. Finn nodded. "I believe so, and I believe we're meant to find it." With a new destination in mind, the trio set out the next morning, their spirits buoyed by the promise of discovery. The days passed in a blur of laughter and song, their path illuminated by the light of the pendant and the hope that burned brightly within them. At last, after many days of travel, they reached the edge of a vast, mist-shrouded valley. The air was thick with magic, and as they descended the slope, the mist parted to reveal a breathtaking sight. The valley was a tapestry of colors and textures, a place where nature's beauty seemed to have found its truest expression. Flowers of every hue carpeted the ground, their petals shimmering in the sunlight. Towering trees stretched towards the sky, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. And at the center of it all lay a serene lake, its surface like glass reflecting the sky above. As they approached the water's edge, a sense of peace enveloped them, as if the very air was infused with the song of the stars. Lila knelt by the lake, her heart filled with gratitude and awe. She understood now that this place, this hidden valley, was where she was meant to share her song. With Finn and Mira by her side, she sang, her voice a melody of hope and love that echoed through the valley. As her song filled the air, the world seemed to hold its breath, and then, one by one, the stars began to descend from the sky. They danced across the lake, their light mingling with Lila's song, creating a symphony of sound and light that resonated deep within the earth. The magic of the moment was beyond words, a gift to the world, and a reminder of the beauty that lay within each of them. And as the last notes of her song faded into the night, Lila knew that her journey was just beginning. With her friends beside her and the song of the stars within her, she was ready to face whatever lay ahead, a beacon of light in a world that, like her, was ever-changing and full of wonder. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley the wise old oak tree, and Flutter the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the enchanted grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the enchanted grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. The little town of Willow Creek slumbered under a blanket of stars, and in a small house on Oak Street, young Leo couldn't sleep. Rain whispered against his window pane, and the usual comforting sounds of the creaky old house felt strangely restless tonight. His gaze drifted to the cluttered shelf above his desk. There, nestled between dusty dinosaur models and a slightly chipped mug shaped like a rocket ship, sat his great-aunt Mildred's music box. It wasn't particularly grand, just a simple wooden cube, dark oak polished smooth by time, with a tiny silver key sticking out one side. Aunt Mildred had called it her window box and winked whenever Leo asked why. He'd wound it up countless times, listening to its familiar, tinkling melody, sweet but ordinary. Tonight, however, something felt different. A faint, almost imperceptible glow seemed to emanate from its seams, like trapped moonlight. Curiosity, stronger than sleepiness, pulled Leo from his bed. He padded softly across the cool floorboards and lifted the box. It felt warmer than usual. He placed it on his desk, the glow seeming to pulse gently in time with the rain's rhythm. Hesitantly, he turned the silver key. Instead of the expected melody, the lid sprang open with a soft click, revealing not the usual brass cylinder and pins, but a swirling miniature landscape. Tiny, perfect trees swayed in an unseen breeze, and a path of luminous pebbles wound towards distant, snow-capped mountains no bigger than Leo's thumb. A scent like damp earth and wildflowers filled the air. Leo gasped. Before he could even blink, a powerful, gentle suction pulled him forward. He tumbled headfirst, not with a crash, but with a soft whoosh, landing on moss so velvety and green it felt like a living carpet. He was inside the music box. He stood barely taller than the tiny trees, in a world both impossibly small and breathtakingly vast. The air hummed with a low, resonant sound, deeper and more alive than the box's usual tinkle. It was the sound of the miniature world itself. His journey began there, beneath towering blades of grass that glistened like emerald towers. He felt a pang of fear. How would he get back? But it was quickly replaced by wonder. As he stepped onto the luminous path, a small figure darted from behind a clover leaf. It was a mouse, but not like any mouse Leo had seen. This one wore tiny spectacles perched precariously on its nose and carried a satchel overflowing with minuscule scrolls. "Ah, a traveler," the mouse squeaked, adjusting his spectacles. "Most unexpected, Bartholomew Quill, chronicler of the Whispering Vale, at your service." He bowed deeply. You've arrived at a rather dissonant time. Bartholomew explained that the music box wasn't just a container, it was the heart harp of Willow Creek. Its gentle melody normally resonated with the town's quiet joys, its sorrows, its sleeping dreams, weaving a harmony that kept the ordinary world feeling safe and solid. But the mainspring, deep within the glimmering caves beneath the mountains, had fractured. The true music was faltering, replaced by that low, anxious hum Leo had heard. Without repair, the town's spirit, its sense of wonder, its quiet resilience might slowly fade. Leo's heart clenched. He had to fix it. Bartholomew, with his encyclopedic knowledge of the Vale's geography and his nervous, twitching energy, became his first guide. Their path led them through forests of luminous mushrooms where fireflies danced complex patterns, across streams that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny pebbles, and up slopes of fragrant thyme. Near a waterfall that fell like liquid crystal, they met their second helper. Seraphina was a snail whose shell wasn't just a home, but a swirling galaxy of iridescent blues and purples. She moved with agonizing slowness, but her voice was like warm honey. Haste scatters understanding, little traveler, she murmured, watching Bartholomew fret about time. Listen to the stones. They remember the true rhythm. Seraphina taught Leo patience, pointing out how the humming changed pitch near certain rocks, how the wind carried faint, mournful notes from the direction of the caves. She spoke of balance and the deep, slow pulse of the earth itself. The journey wasn't easy. They navigated the shivering bog, where ground that looked solid turned treacherously soft, its sucking mud humming a deceptive lullaby. Bartholomew's maps fluttered uselessly in the damp air. It was Seraphina's calm observation that saved them. See how the reeds bend, they lean away from the deepest sinkholes. Follow the bend, not the map. Leo learned to trust subtle signs over frantic plans. Deeper into the vale, they encountered the whispering willow's ancient trees, whose leaves rustled secrets and warnings in a language Leo couldn't understand. The hum here was a discordant wail, making Leo's teeth ache. Bartholomew hid behind Seraphina's shell, trembling. The trees seemed agitated, their branches lashing like angry arms. Force was impossible. Charging through would be disastrous. Wisdom was needed. Remembering Seraphina's lessons, Leo closed his eyes, blocking out the frightening sight. He focused only on the sound beneath the wail. He listened past the discord deeper, until he found it a faint, trembling thread of the heart harp's original melody, tangled and lost within the noise. It sounded scared. Stop. Leo called out, his voice surprisingly steady in the cacophony. He didn't shout. He spoke with the calm Seraphina had shown him. We hear you, we hear the fear. We're here to mend the spring, to bring back the true song. He hummed the fragment of melody he'd found, pure and simple. The lashing branches slowed. The wail softened to a confused murmur. A single willow leaned down, a gnarled branch brushing near Leo. He felt its fear of the silence, fear of the broken harmony. We understand, Leo whispered. We're going to fix it. The trees rustled, not angrily now, but with a sigh of weary hope. They parted, creating a path lit by the soft glow of their leaves. Finally, guided by the now clearer sound of the fractured spring's distress, they reached the glimmering caves. The entrance was a jagged tear in the mountainside, pulsing with an unhealthy, flickering light. Inside, the air vibrated painfully. At the cave's heart lay the source, a magnificent, coiled spring made of pure, resonant crystal. But a deep crack ran through its center, and instead of singing, it emitted that jarring, painful hum. Wisps of shadow seemed to gather around the crack, feeding on the discord. Bartholomew consulted his scrolls frantically. The scroll of mending, it speaks of starlight and spider silk, Or was it moonbeam and moss? Oh dear, oh dear. Seraphina inched closer, her shell glowing brighter. The crack drinks the light, she observed softly. It fears harmony. Leo looked at the fractured spring, feeling its pain echo in his own chest. He remembered the whispering Willow's fear, the deceptive bog, Bartholomew's anxious energy, Seraphina's deep calm. He remembered the true sound of the heart harp, the feeling of safety and quiet joy it had always given him, even before he knew its magic. He thought of Willow Creek sleeping peacefully outside the box, unaware of the struggle within. Force wouldn't mend crystal. Wisdom whispered something else. The music box's magic wasn't about loudness, but resonance. It wasn't about fixing the crack with material, but reminding the spring of its own true song. He needed to harmonize with it. Ignoring Bartholomew's panicked squeaks and drawing on Seraphina's deep stillness, Leo walked right up to the fractured spring. He placed his small hand gently against the warm, humming crystal, right beside the crack. He closed his eyes again, shutting out the flickering shadows and the discord. He reached deep inside himself, past his own fear, and found the quiet core of the heart harp's melody that lived in his memory, the simple, tinkling tune that meant home and Aunt Mildred's smile. He began to hum it softly at first, pouring into it all his hope, his newfound patience, his understanding of fear, and his love for his ordinary, extraordinary town. His hum was small, almost lost in the cave's noise. But it was pure. It resonated. The fractured crystal beneath his hand vibrated in response. The jarring hum stuttered. Leo hummed louder, pouring his whole heart into the familiar tune. Bartholomew, inspired, stopped fumbling with scrolls and added his own high-pitched, earnest whistle, weaving around Leo's melody. Seraphina began a deep, resonant drone from her shell, a sound like the earth's steady heartbeat, providing a foundation. Together, their three sounds intertwined: Leo's melody, Bartholomew's harmony, Seraphina's grounding bass, creating a new, beautiful chord that filled the cave. The shadows shrieked and recoiled from the pure sound. The crack in the crystal spring began to glow, not with a painful flicker, but with a warm, golden light. The light flowed along the fracture, sealing it like molten gold filling a seam. The jarring hum dissolved, replaced by a single clear, resonant note that swelled into the heart harp's true, glorious song, a sound of profound peace, deep joy, and gentle strength. It filled the cave, then spilled out, washing through the whispering veil like a healing wave. The trees sighed with relief, the stream sang sweeter, the very air shimmered with restored harmony. Leo felt the music vibrate through him, warm and comforting. He looked at his friends. Bartholomew beamed, his spectacles gleaming. Seraphina's shell pulsed with serene light. "You listened, traveler," she murmured. "You remembered the true song." The world around Leo shimmered. The luminous path glowed brightly at his feet, leading back the way they came. With grateful hugs for Bartholomew and Seraphina, a slow, gentle embrace from the snail, Leo stepped onto the path. The world blurred and he tumbled backwards with another soft whoosh, landing back in his desk chair in his own room. The music box sat before him, lid open. Inside, the brass cylinder and pins were back, but now they glowed faintly. The familiar tinkling melody played, but it was richer, deeper, woven with the echoes of the Vale's song and the warmth of friendship. Leo carefully closed the lid. The rain had stopped. Outside, the town of Willow Creek slept on, but Leo felt different. He saw the ordinary objects in his room: the dinosaur, the rocket mug with new eyes. What quiet magic might they hold? He climbed into bed, the repaired heart harp's melody, a soft lullaby drifting through the room. It wasn't just a tune anymore. It was the sound of a mended spring, of wisdom found in patience and listening, of friendship that helped you find your own true note. As sleep finally claimed him, Leo smiled. The world was full of extraordinary secrets, hidden in plain sight, waiting for a curious heart and a listening ear. And that thought, warm and comforting as the melody filling the quiet room, was the most peaceful thing of all. Deep within the whisperwood, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers towards a sky perpetually dappled with starlight even at noon, lived a community unseen by ordinary eyes. Here moss grew thick and soft as velvet, cradling tiny villages beneath fern fronds and within hollowed roots. The air hummed with a low, sweet resonance, the forest itself breathing in perfect harmony. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in shafts of liquid gold, illuminating dust motes dancing like shy sprites. In this realm, the seasons weren't merely marked by the calendar, but by the shifting breath of the heartstone. This wasn't a stone one could hold, but a pulsing nexus of energy deep within the oldest oak, its rhythm dictating the forest's magic. When spring arrived, the heartstone glowed emerald, and the whisperwood erupted in luminous blossoms that chimed softly in the breeze, their scent a heady mix of honey and rain-washed earth. Summer saw it blaze amber, warming the streams and coaxing fireflies into intricate, swirling dances that painted the night with living constellations. Autumn turned it russet, and the leaves fell not just with color, but with whispered stories that settled like ancient parchments on the mossy floor, waiting to be read by those who understood the rustling language. Winter brought a cool, sapphire light, weaving frost into intricate lace on spiderwebs, and silencing the world into a deep, expectant hush. Bramble, a thoughtful hedgehog whose quills shimmered with captured dew, was the keeper of the dew cups. His duty, passed down through generations of his family, was to collect the first morning dew from the heart-shaped leaves of the moonpetal flowers. This dew, infused with the heartstone's magic at dawn, was essential. It nourished the shy glimmer roots that anchored the forest floor, their delicate tendrils weaving a net of stability that prevented erosion and kept the magic flowing smoothly. Bramble took his responsibility seriously, his small paws moving with gentle precision each morning, the cool liquid like liquid starlight in his tiny cups made of woven grass. One crisp autumn morning, as the heartstone pulsed its russet light and the air smelled richly of damp earth and decaying leaves, Bramble noticed something troubling. The stream near the moonpetal glade, usually chuckling merrily over smooth stones, was dwindling to a mere trickle. The moss-skinned, tiny beings woven from lichen and moonlight who tended the forest's moisture, flitted anxiously above the exposed, drying mud. The usual symphony of frogs and crickets near the water's edge had fallen silent, replaced by an uneasy stillness. The glimmer roots near the bank looked pale and listless. "This isn't right," Bramble murmured, his voice a soft rasp against the unnerving quiet. He remembered his grandmother Quill's stories. She had spoken of a great dryness long ago, when the streams faltered because the connection to the heartstone's deeper currents had been blocked. "The forest breathes together," she had said, her voice like dry leaves skittering. "When one part suffers, the whole feels the thirst. Balance is the root of life here." Driven by concern, Bramble knew he had to seek counsel. He journeyed deeper into the whisperwood, towards the root spire, the immense, ancient oak where the heartstone pulsed most strongly. Its bark was deeply furrowed, etched with patterns that seemed to shift and tell stories in the dappled light. Nestled within a cradle of thick roots lived elder fern, a venerable badger whose fur was silvered with age and whose eyes held the deep, patient wisdom of centuries. Her den smelled of dried herbs, rich loam, and quiet contemplation. "Elder fern," Bramble squeaked, bowing his prickly head respectfully. "The stream by the moonpetal glade weakens, the mosskin are distressed, and the glimmerroots thirst." Elder fern stirred, her deep-set eyes opening slowly. She sniffed the air, long and deep. "Ah, young Bramble." The dryness returns, a whisper on the wind. Her voice was low and resonant, like roots shifting deep underground. The heartstone's autumn pulse is strong, yet something disrupts its flow beneath the earth. The great stones that channel its water song near the sunken ridge have shifted. an earth tremor perhaps deep and silent. She sighed, a sound like wind through dry reeds. The balance tilts. But what can we do? Bramble asked, a tremor of worry in his voice. Without the stream. The forest acts as one, Elder Fern replied gently. No voice is too small, no effort insignificant in the symphony of healing. Seek Willow, the swift squirrel. She knows the paths above, and gather the mosskin. Their touch understands the language of stone and soil. Bramble scurried back, his tiny heart pounding with purpose. He found Willow leaping effortlessly through the canopy, her bushy tail a banner of russet against the autumn sky. She listened intently, her bright eyes wide. Sunken Ridge, that's a tricky climb, but I know the way. I'll see what the stones are doing. With a flick of her tail, she was gone, a blur of movement through the golden leaves. Next, Bramble approached the shimmering cluster of mosskin, hovering anxiously near the dwindling stream. Their tiny forms glowed faintly green and gold. Elder Fern says you understand the stones, he explained. The Heartstone's water song is blocked near Sunken Ridge. Can you help guide us? The mosskin chimed softly, a sound like tiny bells and rustling silk. They swirled together, forming a shimmering cloud that pulsed with agreement. Light, their collective voice whispered on the breeze. The journey to the Sunken Ridge took them through parts of the Whisperwood Bramble rarely visited. They navigated carpets of fragrant pine needles, crossed clearings where giant mushrooms glowed with an internal, soft blue light, and skirted pools reflecting the fiery autumn canopy. Willow met them at the ridge, her expression grave. Below, nestled amongst giant, moss-covered boulders, was the problem. A recent landslide, likely caused by heavy rains loosening the earth, had tumbled several enormous stones directly onto the mouth of a spring. The water, meant to bubble freely and feed the stream below, was now dammed, pooling uselessly behind the rockfall. The air here felt heavy and stagnant, devoid of the forest's usual vibrant hum. The stones are too big, Willow chattered, her voice tight with dismay. Even the strongest badger couldn't move them. Bramble looked at the impassive stones, then at the shimmering mosskin cloud, and then at the patient, wise eyes of Elder Fern who had quietly followed their progress. He remembered his grandmother's words, balance is the root of life. It wasn't about one strong force, but many working together. The stones hold the water captive, Bramble said slowly, an idea forming. But water seeks its own level and its own path. Mosskin, can you feel where the water wants to go, where the earth is softest, most yielding? The mosskin pulsed brighter, swirling down to the base of the rockfall. They touched the damp earth, humming their soft, resonant song. Tiny points of light began to glow in the soil, tracing a faint, winding path around the largest stones, leading downhill towards the blocked stream's original course. It wants to flow here, the mosskin whispered, their lights tracing the path. But the way is narrow, choked with fallen earth. Then we dig, Bramble declared. We dig the channel the water yearns for. Willow, can you find others? The rabbits with their strong paws, the moles who know the earth. Willow bounded off instantly. Soon, rabbits with powerful digging legs arrived, followed by several moles whose sensitive noses twitched as they assessed the mosskin's glowing path. Even a family of patient tortoises offered their sturdy shells to help shift smaller rocks. Guided by the mosskin's illuminating touch, showing exactly where the earth was softest and the water's pull strongest, the creatures worked together. Rabbits kicked loose soil, moles tunneled beneath roots, tortoises nudged debris, and Bramble used his strong snout to clear smaller stones. Willow directed from above, pointing out the clearest route. It was hard, muddy work. The scent of damp earth and crushed ferns filled the air, mingling with the tired but determined breaths of the workers. The sun began to dip, painting the sky in shades of lavender and tangerine. Finally, as the first stars began to prick the twilight, The new channel was complete, a narrow, winding trench following the path of least resistance, illuminated by the mosskin. Bramble, his quills matted with mud, gave a signal. The creatures carefully removed the last small stones, damming the new channel near the pooled water. With a soft, grateful gurgle, the pent-up spring water found the new path. It wasn't a roaring rush, but a gentle, persistent flow, like a sigh of relief. It trickled, then streamed, winding its way down the mosskin-lit channel, finding its way around the great fallen stones, singing softly as it went. Back towards the thirsty glade. They followed the water's journey back through the darkening woods. The sound of its return was the sweetest music, a gentle chuckle growing stronger with every step. When they reached the moon-petal glade, the mosskin were already rejoicing, flitting above the strengthening stream, their tiny lights reflecting like diamonds on the darkening water. The frogs tentatively began a croak, joined hesitantly by a cricket. Bramble rushed to the glimmer roots. Carefully he poured the precious dew he had collected that morning, now cool and starlit, onto their parched tendrils. Almost immediately, a faint, healthy glow began to pulse back through them, spreading like a soft green light across the forest floor. The forest's deep, resonant hum returned, stronger and more peaceful than before, vibrating softly under their paws and in the air they breathed. That night, as the heartstone pulsed its deep sapphire light for winter's approach, the creatures of the Whisperwood gathered near the restored stream. Fireflies, drawn by the renewed magic, danced above the water, weaving constellations that mirrored the sky. Elder Fern rested near the bank, a gentle smile on her weathered snout. "You see, young Bramble," she murmured, her voice blending with the water's song, "harmony isn't stillness. It is the constant, gentle adjustment, the listening, the many small voices working together. The forest remembers its balance, guided by those who listen to its whispers and feel its needs." Bramble looked around at the rabbits, the moles, the tortoises, the shimmering mosskin, and swift Willow. He felt the cool night air, smelled the clean scent of flowing water and the rich promise of frost, heard the contented symphony of the night creatures, and saw the soft glow of the revived glimmer roots. The magic of the Whisperwood wasn't just in the Heartstone, it was in the interconnectedness, the shared effort, the quiet wisdom passed down and acted upon with kindness. As the first delicate snowflakes of winter began to drift down, silent and soft as thistledown, landing on his damp quills and melting into the singing stream, Bramble felt a deep, warm peace settle over him, as comforting as a moss-lined nest. The forest breathed easily once more, its ancient heart beating strong and steady in the starlit dark. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley cradled by whispering hills, a place where cobblestone paths wound between houses with thatched roofs that glowed softly under the moon. Magic here wasn't loud or flashy. It was the warm scent of cinnamon buns drifting from Mistress Gable's bakery at dawn, the way fireflies pulsed in perfect harmony with the village clock tower's chime, and the gentle hum of contentment that seemed to rise from the very earth. Young Theo, whose freckles looked like scattered cinnamon dust, loved Willowbrook most of all for its quiet magic, especially the nightly dance of the fireflies that painted the dusk with streaks of warm gold. But one cool autumn evening, as Theo sat on his doorstep watching the sky deepen from lavender to indigo, he noticed something unsettling. What could be dampening magic? "That," Silas said, standing up and brushing cedar shavings from his worn trousers, "is the heart of our little mystery. An observation, young Theo, is the key to any puzzle. Are you ready for a moonlit walk?" Together, with Fern flitting ahead like a shadow, they followed the path alongside the brook. The water, usually chuckling merrily, seemed to flow more sluggishly. As they neared the crystal springs, the air grew cooler still, and Theo felt a strange hush fall, like the woods were holding their breath. The familiar, comforting hum of magic was faint, muffled. The springs were a small, clear pool fed by water trickling down a mossy rock face. Moonlight should have fractured into 1,000 dancing diamonds on its surface. Instead, the pool looked dull. lifeless. And clustered on the rocks surrounding the pool, Theo saw them, hundreds of fireflies. But they weren't flying. They sat huddled together, their lights flickering weakly, like distant stars obscured by cloud. They're here. Theo breathed, his heart aching at their dim glow. But why won't they fly? Silas knelt by the water's edge, his brow furrowed. Look closely, Theo, not just at the fireflies. Look at the water, look at the rocks. Listen. Theo knelt beside him. He looked. The water wasn't just sluggish, it seemed thicker, almost syrupy near the edges. He saw patches of a strange, dark, slimy substance clinging to the rocks below the waterline. It looked like thick, wet ash. He sniffed the air. Underneath the clean scent of pine and damp earth was a faint, unpleasant odor, sour and metallic, like old pennies left in the rain. He listened. The gentle trickle of the spring was almost silent, choked. What is that slime? Theo whispered, pointing. And that smell, it's wrong. Fern, the moss spriggan, chittered anxiously from Theo's shoulder, pointing a tiny finger emphatically at the dark patches. Ah, Silas murmured, a spark of understanding in his eyes. That, Theo, is bog-rot sludge, very rare, very troublesome. It seeps up from deep underground where minerals clash poorly. It's like a heavy blanket thrown over magic. It dampens sound, dims light, and makes the water heavy and lifeless. It explains everything. The fireflies need the pure, lively water and the bright magic of the springs to power their flight and light, Theo realized, the pieces clicking together. The sludge is smothering it, but how do we get rid of it? It looks stuck fast. Silas smiled gently. Bog-rot sludge is stubborn, but it has a weakness. It fears pure vibration, clear sound, like laughter or music, especially music played with true heart, which carries its own kind of magic, but it needs to be focused right at the source. Theo thought hard. He wasn't much of a musician. He patted his pocket, his fingers closing around his smooth, warty stone. Then he remembered something. Silas, the village bell, the harmony bell in the clock tower. It rings pure and clear every hour. Could its sound reach here? Silas's smile widened. An excellent thought, Theo. The harmony bell's sound carries far on the night air, but it needs a little encouragement to reach this deeply into the woods with enough strength. We need an amplifier, a conductor for its pure note. Fern suddenly leapt from Theo's shoulder and scurried towards a cluster of tall, slender reeds growing near the spring. Moonlight glinted off their smooth stalks. Fern tapped one reed, then another, making a soft, hollow talk sound. The whisper reeds, Silas exclaimed. Of course, they channel sound, make it travel farther and clearer. Fern, you clever sprout, if we can get the sound of the harmony bell to resonate through these reeds, aimed right at the sludge. The plan formed quickly. Silas knew the woods and could move silently. He would hurry back to the village square, timing his arrival just before the next hour. He would explain the plan to Old Man Hemlock, who tended the clock tower. When the bell struck, Silas would focus all his quiet intention, his deep connection to Willowbrook's magic, on sending that clear, resonant bong towards the crystal springs. Theo's job was to stay with Fern. As the bell's sound approached, Silas assured him he would feel it coming. Theo needed to gently stroke the whisper reeds in sequence, starting from the tallest, guiding the sound wave towards the pool, just like directing water down a channel. Fern would help him know which reed to touch next. Theo waited nervously by the silent pool, the huddled fireflies casting only the faintest glow. Fern perched on his knee, a comforting, velvety weight. The woods felt vast and quiet. Then, just as the moon reached its highest point, Theo felt it. A faint tremor in the air, a deep, pure feeling rather than a sound, vibrating through the ground and up his legs. It was the distant echo of the harmony bell, carrying Silas's focused hope. Now, Theo. Silas's voice seemed to whisper on the vibration itself. Theo took a deep breath, remembering his grandmother's calm wisdom. He focused on the pure note resonating within him, the sound of home and harmony. Gently guided by Fern's tiny nudges, he began to stroke the whisper reeds. Tallest first, with a soft, steady sweep of his hand. Swoosh. Then the next tallest. Swoosh. Then the next. Swoosh. As Theo touched each reed, it seemed to hum, capturing the distant bell note and sending it onwards, clearer and stronger. The focused wave of pure sound, amplified and directed by the reeds, swept over the crystal springs pool. It hit the dark bog-rot sludge clinging to the rocks. A remarkable thing happened. The sludge didn't melt or vanish in a puff of smoke. Instead, it shivered, like a ripple moving through thick jelly. Then it began to contract, pulling away from the rocks, retreating from the clear water. It shriveled slightly, losing its oily sheen, turning drier, grayer. As it shrank back, the clear spring water bubbled up more vigorously, pushing the retreating sludge aside. The sour, metallic smell lifted, replaced by the clean, mineral scent of fresh water and damp moss. The hush dissolved, replaced by the joyful gurgle of the spring and the rustling of leaves in a suddenly fresher breeze. The effect on the fireflies was instant and magical. As the sludge retreated and the pure magic of the springs surged back, their dim lights brightened. One by one, then in joyful clusters, they lifted from the rocks. Their wings, no longer heavy with stifled magic, buzzed with renewed energy. Their lights pulsed first tentatively, then stronger, brighter, warmer, until the clearing was filled with a swirling constellation of gold. They danced above the now sparkling, diamond-dusted pool, their light reflecting brilliantly in the pure water. Theo laughed, pure relief and wonder bubbling up inside him. Fern chittered happily, doing a little jig on the moss. The fireflies swirled around them in a silent, luminous thank you. Silas appeared at the edge of the clearing, a broad smile on his face. "Well done, young observer, well done indeed. You listened, you looked, you thought, and you acted with a calm heart. That's the best kind of magic." Walking back towards Willowbrook, Theo, Silas, and Fern were accompanied by a glorious escort. The fireflies flew ahead and alongside, a river of golden light flowing back towards the village. As they emerged from the woods, the villagers, drawn outside by the returning glow, gasped in delight. The golden light washed over the meadow, touching the tightly closed buds of the night-blooming glories. As the fireflies pulsed in their familiar, comforting rhythm, the beautiful white flowers began to slowly, gracefully unfurl, releasing their sweet, calming perfume into the night air. A collective sigh of peace settled over Willowbrook. Restless dreams were soothed away. Later, sitting again on his doorstep with a cup of warm milk, Theo watched the fireflies dance. He held his worry stone, now warm not from worry, but from contentment. The mystery had been solved not with force, but with careful watching, kind help from friends like Fern and Silas, and the pure, shared magic of their home amplified by a bell and some clever reeds. He learned that sometimes the quietest things, a strange smell, a dim light, a hush in the woods, hold the biggest clues. And that solutions often lie in connection, connecting observations, connecting with wise friends, and connecting with the gentle, resilient magic all around. The air was sweet with night-blooming glory, the fireflies painted golden paths on the velvet dark, and the soft chime of the harmony bell echoed faintly, a reminder of the pure note that had cleared the shadows. Theo smiled, the cozy magic of Willowbrook wrapping around him like a soft blanket, and knew that all was well. The gentle hum of the sleeping village was the most comforting sound of all. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of emerald moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived creatures unseen by ordinary eyes. Here the air hummed with a quiet magic, woven from the turning seasons and the deep, harmonious breath of the earth itself. Among the gnarled roots and beneath the velvet ferns thrived Thistle, a young hedgehog whose spines shimmered with dewdrops in the dawn light, and his dearest friend, Fern, a quick-witted squirrel with eyes like polished acorns. Their world was one of intricate balance. The fireflies painted constellations on warm summer nights, their light fueled by the fragrance of blooming night-blooming jasmine. The brook songbirds, feathered in iridescent blues and greens, sang melodies that coaxed the river into gentle, laughing currents, its water crystal clear and tasting of cold stone and wild mint. In autumn, the wise willows shed leaves imbued with whispered memories, gathered by the diligent moss sprites to weave into the soft blankets lining burrows against the coming chill. Winter brought the frost weavers, tiny, shimmering beings who spun delicate lace from frozen mist, adorning bare branches and silencing the forest under a blanket of profound, peaceful quiet. Spring belonged to the bloom whisperers, unseen forces that coaxed buds into vibrant life, their arrival heralded by the first warm rain that smelled of damp earth and sweet promise. Thistle and Fern learned this rhythm from Bramblebur, an ancient badger whose fur was silvered with age and whose deep, rumbling voice carried the weight of countless seasons. He lived beneath the sentinel oak, the oldest tree in the woods, its bark deeply carved with patterns that seemed to shift and flow like liquid history. Bramblebur taught them the forest song, not a melody sung aloud, but the subtle symphony of interconnected life. The rustle of a vole stirring dry leaves, signaling the approach of a hungry fox, the particular scent of ozone whispering of a distant thunderstorm long before clouds gathered, the way the mushrooms glowed faintly blue along the paths where the underground streams flowed strongest. "Listen with more than your ears, little ones," Bramblebur would murmur, his voice blending with the crackle of the small, enchanted hearthstone that warmed his den, its light casting dancing shadows. "Feel the forest breathe, taste the wind, see the stories written in the moss and the bark. Harmony is the greatest magic, and it is woven thread by fragile thread." One crisp autumn afternoon, as Thistle and Fern were gathering the last sweet hazelnuts, a tremor ran through the forest. It wasn't an earthquake, but a disturbance in the very fabric of their world. The vibrant reds and golds of the maple leaves seemed duller. The air, usually crisp and fragrant with decaying leaves and wood smoke, carried a faint, acrid tang like damp metal. Most unsettling of all, the laughing river grew quiet. Its usual cheerful gurgle faded to a sluggish, mournful sigh. The water, once clear as polished quartz, took on a murky, listless hue. Fern scampered to the river bank, her bushy tail twitching with worry. Thistle, look, the brook songbirds, they're barely singing. Indeed, the usually vibrant birds perched listlessly on gray branches, their feathers ruffled, their songs reduced to thin, sorrowful chirps. The water felt strangely tepid and greasy against Thistle's paws when he dipped them in. They hurried to Bramblebur. The old badger was already waiting, his expression grave. He held a single, perfect maple leaf, its brilliant crimson hue fading to a sickly brown at the edges. "The balance is wounded," he rasped, his voice thick with concern. "Something heavy and cold has settled upstream near the Stoneheart Falls. It poisons the river's spirit, silences its song, and weakens the season's turn." He explained that the Stoneheart Falls were where the river plunged over ancient, moss-covered rocks, creating a natural basin that acted as the forest's heartwell. Pure magic drawn from the deep earth and the changing skies pooled there, feeding the seasonal cycles and the life of all creatures. "If the poison spreads," Bramblebur warned, his eyes reflecting the hearthstone's worried flicker, "winter will not weave its quiet magic, spring may not wake, the frost weavers will freeze solid, the bloom whisperers will slumber too deeply. The forest will fall into an endless, silent gray." A council was called under the sentinel oak. Fireflies glowed with anxious light, moss sprites shivered in their woven cloaks, and even the usually stoic owls hooted softly in dismay. Fear hung thick as fog. Some creatures whispered of fleeing. Others argued pointlessly. Thistle, remembering Bramblebur's lessons, stepped forward, his small voice surprisingly steady. Grandfather Bramblebur says harmony is woven thread by thread. Maybe we need to weave it back together. Fern nodded vigorously, adding, we need to find the source. We need to help the river remember its song. Their courage sparked a fragile hope. It was decided Thistle and Fern, small and quick, would journey upstream towards the Stoneheart Falls, guided by their knowledge of the forest paths and the subtle signs. Bramblebur entrusted them with a precious gift, a small, smooth river stone warmed by the hearthstone. This holds the memory of pure water, he said, and a fragment of the forest's warmth. It may help you. Their journey was fraught with the growing imbalance. Autumn seemed to stall. Leaves that should have fallen clung desperately to branches, brittle and dry. The air grew colder than it should, biting with an unnatural dampness that seeped into their bones. Magical phenomena flickered erratically. Patches of frost formed in the afternoon sun, only to melt into sluggish, gray puddles. Strange, sourceless sighs echoed through the trees, chilling their blood. They navigated treacherous paths slick with unnatural slime, the comforting sense of earth and leaf mold replaced by the metallic tang of decay. They crossed trembling bridges of woven vines over streams that bubbled sluggishly. Their courage was tested by shadows that seemed to cling too long, and whispers that weren't the wind. Fern's sharp eyes spotted safe paths where the moss still glowed faintly green, a sign of lingering health. Thistle used his keen nose to avoid patches of air that smelled stagnant and wrong, guiding them towards the cleaner, though still troubled, scent of pine needles higher up. Finally, after a perilous climb over slippery rocks slick with unnatural frost, they reached the Stoneheart Falls. The sight stole their breath not with beauty, but with profound sorrow. The majestic cascade was reduced to a thick, oily trickle. The basin below, usually a swirling pool of luminous, clear water reflecting the sky, was choked with a viscous, dark sludge that shimmered with a sickly, iridescent sheen. It smelled like rust and forgotten graves. Embedded in the sludge near the base of the falls was the source of the poison. A massive, jagged chunk of cold, dark iron, a piece of something forgotten and unnatural that had tumbled down from the distant, unseen mountains beyond the forest's edge. It pulsed with a dull, malevolent chill that seemed to leach the warmth and life from the very air. "This is it," Fern whispered, her voice trembling. It's killing the Hartwell." Thistle felt despair wash over him. How could they move such a monstrous thing? He clutched the warm river stone Bramblebur had given him. It felt small and insignificant against the oppressive cold emanating from the iron. He remembered the badger's words, "Help the river remember its song, remember." Looking around desperately, Thistle's eyes fell upon the moss-covered rocks surrounding the basin. Within the thick, ancient moss, preserved like jewels in amber, were tiny fragments of perfectly preserved bluebell petal from a long-ago spring, a delicate, fossilized dragonfly wing, a vibrant red autumn leaf caught mid-fall. These were memories woven into the very fabric of the place by generations of moss sprites and the magic of the falls. An idea sparked, fragile but bright. Fern the memories, the forest remembers its harmony. Bramblebur's stone remembers pure water. Maybe if we remind the Hartwell together. Fern understood instantly. We need all the memories. We need the forest's song. Thistle placed Bramblebur's warm stone gently onto the cold, sludgy surface near the edge of the basin. It sank slightly but glowed with a soft, determined light. Fern scrambled up the rocks, chattering urgently. She found a cluster of glowing moss holding a shimmering dewdrop, a perfect memory of morning freshness. She nudged it free and it rolled down, landing with a soft plink near Thistle's stone. He found a patch of moss cradling a tiny, perfectly formed acorn, a symbol of potential and growth. He carefully pried it loose and added it to the growing collection. They worked feverishly, their small paws trembling but determined. They gathered a snowflake pattern preserved by a frost weaver, a fragment of a bloom whisperer's first spring song caught in a bead of sap, a single luminous scale shed by a brook songbird. Each precious memory fragment, when placed near the warm stone, glowed brighter, pushing back the oppressive grayness in a tiny circle. But it wasn't enough. The dark iron pulsed, its chill deepening. The sludge seemed to thicken. Thistle felt a wave of exhaustion and despair. They were just two small creatures against a vast, unnatural cold. Then a soft rustling came from the path below. Bramblebur emerged, moving slowly but steadily, followed by a procession of forest folk. The fireflies had come, forming a constellation of soft light around the basin. The moss sprites arrived, carrying pouches woven from spider silk filled with collected memories, pressed wildflowers, tiny polished pebbles from the riverbed, fragments of sun-baked bark. Even the listless brook songbirds had mustered their strength, perching on nearby branches and beginning a soft, hesitant hum. The owls watched silently from high above, their presence a solemn vigil. They had followed, drawn by the faint pulse of hope emanating from the children's efforts. Without a word, they added their offerings to the growing circle of light around Thistle's stone and the gathered memories. Moss sprites gently pressed their treasures into the sludge at the basin's edge. Fireflies hovered, their light intensifying, bathing the scene in a gentle, golden radiance. The brook songbirds' hum grew stronger, weaving into a fragile, beautiful melody that spoke of clear currents and sun-dappled pools. The warmth grew. The circle of light expanded, pushing against the thick sludge and the chilling aura of the iron. Thistle, moved beyond words, placed his own, offering a single tear that had fallen onto his paw, a tear born of fear, effort, and love for his home. It landed on the warm stone, which flared with a sudden, brilliant light. A deep, resonant thrum vibrated through the rocks, shaking the sludge. It wasn't a sound of destruction, but of awakening. The gathered memories began to glow intensely. The bluebell petal radiated spring's promise. The dragonfly wings shimmered with summer's energy. The autumn leaf blazed with fall's vibrant fire. The snowflake pattern glittered with winter's quiet magic. The warm stone pulsed like a tiny heart. The dark sludge at the edges of the glowing circle began to soften, then to flow. It wasn't washed away, but transformed. The greasy sheen dissolved, replaced by the clear, cold luminescence of pure, enchanted water. The transformation spread slowly but surely, like ink dispersing in clear water, driven by the combined warmth, light, and song of the forest's gathered heart. The viscous murk receded from the basin, revealing the smooth, clean stones beneath. The oily trickle over the falls thickened, cleared, and then, with a sound like a sigh of relief, the laughing river found its voice again. Clean, cold, magical water cascaded over the stone heart falls, plunging into the now pristine basin, churning it into a whirlpool of sparkling, luminous life. The oppressive cold vanished, replaced by the crisp, clean chill of true autumn air, scented with pine and wet stone. The dark iron chunk, now inert and harmless, was gently pushed aside by the renewed current, tumbling harmlessly into a deep crevice where the forest's roots would slowly reclaim it. A collective sigh, warm and alive, rippled through the gathered creatures. The brook songbirds burst into full, joyous song, their melodies echoing the river's laughter. Fireflies danced in jubilant patterns. Moss sprites wept tears of pure, clear water that sparkled like diamonds on their cloaks. Bramblebur placed a heavy, gentle paw on Thistle's and Fern's shoulders. "You wove the threads back together," he rumbled, his voice thick with pride and relief. "You remembered the song and helped the forest remember itself." As they made their way back downstream, the transformation was evident. The dull leaves released their hold, falling in a gentle, golden rain that smelled sweetly of earth and change. The unnatural frost retreated. The air lost its metallic tang, replaced by the rich, comforting scent of damp soil and decaying leaves returning to the earth. The river sang alongside them, its waters clear and cold once more, carrying the renewed magic through the veins of the whispering woods. Winter came, but it was the true winter of the frost weavers. They spun their intricate lace with renewed vigor, draping the forest in a blanket of sparkling silence that felt peaceful, not dead. Under the snow, the earth held the warmth of the forest's collective memory, waiting for spring. And when the bloom whisperers finally stirred, coaxed by the first truly warm rain that smelled of renewal, the forest erupted in a profusion of color and scent more vibrant than anyone could remember. Thistle and fern often visited the Stoneheart Falls. The basin shimmered with pure magic, and embedded in the moss around its edge, alongside the ancient memories, were new additions. A tiny, smooth hazelnut, a single bright squirrel's tail hair caught in the sunlight, and a small, perfectly round stone that always held a gentle warmth. Bramblebur taught them how to listen even deeper, to hear the faint echoes of the forest's song of healing, woven into the rustling leaves and the bubbling streams. And on quiet evenings, as fireflies painted the dusk, and the scent of night-blooming jasmine filled the air, Thistle would tell younger creatures the story beside Bramblebur's hearthstone. He'd describe the unnatural cold, the silent river, the fear, and the perilous journey. But most of all, he'd speak of the warmth of the stone, the brilliance of the gathered memories, the strength of the shared song, and the deep, resonant thrum of harmony restored. "Remember," he'd murmur, his voice blending with the crackling hearth and the gentle sigh of the wind in the sentinel oak, "the greatest magic isn't in grand spells, but in the threads that connect us all to each other, to the earth, to the seasons, and to the memories we keep and share. Listen for the forest's song, feel its breath, tend its harmony, for it is the song that sings us all to sleep and welcomes us back with each new dawn." And as the young ones drifted off, nestled in moss-lined burrows, the whispering woods breathed its deep, contented sigh, a living lullaby of perfect, peaceful balance. The evening sun dipped below the hills, painting the sky in streaks of lavender and peach, when young Leo first noticed the peculiar shimmer at the edge of the whispering woods. It wasn't just the last light catching the dew. It was a soft, steady glow emanating from a moss-covered archway Leo had never seen before, nestled between two ancient, gnarled oak trees. The archway seemed woven from living vines, and speckled with tiny, luminous flowers that pulsed like sleepy fireflies. Above it, shimmering letters appeared and disappeared like breath on a frosty window, the door of whispering pines. Leo's heart thumped a little faster against their ribs. The grown-ups always said the woods were deep and best explored in daylight, but this felt different. It felt like an invitation. Taking a deep breath of the cool, pine-scented air, Leo stepped forward. As they passed beneath the arch, a gentle warmth washed over them, and the familiar woods dissolved like a dream. They found themselves standing on a path paved with smooth, glowing stones the color of moonlight. It wound through a forest unlike any Leo had ever imagined. Trees weren't just tall, they were colossal, their trunks wide as cottages, draped in velvet mosses of emerald and sapphire. Instead of leaves, enormous, softly glowing mushrooms, some like parasols, others like delicate bells sprouted from their branches, casting a gentle, honey-colored light. The air hummed with a low, soothing melody, as if the forest itself were breathing a lullaby. It smelled of damp earth, sweet blossoms, and something else, like warm cinnamon and old books. Curiosity, bright and fizzy, bubbled within Leo. They followed the path, their footsteps silent on the luminous stones. Soon they encountered the first wonder, a stream that flowed not with water, but with liquid crystal, clear and sparkling. Tiny, fish-like creatures made of pure light darted beneath its surface, leaving trails of shimmering bubbles that popped with soft pings, releasing miniature rainbows that hovered for a moment before fading. As Leo watched, mesmerized, a cluster of floating stones drifted lazily down the path. Perched upon the largest stone was a creature no bigger than Leo's hand. It resembled a tiny owl, but its feathers were made of swirling, iridescent mist, and its large eyes shone like polished amber. It tilted its head, blinked slowly, and hooted a sound like wind chimes. H-O-O-O-O-O-M, it chimed questioningly. Hello, Leo whispered back, feeling a smile spread across their face. The mist owl blinked again, then fluttered its insubstantial wings, causing the stones beneath it to ripple and chime softly. It seemed to gesture with its beak further down the path before dissolving into a puff of shimmering vapor that drifted upwards, joining the light filtering through the mushroom canopy. Encouraged, Leo continued. The path led them to a bridge spanning a chasm filled with swirling, colorful fog. The bridge, however, wasn't solid. It was made of intertwined beams of pure, soft light, humming faintly. As Leo stepped onto the first beam, it wobbled precariously. A wave of dizziness washed over them, and the colorful fog below seemed to swirl faster, whispering indistinctly. Fear prickled Leo's skin. Go back, it seemed to sigh. Too far, too strange. Leo closed their eyes, remembering the warm glow of the archway, the gentle chime of the mist owl. This wasn't meant to be scary, it was wondrous. Taking a slow, deep breath, Leo focused on the steady hum of the light bridge beneath their feet. They planted their next step firmly, calmly. The wobbling lessened. Step by careful step, breathing steadily, Leo crossed. On the other side, the humming softened into a comforting purr, and a cluster of luminous blue butterflies, their wings edged in silver, fluttered around Leo's head in a brief, silent dance of approval before vanishing into the giant ferns. Further along, the path opened into a clearing dominated by a single, magnificent tree. Its bark was pure white and smooth as porcelain, and its branches held thousands of tiny, star-like blossoms that pulsed with a gentle light. Nestled amongst its roots were several small, furry creatures that looked like kittens sculpted from living moss. They blinked sleepy green eyes at Leo. One, bolder than the rest, padded forward and nudged Leo's hand with its cool, velvety nose. It made a soft, purring sound like rustling leaves. Suddenly a cool breeze sighed through the clearing, carrying with it a deeper chill. The star blossoms on the tree dimmed slightly. The moss kittens shivered and huddled closer together, their purrs turning into tiny whimpers. Leo felt the cold seep into their own bones. Looking around, they spotted a small, dark cave mouth at the base of the white tree. The cold seemed to be flowing from it. A low moan echoed from within. Leo's instinct was to back away. Darkness and cold felt ominous. But seeing the shivering moss kittens, their green eyes wide and trusting, stirred something else. Courage wasn't just about facing big dangers, Leo realized. Sometimes it was about offering warmth in the face of coldness. Remembering the cozy feeling of their own blanket at home, Leo knelt beside the moss kittens. Gently, carefully, they gathered the little creatures close, sharing their own body warmth. The kittens stopped shivering, their purrs returning louder this time, a soft vibration against Leo's chest. The purring seemed to resonate, flowing outwards. The star blossoms on the white tree brightened perceptibly. The cold breeze faltered, and the mournful moan from the cave softened, then faded into silence, replaced by a deep, contented sigh that seemed to come from the tree itself. Warmth flooded back into the clearing. As Leo gently set the moss kittens down, they nuzzled Leo's hand gratefully before scampering back to their roots. The largest blossom on the white tree detached itself and floated gently down, landing softly in Leo's palm. It wasn't just light, it held a warmth that spread through Leo's fingers, a feeling of profound peace and quiet gratitude. A deep, resonant voice, like roots shifting deep in the earth, echoed softly in Leo's mind, not with words but with a feeling. Thank you, little light bringer. Kindness warms the deepest shadows. The path back seemed shorter, bathed in the gentle, unwavering glow of the mushroom forest. The liquid crystal stream chuckled softly as Leo passed. Near the shimmering archway, the cluster of floating stones drifted by again. The mist owl reformed, perched proudly. It hooted its wind-chime hoot, a sound that now felt like a familiar farewell, and dipped its misty head towards Leo before dissolving once more. The stones chimed a soft, clear melody that lingered in it. Stepping back through the door of whispering pines felt like slipping through a curtain of warm air. Leo stood once more at the edge of the familiar whispering woods, the last streaks of twilight painting the sky. The archway shimmered one last time, then faded, leaving only the two ancient oak trees. Leo walked home, the warmth from the star blossom still radiating gently from their palm, though the blossom itself had vanished. The ordinary world felt different now, softer, richer, holding secret wonders just beneath the surface. They hadn't fought dragons or found treasure chests, but they had walked a path of glowing stones, befriended creatures of mist and moss, and learned that courage could be found in quiet breaths and shared warmth. The greatest adventure, Leo understood as they climbed into their own cozy bed, wasn't always about how far you go, but about the kindness you carry and the quiet wonders you discover when you dare to step through an unknown door. The memory of the humming bridge, the purring moss kittens, and the grateful sigh of the white tree wrapped around Leo like the softest blanket. And as sleep gently pulled them under, Leo knew, with a heart full of peaceful wonder, that the door of whispering pines would always be there, waiting for those who listened with a curious and courageous heart. The forest outside their window rustled softly, a lullaby whispering of hidden glades and starry blossoms, promising that even in the quiet dark, magic was never truly far away. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers toward a sky veined with starlight, lived a world unseen by human eyes. Here the mossy earth breathed secrets, and the boundary between earth and enchantment shimmered like heat haze. Young Pip, a hedgehog whose quills still held the softness of youth, burrowed beneath the frost-kissed roots of Grandmother Willow. Her trunk, wide as a cottage, pulsed with the slow heartbeat of the forest. "Listen, little thorn," murmured Fern, an elderly badger whose silver-streaked fur mirrored moonlit snow. Her claws traced patterns in the loam, a map of seasons. When winter overstays its welcome, the heartstone slumbers too deeply. She pointed toward the glimmering glade, where the first crocuses should have pierced the snow weeks ago. Instead, an unnatural chill clung, silencing brooks and frosting spiderwebs into crystal lace. The seasonal dance was faltering. Pip shivered not from cold but from the forest's unease. He felt it in his paws, the stifled hum of roots craving thaw, the drowsy frustration of squirrels whose nut caches dwindled. But why, Fern? The frostfire moths always wake the heartstone. Each winter's end, these iridescent insects emerged, their wings shedding ember-bright dust to melt the glacial seal guarding the forest's magical core. This year their cocoons remained frozen in ice-locked birches. Fern's nose twitched, catching the metallic tang of lingering frost. The balance is askew, old tales whisper of this. When snow drowns spring's song, courage must thaw what magic cannot. She nudged a withered acorn toward Pip. Seek Thistle the hare, her ears hear the wind's oldest stories. Thus began Pip's pilgrimage beneath a sky bruised purple with unseasonable cold. Crunching through snow like shattered quartz, he passed ice-encased ferns that tinkled like wind chimes. He inhaled the crisp scent of pine sap bleeding from frozen bark and touched hoarfrost that melted into dew on his paw pads. Near Mistfall Creek, now a ribbon of black ice, he found Thistle, her fur puffed against the chill. "The north wind gossips," she whispered, ears pivoting toward distant mountains. A rock slide buried the sunstone caves. No dawn warmth reaches the frostfire cocoons. Her eyes, liquid amber in the gloom, held generations of weather wisdom. Only warmth born within the woods can rouse them now. Pip's heart sank. How could tiny creatures stir such cold? Yet Thistle nudged him onward. Find Bramble the bear. His den holds the emberblooms. In a honeycomb cave veiled by icicles, Bramble snored amidst dried herbs. Pip hesitated before the mountain of fur, then sneezed from the dust of crushed petals, immersant, smelling of cinnamon and sunlight. Bramble's rumble shook the earth. Emberblooms. He yawned, revealing teeth like ancient standing stones. Aye, they store summer's fire, but their glow fades without. He lumbered to a clay pot brimming with luminous orange petals. Song the frostfires hatch to cricket choruses, silence starves them. Threefold wisdom now braided in Pip's mind, thaw the cocoons with inner warmth, revive them with song, guide them with emberbloom light. But who could sing in this frozen hush? Pip remembered the fireflies, minstrels of the midsummer nights, dormant in their root-cellar haven. Digging through snowdrifts with Bramble's help, Pip reached the firefly grotto. Inside, 1,000 tiny bodies glittered like captive stars. Wake, Pip pleaded, placing emberblooms among them. The petals pulsed, casting coppery light on translucent wings. One firefly, Zelda, flickered awake. The long dark, she buzzed weakly. Pip explained, his breath fogging the air. Sing spring back, for the crickets sleep too deeply. Zelda rallied her kin. Soon the cavern shimmered with bioluminescent music, a chorus of clicks and hums that vibrated through stone, up roots into the frozen birches. Pip led them out, carrying emberbloom bouquets in Bramble's woven grass satchel. Their combined light painted the snow in molten gold. At the cocoon grove, Pip pressed his small body against the ice-clad trunks. He thought of fern stories, sun-dappled ferns, the kiss of rain on petals. Warmth bloomed in his chest, radiating through his quills. Ice wept. Cocoons split like ripe fruit. Frostfire moths struggled free, wings crumpled and damp. Zelda's choir swelled. The moths trembled, antennae lifting to the sound. Pip scattered emberbloom dust over them. It fused with their wings, igniting veins of liquid topaz. With a collective sigh, they took flight, a constellation ascending toward the Heartstone glade. Pip followed their comet trails. In the glade, the Heartstone, a monolith of mossy quartz, lay entombed in glacial blue ice. The moths circled it, shedding glowing dust that hissed where it touched frost. Pip joined them, pressing his paws to the ice, pouring every memory of warm earth and wildflower perfume into the stone. Cracks spiderwebbed. Light erupted, not blinding, but a gentle effulgence like dawn breaking underwater. Ice melted into rivulets that sang as they flowed. Snowdrifts sighed into moss. Crocuses erupted like violet applause. Fern arrived with thistle and bramble, their eyes reflecting the rekindled Heartstone. Well done, little thorn, Fern rumbled, nuzzling Pip's head. You wove many threads into one tapestry. As spring unfurled, crickets chirping, brooks babbling, leaves unfurling like shy green hands, the creatures gathered beneath Grandmother Willow. Pip nestled against Fern's flank, watching fireflies paint the dusk. Balance isn't stillness, Fern murmured to all, but the courage to mend what's broken. Remember, the forest's song needs every voice, the moth's glow, the firefly's tune, the hedgehog's warmth, even an old badger's tales. Stars blossomed overhead, their light filtered through newborn leaves. Pip closed his eyes, lulled by the symphony of peepers and rustling ferns. The Heartstone pulsed softly, its rhythm syncing with his breaths, a promise that in the whispering woods, harmony would always find its way home, season after season, as long as kindness kept watch beneath the ancient trees. And in that certainty, deeper than roots, sweeter than wild honey, every creature drifted into dreams woven with the quiet magic of renewal. Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest, lived a gentle young girl named Leora. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Leora's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the enchanted forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient Willow of Whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged, for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Leora often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the Willow of Whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches, that Leora felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Leora stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Leora felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Leora met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest's symphony. Leora smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. "I'm seeking the Willow of Whispers," she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "Ah, the willow," he said, nodding. "Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets." "I am ready," Leora declared, her voice steady with resolve. "I believe the willow will guide me." With Pip scampering alongside her, Leora continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Leora tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Leora listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Leora's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Do not be discouraged," Pip chirped, sensing her unease. "Every journey worth taking has its trials." Leora nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the Willow of Whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Leora approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Leora reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Leora heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Leora opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You have the heart of a true adventurer," he said, his voice full of warmth. Leora smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. "I see now," she said softly. "The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way." With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Leora and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Leora felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Leora like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Leora embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Leora closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The willow of whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. In a village hugged by hills that turned violet at dusk, there lived a girl named Leela, with a map drawn in starlight ink on her palms. Not the kind you could see, mind you, the kind that tingled when the wind carried secrets from the east. It was this invisible compass that led her one twilight to the edge of the Crystal Vale woods, where trees grew in spirals and the air smelled of burnt sugar and forgotten lullabies. The rules here were simple, whispered the rustling leaves. Wonder softly, listen deeply, and never hurry the shadows. Layla's first step sank into moss so plush it seemed to sigh beneath her boots. Above, branches wove a canopy of living stained glass, leaves of amber and tourmaline filtering the moonlight into pools of liquid gold. She paused when a flicker of movement caught her eye. A fox with fur the color of autumn's last flame sat primly on a root, tail curled around a tiny lantern made of dandelion fluff. "Lost little wanderer," it asked, its voice like the creak of a rocking chair. When Leela shook her head, the fox chuckled, a sound like falling acorns. "Ah, found then, follow the lichens' laughter. It's having a particularly giggly night." The lichen, it turned out, did indeed giggle, a sound like chimes submerged in honey. It glowed faintly along a path strewn with petals that dissolved into mist when touched. Deeper into the woods, Leela encountered a brook where the water flowed upward, defying gravity with the enthusiasm of a child's soap bubble. Its surface rippled with half-formed shapes, a crown of feathers here, a dancing teapot there. Kneeling to drink, she found the water tasted of questions she'd never thought to ask. "What's north of north?" it burbled. Before she could answer, a hedgehog made of moss and twigs trundled up, balancing 3 starberries on its spiky back. "Trade you," it squeaked, nodding at the hair ribbon Leela had tied around her wrist. She hesitated. The ribbon was her last gift from Gran, but placed it in the hedgehog's twig claw. The starberries burst on her tongue, each a different flavor, courage, curiosity, and the exact warmth of a hug held too long. The woods thickened, trees now arching like the ribs of some slumbering giant. Here, the challenges grew gentler but stranger. A bridge of spider silk demanded she whisper a secret before crossing. "I still sleep with my socks on," she confessed. The bridge purred. A glade of clockwork butterflies tested her patience, landing on her nose until she stood statue still for 7 full minutes. Time isn't a river here, chimed the largest butterfly, its wings ticking. It's a puddle, splashable. Leela's laughter startled a cloud of bioluminescent moths into swirling around her, their wings painting temporary constellations on the dark. It was near the heart of the woods that she met the only creature taller than a sapling, a willow tree with bark like crumpled parchment, its branches heavy with glowing blue fruit. At its base sat a round door no bigger than a teapot. Ah, crooned the tree, though its mouth, if it had one, remained hidden. The map-handed child, we've been waiting. The door swung open to reveal not a space, but a sound, the low, resonant hum of a cello played underwater. To pass, murmured the willow, you must give what the woods already gave you. Leela knelt, mind circling the riddle. The starberries. The moth light. Then she noticed her hands, the star map was gone from her palms. In its place shimmered 3 symbols, a fox's lantern, a hedgehog's starberry, a butterfly's wing. She pressed her palms to the tree's roots. The symbols sank into the bark, and the willow shuddered with delight. Clever seedling, you didn't keep the gifts, you let them change you. The tree split down the middle, revealing a chamber where the air itself seemed to sparkle with possibility. Inside, the source of the wood's magic hung suspended, a single pulsing petal from the first flower, its edges fraying into stardust. Around it orbited creatures Leela could only glimpse sideways, a fish with cloud fins, a cat made of hourglass sand. Take a thread, whispered the petal's light. Mend what's fraying. Her fingers trembled as she plucked a silver thread from the petal's glow. Instinctively, she wove it through the hole in her pocket, the one she'd gotten climbing the old oak last spring. The thread dissolved and the pocket sang. A soft, contented hum, as if grateful to be whole. When Leela stepped back into the woods, dawn hovered like a held breath. The fox waited, lantern dimmed. Well, it asked. She opened her mended pocket. Out fluttered all she'd gathered, a lichened chuckle, a sip of upward-flowing brook, the memory of starberry courage. The fox nodded. Good, now you know, the real magic isn't in keeping, but in letting the wonder through. The journey home was shorter, though no less wondrous. Gravity remembered itself, the brook flowed downstream, and the hedgehog waved with a twig now tied with Leela's ribbon. As she crossed the tree line, the Crystal Vale woods sighed behind her, not in farewell, but in patient waiting. In her pocket the mended thread hummed, and when she finally curled into bed, she dreamed not of adventures, but of a willow tree whispering to new seeds. And then the girl understood, courage isn't a flame to clutch, but a lantern to share. Pass it on, little rootlings, pass it on. Years later, villagers would swear they sometimes saw a grown woman with starlight in her braid, leaving starberries on windowsills, or mending torn kite strings with invisible thread. But that's a story for another twilight. For now, dear listener, imagine Leela asleep, her palm resting open on the quilt, and in its center, a single crystal petal glowing softly, a nightlight for dreams yet to come. The amber grove of whispering stones. In a village hugged by ancient pines, where chimney smoke curled into twilight like silvery thread, there lived a girl named Leela with eyes the color of storm-soaked earth. Her hands always bore traces of charcoal from sketching ferns on parchment, her voice rarely rose above the rustle of falling leaves, and her greatest secret lived buried beneath the roots of a lightning-struck oak, a smooth amber stone that hummed when the moon waxed full. Aye, the stone's first song. Leela discovered the stone on an afternoon crisp as freshly pressed linen, while gathering kindling near the forest's edge. The air smelled of pine resin and distant snow, and her boots sank into moss so thick it whispered secrets with every step. Beneath the oak's gnarled roots, where shadows pooled like spilled ink, the amber glimmered. When she touched it, warmth bloomed in her palm, and a sound like distant wind chimes trembled in her ears. That night, beneath a quilt stitched with constellations, the stone pulsed in rhythm with her heartbeat. Dreams came vivid and strange, a grove of trees with bark like polished bronze, their branches heavy with translucent fruits that chimed when the breeze stirred them. A voice, neither old nor young, wove through the melody, "Find the gate where shadows dance twice." 2. The locked path. For weeks, Leela traced the forest's hidden veins, stone clutched in her pocket. It glowed faintly near a brook where water sang over black stones, brighter still where fox tracks vanished into ferns. Yet the gate eluded her until the first frost, when she noticed something peculiar at the base of the village's oldest maple. At precisely noon, the tree's shadow split into two distinct silhouettes, one pointing north, the other east, before merging again. Heart drumming, Leela followed the eastern shadow to a mossy boulder half buried in ivy. The stone's hum sharpened. Pressing it to the rock, she watched as ivy shivered, revealing a door no taller than her shoulder, carved with symbols of crescent moons and winding vines. 3. The Grove of Echoes. Beyond the door lay a world spun from gold and green. The amber grove stretched before her, trees arching into a canopy that filtered sunlight into honeyed pools. Fruits hung like crystalline bells, their chimes harmonizing with the rustle of creatures she sensed more than saw. Shimmering moths with wings like stained glass, a deer whose antlers dripped with dewdrop pearls. And there, beneath the grandest tree, stood a fox with fur the color of embers, one forepaw raised mid-step. "You've brought the keystone," the fox said, voice like dry leaves skittering over stone. "But it's grown quiet, hasn't it?" Leela started. The stone's hum had dimmed since her first touch. "The grove's heart weakens," the fox continued, tail flicking toward the tree, where amber sap oozed sluggishly from a crack. "Long ago your kind and mine tended it together, but fear grew thick as thistles, and your people forgot." 4. The Fracture. The fox, called Fen, revealed the grove's magic thrived on shared stories, laughter exchanged between creature and human, secrets whispered to the wind. But generations passed, villagers had begun fearing the forest's oddities, lights that bobbed without fire, voices in empty glades. The grove's guardian, a role Fen had inherited reluctantly, could no longer sustain it alone. The keystone, Leela's amber gem, was meant to bridge worlds, but its power faded without trust. "You're trembling," Fen observed as Leela eyed, a spider weaving silver thread between branches. "I'm not brave," she admitted, charcoal-stained fingers tightening around the stone. "What if I fail?" Fen's laugh was a soft huff. "Courage isn't the absence of fear. It's listening to what scares you and stepping forward anyway." V. The Weaving. Fen taught Leela to read the grove's ailments. A patch of wilted ferns marked where a badger's grief had gone unacknowledged. A stagnant pond reflected unresolved quarrels among village children. Together they mended what they could, Leela sketching riddles in the soil to cheer the badger, Fen delivering acorn caps filled with honey to soothe the children. Yet the keystone's glow remained frail. "It needs a human heart rekindling kinship," Fen said, watching Leela scatter seeds for sparrows. "But you doubt your own voice." It was true. Leela hid her sketches, spoke little at village gatherings, and hadn't told a soul about the grove. 6. The Storm. Disaster struck on a night when the wind howled like a widowed wolf. Leela awoke to the stone burning against her chest. In the grove, trees shuddered, their chiming fruits muted. Fen crouched beneath the guardian tree, fur bristling. "The fracture's spreading if the sap stops flowing by dawn." Leela didn't need the rest. The crack had widened, sap now a sluggish trickle. How do we fix it? The grove needs a song only a human can give, one that stirs remembrance in your people. Panic clawed Leela's throat. I can't, I don't know how to. Fen nudged her hand with a cold nose. You've been gathering stories in your sketches. Let them speak. 7. The unfurling. They raced to the village as the first raindrops fell. Leela's cottage glowed with hearthlight, her parents fretting over scattered papers, her sketches of the grove, fen, the luminous fruits. Where have you been? Her mother cried. For a heartbeat, Leela faltered. Then the stone pulsed warmly against her skin. I found something, she whispered. Something beautiful. One by one she laid out her drawings, the fox with ember fur, trees that chimed, dewdrop antlers. Her voice strengthened as she spoke of the grove's history, of shared guardianship, of Fen's quiet wisdom. Neighbors gathered, drawn by the commotion. A child pointed at Fen, who'd slipped in unseen, and gasped, the fox from the pictures. To Leela's shock, old Farmer Bren knelt, calloused hand outstretched to Fen. My granddad told tales of forest guardians. I thought they were just fireside fancy. 8. The mending. Dawn approached. Villagers followed Leela and Fen into the grove, breath catching at its fading splendor. Leela placed the keystone into the guardian tree's crack. Nothing happened. The song, Fen urged. Her mouth dry, Leela began humming a lullaby her mother once sang. One voice joined hers, then another, until the grove swelled with melody, human voices blending with chiming fruits, rustling leaves, Fen's low croon. The keystone blazed gold. Sap surged, sealing the fracture as light cascaded through the branches. 9. The after. The grove didn't vanish from human memory again. Children left ribbons for the moths, elders shared tales with the badgers, and Leela's sketches adorned every cottage. Fen remained a flicker at the forest's edge, though he now permitted the occasional ear scratch. As for Leela, her hands still bore charcoal smudges, but her voice carried new strength. She'd learned that wonder grows when tended by many hearts, and that quiet souls often hear the deepest magic. On winter evenings, if you walk by the lightning-struck oak, you might glimpse amber light filtering through the roots. It's said the keystone still hums there, a lullaby for both worlds, gentle and enduring as the first thaw after a long frost. The evening sun dipped below the whispering hills, painting the sky in strokes of lavender and apricot, as young Finn traced his fingers over the worn quilt covering his grandmother's lap. Outside, fireflies danced like scattered stars above the meadow. Grandmother, he whispered, why does the wind sing differently here than in the town? Grandma Sylvie smiled, her eyes crinkling like ancient parchment. Because the wind remembers, child, just like this land remembers our bones. She opened a carved cedar chest, releasing the scent of dried lavender and thyme. Inside lay a bundle wrapped in faded indigo cloth. Tonight, she said, her voice a soft hum, you're ready to hold what's been waiting for you. Unfolding the cloth revealed a river stone, smooth as polished moonlight, with a spiral etched into its surface. This, Grandma Sylvie murmured, placing it in Finn's palm, is your great-great-grandmother's listening stone. Our family carried these when we tended the Valley of Echoes, long before roads or towns existed. The stone warmed against Finn's skin, humming faintly like a bee in clover. The next morning, Finn followed the stone's pull toward the eastern woods. Dew-kissed ferns brushed his ankles, and the air tasted of pine resin and wild mint. Deep in the forest, where sunlight filtered like liquid gold, he found a moss-covered archway of intertwined oak roots, hidden unless one knew to look. The stone's hum deepened as he stepped through. Beyond lay the Valley of Echoes, untouched by time. Silver birches stood sentinel around a clearing where wild strawberries carpeted the earth. At its center rose 3 standing stones, taller than Finn, carved with spirals matching his stone. As he approached, a breeze stirred, carrying voices that weren't quite voices, more like the memory of laughter, the echo of lullabies. Finn placed his listening stone against the central monolith. Light bloomed from the spiral, weaving into the air like liquid starlight. Suddenly, the clearing shimmered. Ghostly figures materialized, people with his grandmother's kind eyes and his own unruly hair. They moved through visions, gathering herbs with reverence, singing to saplings as they planted them, placing similar stones in riverbeds to bless the waters. Finn watched them face a great drought, not with fear, but by gathering every soul in the valley. They shared water equally, sang rain's songs until clouds gathered, and taught children to read the language of wilting leaves. Their strength lay not in force but in deep listening, to the land, to each other. As the visions faded, a woman with Grandma Sylvie's smile lingered. Her voice resonated in Finn's bones, gentle as root growth. We are keepers of whispers, child. To hear the earth sigh is to know when it thirsts. To hear a friend's silence is to know their heart. This is our legacy, not stone or song, but the courage to listen deeply. The monolith's carving shifted, revealing a hollow holding a simple circlet of braided sweetgrass. Finn lifted it and the valley sighed, a sound of contentment. That evening he returned to Grandma Sylvie's cottage, as fireflies ignited the dusk. He placed the sweetgrass circlet in her hands, whispering all he'd seen. Her tears gleamed in the candlelight. The keeper's crown, she breathed. Woven by the first of our line to remind us, true wisdom grows from stillness, not noise. They sat on the porch as stars emerged, Finn's head resting against her shoulder. He understood now why the wind sang here. It carried centuries of his family's laughter, their struggles, their quiet stewardship. The stone in his pocket pulsed warmly, no longer a mystery, but a companion. Grandmother, Finn said, watching the moon rise pearly white over the hills, I heard the valley today. It said it's glad we remember. Sylvie kissed his forehead. And so it will be for generations to come. Close your eyes, little keeper. As Finn drifted to sleep, the wind wove through the sweetgrass crown on the windowsill, humming the old, tender songs of the earth. Outside, the land dreamed peacefully, cradled in the arms of its gentle guardians. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Mistywood Mountains, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle murmur of the river lullaby could be heard on quiet evenings, there lived a young woman named Isla. Isla was known far and wide for her kindness and gentle demeanor, yet she found herself struggling with the winds of change that seemed to swirl ever more insistently around her. Isla cherished her life in the village, where each day was a familiar pattern of tending to her flourishing garden and assisting the villagers with her herbal remedies. But as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a restlessness she couldn't quite name. It was as if her heart whispered of adventures beyond the fields she knew so well, yet her mind clung to the comfort of the known. One particularly serene afternoon, as golden rays of sunlight filtered through the rustling leaves, Isla sat by the riverbank, her fingers trailing lazily through the cool water. It was here she often found solace and clarity, and today was no different, for as she watched the play of light on the ripples, a curious thing happened. The water began to shimmer with an ethereal glow, and from its depths emerged a small, luminescent creature, a water sprite, no taller than a foot, with wings that glinted like moonlit dew. The sprite, whose name was Sylvie, was a guardian of the river, entrusted with maintaining its harmony. Dear Isla, Sylvie chimed in a voice as melodic as a chime, I sense your heart's yearning for something beyond. Change is a part of life's grand tapestry, and it need not be feared. Startled yet comforted by Sylvie's presence, Isla listened intently as the sprite continued. Embrace these winds of change, dear one, for they carry with them opportunities for growth and transformation. Despite Sylvie's words, Isla felt a knot of uncertainty tighten within her. But what if I'm not ready? What if I fail? She murmured, gazing into the sprite's wise eyes. Sylvie smiled, her glow warming the air. Remember, Isla, you are never alone. The forest itself is alive with those who care for you. ready to lend their wisdom and aid. Heartened by Sylvie's assurance, Ela thanked the sprite, who vanished with a soft splash into the river, leaving a trail of sparkling droplets in her wake. With a newfound resolve, Ela rose and made her way back to the village, determination blossoming alongside the lilacs. The following morning, Ela awoke with the sun's first light, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of pine and promises of new beginnings. She decided to seek counsel from Elder Rowan, the village's wise sage, whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the ancient trees. The path to Elder Rowan's cottage wound through lush meadows and under arching boughs, where birds sang of dawn's beauty. As Ela approached, she noticed the warm glow of a fire crackling within, its smoke curling up like a dragon's breath into the morning sky. Elder Rowan greeted her with a kind smile, his eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight. "Ah, Isla, I've been expecting you," he said, gesturing for her to sit beside the hearth. "The winds of change have whispered of your coming." Isla poured out her heart, speaking of her fears and the sprite's counsel. Elder Rowan listened with the patience of a timeless oak, nodding thoughtfully. "My dear, change is indeed daunting, but it is also a great teacher," he mused, his voice a soothing balm. "Consider the caterpillar, who must surrender its form to become a butterfly. It is through transformation that we discover our truest selves." Ela pondered his words, the flickering fire casting gentle shadows that danced across the walls. "But how do I find the courage to embrace it?" she asked softly. Elder Rowan handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. "Within this box is a seed," he explained. "Plant it in your garden, and let it be a symbol of your journey. Nurture it with care, and watch how it mirrors your own growth." Grateful for his guidance, Isla returned home with the seed, feeling a sense of purpose kindling within her. She chose a special spot in her garden, where the sun's warmth lingered longest, and gently pressed the seed into the earth. Days turned to weeks, and Isla tended to the seed with devotion, watering it with clear river water and surrounding it with the rich soil of the forest floor. As she cared for it, she found herself changing too, her heart opening to the possibilities that lay beyond her comfort zone. During this time, Ela often visited her dear friend Aidan, a gentle-hearted blacksmith whose laughter was as infectious as springtime. Aidan had faced his own fears of change when he took up his father's smithy, and he offered Isla his unwavering support. "You're stronger than you know, Isla," Aidan said one afternoon, the rhythmic clang of his hammer a steady backdrop. "Just as iron must be tempered by fire to become steel, so too must we face challenges to grow." As the village cycled through the seasons, Isla's seed began to sprout, its tender leaves unfurling toward the sky. With each new leaf, Isla felt her confidence bloom, and the knot of uncertainty within her began to loosen. One moonlit night, as Isla sat in her garden, the air heavy with the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, she heard a soft rustle among the leaves. Sylvie, the water sprite, appeared once more, her wings casting a silvery glow. "Look at how you've grown, Isla," Sylvie remarked, her voice a gentle whisper. "Just like this plant, you've stretched beyond your limits, reaching for the light." Isla smiled, a quiet joy filling her heart. "I think I'm ready now," she said, her voice steady, ready to embrace whatever lies ahead. Sylvie nodded, her wings fluttering softly. "Remember, dear one, the journey is as important as the destination. Trust in yourself and in the friendships that support you." With those parting words, Sylvie vanished into the night, leaving behind a shimmering trail that lingered in the air like a promise. As dawn broke the next day, Ela awoke with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew she could face the unknown, for she had grown stronger and wiser through her journey. With her heart open to the possibilities of the world beyond the village, Isla embraced the winds of change, ready to spread her wings and soar. And so in the gentle embrace of the Mistywood Mountains, a young woman discovered the beauty of transformation, guided by wisdom, friendship, and the magic of her own heart. As she stepped into the world, she carried with her the lesson that change, though daunting, was the very essence of life's wondrous journey. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with simple joys, chasing butterflies through sun-dappled meadows, listening to the gentle babbling of the nearby stream, and curling up by the fire with her favorite storybook. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to find a curious object on her nightstand, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Puzzled, she turned it over in her hands, admiring the intricate patterns etched into its surface. As her fingers traced the delicate grooves, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Willow gasped in wonder as the lid opened, revealing a single feather resting within. It was no ordinary feather, however. Its radiant colors seemed to shimmer and dance before her eyes. Entranced, she reached out to touch it, and in that moment, a wave of energy washed over her. Suddenly, Willow found herself transported to a world unlike anything she had ever seen before. Towering trees of vibrant hues stretched toward a sky painted in dazzling shades of amber and crimson. Strange, enchanting creatures scampered through the undergrowth, their laughter like tinkling bells carried on the breeze. As Willow marveled at her newfound surroundings, a gentle voice called out to her, "Welcome, dear child, to the realm of wonders." Turning, she found herself face to face with a kindly old oak tree, its branches stretching wide and its trunk etched with ancient runes. "I am Elderwood, guardian of this realm," the tree continued. "The feather you found is a key, unlocking the door to a world of magic and adventure, but it is also a test, for only those with pure hearts and open minds can truly embrace its wonders." Willow listened, captivated, as Elderwood explained that a dark force threatened to consume the realm of wonders, casting its beauty into shadow. "You have been chosen, young Willow, to embark on a journey of self-discovery and courage, where you will face challenges that will shape your very soul." With a wave of his branches, Elderwood summoned two companions to guide Willow on her quest. First appeared Zephyr, a mischievous breeze spirit with an infectious giggle and a penchant for playful pranks. Then came Ember, a wise and gentle salamander, whose flickering flames cast a warm, comforting glow. Together, the trio set off into the heart of the realm of wonders, venturing through landscapes that seemed to shift and swirl with every passing moment. They traversed crystal-clear rivers that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny fish, and climbed towering peaks wreathed in clouds of multicolored mist. Along the way, they encountered wondrous beings, chattering pixies who wove gossamer tapestries from moonbeams, and lumbering stone giants whose rumbling footsteps shook the very earth. Each new encounter brought with it a lesson, a whisper of wisdom imparted by the realm itself. Yet their journey was not without its trials. Dark shadows lurked in forgotten corners, jealous of the light and beauty that thrived in the realm of wonders. Time and again, Willow and her companions found themselves faced with challenges that tested their resolve and their hearts. In one particularly dire moment, they found themselves trapped in a maze of twisting, thorny vines that seemed to shift and contort with malicious intent. As Willow's fear threatened to overwhelm her, Ember's gentle flames illuminated a path forward, not by burning through the obstacles, but by coaxing the vines themselves to bloom with vibrant, fragrant flowers. It was then that Willow realized the true power of the realm of wonders, a power rooted not in brute force, but in kindness, patience, and understanding. With each challenge they faced, she grew stronger, her heart opening wider to the wonders that surrounded her. At last, after what seemed like an eternity of adventure, Willow and her companions stood before the source of the darkness that threatened the realm, a great, shadowy entity that fed on fear and doubt. But Willow was no longer the timid girl who had first stumbled into this magical world. Drawing upon all she had learned, she reached out with her heart, offering compassion and empathy to the entity. And in that moment, the darkness began to recede, transforming into a shimmering aurora of light and hope. As the realm of wonders was restored to its former glory, Elderwood's voice echoed through the land, filled with pride and gratitude. "Well done, young Willow. You have proven yourself worthy of the wonders that surround us, and in doing so have discovered the greatest wonder of all, the boundless strength and resilience of your own heart." With a final embrace for Zephyr and Ember, Willow found herself back in her own cozy room, the feather clutched tightly in her hand. But she knew that the magic of the realm of wonders would forever be a part of her, a guiding light in the years to come. As she drifted off to sleep, Willow smiled, her dreams filled with the laughter of pixies and the gentle crackle of Ember's flames. For she had learned that true wonder lies not in extraordinary realms, but in the extraordinary courage and kindness that burns within us all. The village of Bramble Hollow nestled in a valley where twilight lingered like a contented cat. Chimneys puffed curls of wood smoke into the crisp autumn air, and the scent of cinnamon and nutmeg drifted from every window. Yet for 7 mornings a peculiar chill had settled over the hearths and hearts of the villagers. Overnight, without fail, every loaf of bread, every muffin, and every crumbly scone turned as hard and dry as river stones. Not a single bite remained soft. Young Clara, whose bakery windows glowed golden at dawn, noticed something stranger still. Each morning a perfect circle of dewdrops shimmered on her flour-dusted work table, a tiny, glittering halo where no water ought to be. Like fairy tears, she murmured, tracing the damp ring with her finger. When she mentioned it to old Master Hemlock, the village's retired stargazer, his bushy silver eyebrows knitted together. "Dew where dew shouldn't fall, that's no ordinary mischief," he said, stirring honey into his chamomile tea. "Nature leaves clues for those who look gently, Clara. Watch the small things." That night Clara stayed hidden behind her flour sacks, lantern dimmed. Moonlight spilled through the bakery window, painting silver stripes on the wooden floor. Just as the clock tower chimed midnight, a soft rustling came from the rafters. Down fluttered a dozen creatures no larger than acorns, their bodies woven from dried moss and milkweed fluff, wings like spun maple seeds. They hummed a melancholy tune as they landed near Clara's prized rosemary loaf. Where their tiny feet touched the crust, the bread instantly hardened and cracked. One mosskin brushed a dewdrop from its eyes, a tear that rolled onto the table, forming the very circle Clara had found. Her heart ached at their sorrow. Quiet as a falling leaf, she followed them at dawn's first blush, past the whispering creek and into the mosswood. There, beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, she discovered their home, a village of lichen-capped toadstools, now brittle and crumbling. The once gurgling spring that fed their glen had dwindled to a muddy trickle. "Our roots thirst," whispered the eldest mosskin, its voice like wind through reeds. "When we weep, the world dries with us." Clara rushed to Master Hemlock. Together they traced the stream uphill, finding its source blocked by a landslide of smooth, dark stones. "Observe," Hemlock murmured, tapping a stone with his walking stick. It rang hollow. Clara pressed her ear to it and gasped. A faint, rhythmic thumping echoed within like a tiny heartbeat. "Thunder eggs," Hemlock exclaimed. "Geodes sleeping deep in the earth. The landslide must have woken them, and their thirst is mighty. They've drunk the stream dry." The solution came in a flash of kindness. Clara gathered every villager to bake not bread, but honey-sweetened clay, a paste of river mud, wildflower nectar, and crushed quartz for sparkle. They sculpted dozens of hollow spheres, thin as eggshells, and carried them to the landslide. As the moskins sang their softest lullabies, the villagers nestled the clay orbs against the thunder eggs. The geodes, enchanted by the sweetness and song, eagerly drank the clay's moisture. Slowly, gloriously, water began seeping around them, rejoining the stream in a joyful babble. That night, Bramble Hollow's bread stayed pillow soft. And on Clara's windowsill, the moskins left a thank-you gift, a miniature loaf woven from dewy spider silk and edible moonbeams, forever fresh, forever sweet, a reminder that even the smallest tears, when heard with a gentle heart, can water the deepest wonders. As Master Hemlock would say, sipping his tea by the fire, the world whispers its mysteries, but only kindness turns them into song. And so the moskins' lullabies drifted through the woods once more, now bright as spring rain, weaving peace into every dream. The soft hum of their emergency pod's engines faded into the twilight as Kip, a lanky human botanist with perpetually dirt-smudged glasses, stumbled onto the mossy surface of an uncharted planet. The air smelled of lavender and ozone, and the sky rippled with curtains of emerald light that made his wrist computer flicker uselessly. He'd been collecting atmospheric samples near their Andromeda belt when his shuttle malfunctioned, and now his only company was the chirping of unseen creatures and the uneasy knowledge that his oxygen reserves would last precisely 72 hours. 3 valleys away, a small amphibious being named Tull pressed all 6 of her suction-cupped hands against the cracked windshield of her own crashed vessel. Her people communicated through bioluminescent patterns that danced across their skin, but the swirling colors beneath her opalescent scales had dimmed to a worried gray. The Gretharians had warned her about solo missions to primitive worlds, yet how could she resist studying the rumpled green planet that local traders called the world where time naps? Now her translation pendant was shattered, her hydration tanks were leaking, and the strange pink sun made her gills itch. Their meeting happened at dawn near a crystalline stream, where Kip was testing edible fungi and Tull was seeking biocompatible water. When the human tripped over a half-buried rock and sent his specimen jar clattering into the shallows, Tull's frilled head emerged from behind a waterfall, her neck spines flaring cobalt blue with alarm. Kip froze, one hand hovering near his rusted multi-tool. Back on Earth, first contact protocols had been a mandatory seminar, but nothing had prepared him for the reality of a 4-foot-tall alien resembling a cross between a seahorse and a living watercolor painting. Hello," Kip ventured, palms raised. Tull blinked her lidless eyes, the patterns on her skin stuttering between cerulean curiosity and sunflower yellow caution. She trilled a series of notes that shimmered in the air like liquid glass, then gestured emphatically at the stream. When Kip didn't respond, she huffed a bubble of iridescent mist and pointed at his spilled jar, then at a cluster of violet mushrooms growing nearby. "You know about fungi." Kip adjusted his glasses, heart racing. Slowly he reached into his pack and withdrew his prized possession, a terraforming manual with pictographic diagrams. The pages fluttered open to an illustration of symbiotic root systems. Tull's scales bloomed peach pink. She waded ashore, water cascading off her translucent robes, and tapped a 3-fingered hand against the diagram. With the other 5 limbs, she began sculpting the damp soil into a miniature landscape, her touch making the dirt sparkle faintly. Kip watched in awe as mushrooms sprouted from her sculptures, releasing spores that glowed in time with her skin patterns. Their first misunderstanding came at sunset, as Kip attempted to share his protein rations. Tull recoiled from the offered meal bar, her scales flushing deep indigo, a color Kip would later learn signaled profound disgust. In her haste to retreat, she knocked over their collaborative soil model, destroying hours of work. That night, as twin moons rose, they sat on opposite sides of the stream, Kip nibbling his rejected snack and Tull sulking in a self-made bubble of briny mist. The breakthrough arrived via rainstorm. When fat, warm droplets began pelting the valley, Kip scrambled to waterproof his oxygen recycler, only to notice Tull standing perfectly still, her frills spread wide to catch the downpour. Where water touched her, the gray streaks in her scales revived into peacock hues. Emboldened, Kip placed his water collection tarp beneath her, multiplying the rainfall's effect. Tull's resulting chromatic display, swirls of gratitude in gold and silver, made his chest ache with unexpected joy. Over the next 2 days, their survival dance became a language. Tull taught Kip which lichens could purify air, her 6 hands demonstrating filtration techniques with ballet-like precision. Kip rigged a solar still from his shuttle's wreckage, grinning when Tull used the distilled water to grow an edible coral garden. They developed inside jokes. Tull would mimic the beeping of Kip's failing oxygen sensor, scales flashing crimson alarm, while Kip invented silly names for the planet's odd creatures, fluffle snoots for the fuzzy marsh dwellers, glow rumps for the bioluminescent tree climbers. The crisis struck on the 3rd morning. While exploring a cave system, Kip's foot plunged through what appeared to be solid ground. Tull lunged, gripping his wrist with 3 hands, while anchoring herself to a stalagmite with the others. As the human dangled over a bottomless crevasse, he noticed the cave walls were breathing, pulsing gently like a colossal lung. "Let go," Kip gasped. "You'll fall too." Tull's scales blazed ultramarine determination. With a sound like wind chimes made of ice, she hauled him upward inch by inch, her muscles quivering. When they finally collapsed onto safe ground, Kip's glasses sat crookedly on his nose, revealing tears he'd never admit to. Tull's normally iridescent skin had dulled to the color of weathered stone. That afternoon, as they limped back to camp, Kip noticed Tull's gills flaring irregularly. Her steps left faint scorch marks in the moss. Remembering his botany training, he gathered armfuls of the jelly-like lichen she'd shown him, pressing it against her overheating skin. Tull responded by sculpting an emergency oxygen extractor from clay and glowing spores, her movements sluggish but precise. As the planet's green auroras danced overhead that final night, their inventions hummed in harmony, Tull's bioreactor cleaning the air while Kip's jury-rigged cooling system regulated her temperature. They sat shoulder to frill, passing Kip's sketchbook back and forth. He drew the constellations as seen from Earth. She painted their patterns in bioluminescent algae. When Tull began sketching a star map with trembling fingers, Kip finally understood. Her people navigated by scent trails in the solar winds, and she'd been trying to chart a path home. The rescue came at dawn's first light, though neither expected it to arrive simultaneously. A Grotharian scout ship descended in a whirl of perfumed mist, just as a human salvage cruiser broke through the atmosphere. The companions stood between their respective rescuers, the ground beneath them carpeted with flowers that had bloomed overnight in response to Tull's restored health. Kip pressed the lichen-purified water capsule into Tull's primary hand. "For your next adventure," he said, knowing she couldn't understand the words but hoping she'd catch the meaning. Tull responded by plucking a scale from her wrist, a Grotharian gesture of kinship, and embedding it in the cover of his sketchbook. Where it touched the paper, tiny star maps bloomed like silver ink. Years later, when Kip's students asked about the framed scale in his laboratory, or Tull's crew inquired about the odd Earth book in her navigation suite, neither could fully explain the bond forged in those 3 days. But every harvest moon, when Earth's atmosphere rippled with auroras and the Grotharian scent trails aligned, they'd meet on that repaired planet, now officially named Silentung's Bridge, to replenish the lichen gardens and add another page to their shared sketchbook beneath the naps of time. Leo always felt like a shadow in his bustling village, a quiet boy who preferred the rustling pages of his grandmother's storybooks to boisterous games. His world was soft hues and whispered thoughts until the day he stumbled upon the stone. It lay half-buried beneath a weeping willow beside Silverthread Creek, pulsing with a light like captured moonlight. Cool to the touch, it hummed against his palm, whispering of forgotten paths. That night, under a quilt patched with constellations, Leo held the stone aloft. Its glow intensified, painting swirling patterns on his ceiling that coalesced into an archway of shimmering ivy. With a breath held tight, Leo stepped through. He emerged into the Whisperwood, a realm where trees wore bark like polished amber, their leaves chiming like crystal bells in a breeze smelling of rain-kissed moss and wild honey. Sunlight dappled through the canopy in liquid gold, illuminating flowers that glowed with their own inner fire. But beneath the beauty, Leo sensed a tremor of unease. Colors seemed muted at the edges, and the chiming leaves held a faint, discordant note. It was here, beside a pool reflecting upside-down willows dripping with starlight, that Leo met Thistle. Thistle wasn't human. Moss and lichen formed a shaggy coat over a small, sturdy frame, twigs tangled like unruly hair, and eyes, large and luminous as forest pools, blinked at Leo with startling intelligence. Instead of fear, Thistle tilted its head, a sound like rustling parchment emerging a greeting. lost. Thistle's voice was the crackle of dry leaves underfoot, gentle and curious. Leo, heart hammering against his ribs, held up the glowing stone. Thistle's mossy brows, if one could call them that, lifted. Ah, the keystone, it hasn't sung in many turnings. Thistle explained that the whisperwood was fading, its vibrant energy draining away like water through cracked earth. The heartwood tree, ancient source of the realm's magic, was dimming. The veil weakens, Thistle sighed, the sound like wind through reeds. Dark smudges seep in, stealing the light. Leo saw them then oily, shadowy stains marring the luminous bark of nearby trees, making the chiming leaves falter. Their quest began with hesitant steps. Guided by the keystone's pulse, which grew stronger towards the heartwood, they journeyed deeper into the whisperwood. They navigated valleys carpeted in luminous blue ferns that sighed as they passed, crossed rivers on bridges woven from living vines that hummed beneath their feet, and climbed hills where the air shimmered like heat haze, filled with drifting seeds that glowed like tiny lanterns. Thistle moved with surprising grace, pointing out hidden dangers, patches of deceptive, quicksand-like moss that looked solid, step only on the toadstools with silver caps, Leo, and whisper wasps whose buzz could induce deep, dangerous sleep, sing softly, they dislike harmony. Leo, usually clumsy, found an unexpected sure-footedness, his senses heightened by the keystone's connection to the land. Challenges tested their nascent friendship. In the murmuring caves, darkness swallowed the keystone's light. Panic clawed at Leo. "I can't see," he whispered, voice tight. Thistle, unfazed, placed a cool, mossy hand on his arm. "Listen," it rustled. "Breathe." Leo closed his eyes, focusing. He heard the faint drip of water echoing, the scuttle of unseen creatures, and beneath it all, a low, resonant hum. "The stone sings the land's song," Thistle explained. "Feel its pull." Leo concentrated, letting the keystone's vibration guide him. Slowly, hesitantly, he led them through the echoing blackness, Thistle's quiet presence a steady anchor. Trust, Leo realized, wasn't loud, it was a quiet hand in the dark. Further on they encountered the grove of sighs, where weeping trees drooped under the weight of encroaching shadow. The air hung thick with sorrow. One ancient oak, its bark almost entirely blackened, groaned in despair. Thistle approached, murmuring soft, clicking sounds. The tree shuddered, a single clear chime escaping its few remaining leaves. "They remember the light," Thistle said sadly. "But the shadow steals their memories, their strength." Leo felt a pang deep in his chest. He knelt, placing his hand on the shadowed root. The keystone flared warm against his chest. He didn't know what to do, but he poured his own simple wish for the tree's comfort into the touch. To his astonishment, the oily shadow rippled slightly where his hand met bark, retreating a fraction, revealing a sliver of healthy amber beneath. Hope, fragile as a spiderweb, sparked between them. Even small kindnesses could push back the dark. The heartwood tree stood in a vast, silent clearing. Or rather, it hung. Once a towering giant radiating pure, golden light, it was now a spectral echo, its immense form translucent and flickering like a dying candle. Its roots, usually buried deep in nourishing earth, were exposed and withered, tangled in thick, choking strands of clinging shadow that pulsed with a sickly rhythm. The air crackled with fading magic, tasting like ozone and dust. High above where the crown should blaze, a single, fractured crystal pulsed weakly the source. But surrounding it, feeding on its dimming light, were the shade maws. Creatures of pure, ravenous shadow, they writhed like insubstantial smoke hounds, their only features gaping maws that silently consumed the light. Their presence chilled the air, making the vibrant clearing feel like a tomb. Thistle whimpered, a sound like dry twigs snapping. "They devour the heartwood's song," it rustled, voice trembling. "The keystone alone cannot reach the crystal crown against such hunger." The answer struck Leo with the clarity of the keystone's light. It wasn't about force, it was about harmony. Thistle, Leo whispered, his voice surprisingly steady despite the chilling dread. Your voice, the trees listen to you, the land knows you. He held the keystone tightly. This sings the land's song, but together, maybe we can sing it louder. Understanding dawned in Thistle's luminous eyes. It nodded, placing a cool, moss-covered hand over Leo's on the stone. Leo closed his eyes, shutting out the writhing shadows, focusing inward. He felt the familiar thrum of the keystone, the deep vibration of the suffering earth beneath him, the faint, desperate pulse of the heartwood crystal. He poured his longing for the whisperwood's light, his newfound courage, his trust in his friend, into the stone. Thistle began to sing. Not with words, but with sounds woven from the forest itself. The chime of crystal leaves, the rush of silver-thread creek, the crackle of healthy fire in a hearth, the rustle of wind through sun-dappled ferns. It was a song of remembrance, of resilience, of roots deep and strong. The sound washed over Leo, resonating with the keystone's vibration in his hand. He joined it not with Thistle's forest sounds, but with the pure, clear tone of his own voice. He sang of quiet afternoons reading by the fire, of the comforting scent of baking bread, of the steadfast glow of the moon, of the warmth of unexpected friendship found in a hidden world. His voice, small at first, grew stronger, weaving with Thistle's symphony. The keystone blazed. Not a harsh light to fight the shadows, but a warm, golden radiance that pulsed like a heartbeat, resonating with Thistle's song and Leo's voice. The light flowed outwards in visible waves, washing over the withered roots of the heartwood. Where the light touched, the thick, oily shadows recoiled, hissing like steam. They didn't vanish, but they shrank back, loosening their grip. The exposed roots began to shimmer, drawing strength from the combined song. The shade moths writhed in agitation, their silent feeding disrupted by the wave of pure, harmonious energy. They couldn't consume this light. It was woven with the land's own essence and Leo's heartfelt courage. They thrashed, becoming less substantial, their forms fraying at the edges like smoke caught in a breeze. The combined light and song reached the fractured crystal crown. It flared once weakly. Then, as Thistle's song reached a crescendo of rustling life and Leo's voice soared with pure, unwavering hope, the crystal pulsed again, stronger. A beam of pure, golden light lanced down from the crown, striking the keystone Leo held. It didn't burn, it filled him with a warmth that banished all fear. He instinctively raised the stone high, becoming a conduit. The beam refracted, splitting into countless rays of brilliant gold that shot outwards, piercing the shade moths. With silent shrieks that resonated only in the mind, the shadow creatures dissolved, not in defeat, but in dispersal, their darkness overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of restored harmony. The thick, choking shadows strangling the roots evaporated like morning mist under the sun. The transformation was instantaneous and breathtaking. The heartwood tree solidified, its immense trunk glowing with vibrant amber light. Healthy roots plunged deep into the earth, drawing rich, dark soil around them. From the crystal crown, a wave of pure, golden energy rippled outwards across the whisperwood. Leo watched, awestruck, as the wave passed. The oily smudges on the trees vanished. The chiming leaves rang out clear and strong, a joyous carillon. Flowers glowed with renewed intensity, painting the forest floor in luminous blues, pinks, and violets. The air itself seemed to sparkle, tasting sweet and fresh again. The whisperwood breathed a sigh of profound relief, vibrant and whole. Thistle let out a sound like rustling laughter, its mossy form practically vibrating with joy. You sang the light back, Leo, you and the keystone. Returning home felt like stepping from a vivid dream into a slightly faded reality. The keystone, now warm and quiet in his pocket, felt like a secret heartbeat. The village seemed smaller, noisier, but Leo felt different within it. He noticed things he hadn't before: the grimy smoke belching from the new brick factory on the edge of town, staining the sky a dull gray, the way the flowers by the path to Silverthread Creek looked wilted and sad. The source of the shadows. Gathering the courage nurtured in the Whisperwood, Leo stood before the village council. His voice, usually so soft, was clear and steady as he spoke not of magic, but of choked creeks, soot-covered berries, and the coughs plaguing old Mrs. Gable's lungs. He spoke of Silverthread Creek's beauty fading, of the willow looking sad. He used the words thistle might use. The land felt unwell. His quiet conviction, so unexpected, planted a seed of doubt. Slowly, others added their voices. The factory's dark smoke ceased. Cleaner ways were found. Life returned to the creek's edge, vibrant and green. Leo never forgot the Whisperwood. Often on moonlit nights, he'd walk to the weeping willow. The keystone would glow softly in his hand, and sometimes, just for a moment, the air would shimmer, and he'd catch the faint, sweet chime of crystal leaves or the comforting rustle of moss. He knew Thistle was there, guardian of the mended veil. Leo wasn't a shadow anymore. He carried the Whisperwood's light within him, the quiet strength found in unexpected friendship, the courage to speak for what whispers in the wind, and the enduring magic that blooms when kindness harmonizes with courage, lighting the way home, both seen and unseen. And under his quilt patched with constellations, he'd smile, knowing the greatest stories weren't just in books, but woven into the very fabric of the world, waiting for a quiet heart and a listening stone to find them. The gentle hum of the keystone against his chest was a lullaby, a promise that even in the quietest life, profound magic and enduring friendship could blossom, changing everything. Sleep, little dreamer, for the world holds more wonders than you know, and your own brave heart is the truest magic of all. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, lay a hidden world unknown to most. This forest thrived under the gentle guardianship of creatures both seen and unseen, each playing a role in the delicate balance of nature. The air was perpetually infused with the heady scent of moss and pine, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze sounded like the forest's own quiet symphony. At the center of this lush wilderness was a particularly grand oak, known as the elder tree. Its vast branches stretched towards the sky, and its roots delved deep into the earth, connecting it to all the life surrounding it. This venerable tree was the heart of the forest, a living repository of wisdom and magic. It was said that the elder tree had witnessed the changing of countless seasons, each one leaving its mark in the rings of its trunk. As spring unfurled her emerald banners across the landscape, a gathering began beneath the oak's expansive canopy. This was a time of renewal and celebration, marking the beginning of another cycle of growth and abundance. Creatures of every kind convened here, the nimble-footed deer with their gentle eyes, the wise old owls with feathers as soft as the dusk, and the industrious squirrels, their fur a flash of russet among the greenery. Even the tiniest of beings, like the glittering dragonflies and the industrious ants, found their place in this circle of life. Among these creatures was a young fox named Rowan. With fur as bright as autumn leaves and eyes the color of amber, he was known for his curiosity and kindness. Rowan had grown up hearing the stories of the elder tree and the magic that pulsed throughout the forest, and he dreamed of understanding the mysteries that lay hidden within the woods. On this particular day, the air was alive with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the distant song of the river winding its way through the forest. Rowan found himself seated at the foot of the elder tree, listening intently to the stories being shared. The forest elders, wise creatures who had lived through many seasons, spoke of the importance of harmony and balance, of how every creature, no matter how small, contributed to the whole. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm, golden light across the forest floor, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was Zephyr, a gentle spirit of the wind, who often roamed the skies and danced among the treetops. Zephyr's presence was as light as a whisper, and whenever he appeared, the leaves would shimmer and sway, as if greeting an old friend. "Rowan," Zephyr called softly, his voice barely more than a breeze. "Come walk with me." Intrigued, Rowan rose to his paws and followed the wind spirit. They moved through the forest, Zephyr guiding him with a playful gust here, a gentle nudge there. The world around them seemed to come alive with vibrant colors and sounds. The call of a distant owl, the trickle of a nearby brook, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. As they wandered deeper into the woods, Zephyr began to share stories of the seasons and the magic they carried. "Each season brings its own gifts," Zephyr explained. "Spring brings renewal and hope, summer warmth and abundance, autumn wisdom and reflection, and winter rest and resilience. The forest thrives because each season knows its place and purpose." Rowan listened intently, his heart swelling with understanding. He realized that just as the seasons worked together, so too did the creatures of the forest, each with their own role to play in maintaining the harmony of their home. Their journey led them to a clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft, fragrant moss and the sky above was a canvas of twinkling stars. Here Zephyr paused, allowing Rowan to take in the beauty of the world around him. "Remember this, young Rowan," Zephyr continued, his voice gentle and wise. "True strength lies not in power or force, but in understanding and cooperation. The forest flourishes because its inhabitants work together, respecting the balance of nature." Rowan nodded, feeling the truth of Zephyr's words resonate deep within him. He understood now that his own small acts of kindness and curiosity could contribute to the greater good of the forest. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to play his part in this intricate dance of life. As Zephyr prepared to depart, he left Rowan with one final message. "Cherish the stories of the elders, for they are the threads that weave the tapestry of our world. Pass them on, and you will keep the magic of the forest alive for generations to come." With that, Zephyr took to the skies once more, a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops. Rowan watched him go, feeling a serene sense of peace settle over him. He knew that he was part of something much larger than himself, a timeless cycle of life and magic. Returning to the elder tree, Rowan rejoined the gathering of creatures, his heart full of newfound wisdom. As the stars twinkled above and the night wrapped the forest in its tranquil embrace, the stories continued to be shared, each one a testament to the enduring harmony of the natural world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the elder tree, the forest thrived, a sanctuary of life and wonder, where creatures great and small lived in balance with the seasons and with one another. Rowan, with his bright eyes and gentle heart, became a guardian of the forest's secrets, ensuring that the wisdom of the past would light the path for all who followed. In the quiet of the night, as the last embers of the day faded into darkness, a sense of comfort and resolution settled over the forest. It was a place where magic and reality entwined, a haven of peace and possibility, forever cradled in the arms of nature. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her unruly red curls and freckled cheeks gave her an air of whimsy, but it was her curiosity and bravery that truly set her apart. Willow's favorite place in the world was the old oak tree that stood tall and proud at the edge of the village. Its gnarled branches beckoned her with promises of adventure, and it was here that she would spend countless hours, lost in daydreams and stories. One spring day, as Willow sat beneath the oak's comforting shade, something remarkable happened. A tiny door, no bigger than her hand, appeared in the tree's trunk. Willow gasped, her heart racing with excitement. Could it be a hidden world within the tree itself? Without a second thought, she reached out and turned the miniature doorknob. The little door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit passage that seemed to stretch on endlessly. Willow's eyes widened in disbelief, but her sense of wonder quickly overtook her apprehension. Taking a deep breath, she crouched down and stepped through the doorway, emerging into a magical realm unlike anything she had ever imagined. The world within the oak tree was alive with vibrant colors and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. Tiny mushrooms dotted the mossy ground, and streams of crystalline water trickled over smooth pebbles. As Willow wandered deeper into this enchanting place, she encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. fairies with gossamer wings, pixies with mischievous grins, and talking animals who greeted her with kindness. One such animal, a wise old badger named Bramble, took Willow under his wing and introduced her to the wonders of this hidden realm. He explained that the oak tree was a magical gateway, and only those with pure hearts and open minds could enter. Bramble became Willow's guide, teaching her about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting this secret world. Together, they embarked on countless ventures, exploring every nook and cranny of the oak tree's inner sanctum. On one particularly memorable journey, Willow and Bramble stumbled upon a clearing where a cluster of glowing mushrooms grew. Bramble warned her that these were no ordinary fungi. They possessed the power to grant wishes, but only to those who truly understood the weight of their desires. Willow, ever the curious soul, couldn't resist the temptation to make a wish. She closed her eyes and wished for the ability to understand and communicate with all living things. In an instant, the world around her came alive with a symphony of voices, the whispering trees, the chattering squirrels, and even the soft melodies of the wind itself. At first, this newfound ability was overwhelming, but with Bramble's guidance, Willow learned to embrace her gift and use it to forge deeper connections with the natural world. She became a bridge between the hidden realm and the human village, advocating for the protection of the forest and its inhabitants. As the seasons changed and years passed, Willow's friendship with Bramble and the other creatures of the oak tree grew stronger. They faced challenges together, solving mysteries and overcoming obstacles with wisdom and courage. One such mystery unfolded during a particularly harsh winter, when the once vibrant oak tree began to wither and fade. Willow and her friends worked tirelessly to uncover the cause, ultimately discovering that a nearby stream had been polluted by human carelessness. With her newfound understanding of the natural world, Willow rallied the villagers to clean up the stream and restore balance to the forest. Slowly but surely, the oak tree regained its strength, its branches reaching towards the sky once more. Through her journey within the hidden world of the oak tree, Willow had transformed from a curious young girl into a compassionate, determined guardian of nature. She had faced her fears, embraced her gifts, and forged friendships that defied all expectations. As the years passed, Willow grew into a wise woman, her hair now streaked with silver. But her spirit remained as vibrant as ever, and she would often return to the oak tree, opening the little door and stepping into the magical realm that had shaped her so profoundly. And as she sat beneath the whispering branches, surrounded by her dearest friends, Willow would share the tales of her adventures with the next generation of wide-eyed, curious children. For she knew that the hidden world within the oak tree was not just a place of magic, but a sanctuary of wonder, friendship, and personal growth, a legacy to be cherished and protected for all time. In the heart of the whispering woods, where silver birches swayed in conversations only the oldest roots could understand, autumn arrived in a sigh of cinnamon and wood smoke. The forest floor became a tapestry of crimson and gold, each leaf crunching like the turning of a well-loved storybook page. It was here, beneath the gnarled branches of the guardian oak, a tree whose trunk bore faces of seasons long past, that a young fox kit named Thistle first noticed the world trembling on the edge of imbalance. Thistle's paws itched with restless energy as he trotted through the amberlit groves, his russet fur dusted with dew. The air hummed with the absence of something vital, the soft, pulsing glow of the moonlit lichen that usually adorned the stones near Brook's Song Hollow had dimmed to a faint shimmer. Worse still, the brook herself ran thin and quiet, her laughter muted as if choked by sorrow. Grandmother Moss told tales of this, Thistle murmured, recalling the elderly tortoise who dozed by the cattail marshes. When the lichen fades, the threads between seasons fray. His worry led him to the bramble gate, an archway of interwoven thorns where fireflies spelled out riddles in the dusk. There he found Sorrel, a pine marten with emerald-tipped ears, kneading clay into tiny pots. The earth's grown lighter, she fretted, her nose twitching. Even the clay won't hold shape, it crumbles like old bread. Together they ventured to the starlight meadow, where the air shimmered with pollen that glowed like captive stars. The meadow's keeper, an owl named Lumen with feathers like frosted velvet, perched atop a quartz monolith. "Ah," Lumen intoned, his voice a low cello note, "the weavers are troubled." He spread one wing toward the northern horizon, where the sky hung heavy, with clouds the color of unripe plums. "The frost spinners have not come to weave winter's first tapestry. Without their needles, autumn cannot end, and spring will never wake." The revelation sent Thistle's mind whirling like a sycamore seed. Every creature knew the frost spinners, ethereal beings who danced on the first freeze, stitching ice blossoms into the earth to cradle sleeping seeds. But no one knew where they dwelled in the off-seasons. "Perhaps the guardian oak remembers," Sorrel suggested, her claws tracing the ancient map of bark. As twilight deepened, the trees' knotted faces stirred, their wooden lips creaking open. "Seek the chamber of echoing roots," whispered the face carved with summer vines. "But mind the hollow's breath," warned the winter-scarred visage. "It hungers for warmth." Guided by glowworms strung like living lanterns, the trio descended through a labyrinth of roots into a cavern where time dripped from stalactites in honeyed droplets. The air smelled of petrichor and forgotten memories. There, pulsing in the gloom, hung the heartvine, a living cord woven from every plant that had ever taken root in the woods. Its usual jade radiance was sickly pale, its tendrils drooping. "Look," breathed Sorrel. A jagged crack split the cavern wall, leaching darkness that swallowed the heartvine's light. Thistle crept closer, ears flat. The hollow's breath, a creeping chill that numbed his whiskers, oozed from the fissure. "This is why the frost spinners stay away," Lumen realized. "Their magic is born of clean cold, not this emptiness." Grandmother Moss arrived at dawn, her shell etched with runes of binding. "To mend the hollow we must sing the binding song," she rasped. "But the song requires 4 voices, root, rain, feather, and fur." Thistle trembled. How could a fox kit contribute to ancient magic? Yet as Sorrel pressed her paw to the heartvine, as Lumen beat his wings in rhythm, as Grandmother Moss chanted words that shook loose stones into dust, Thistle understood. Closing his eyes, he poured his yearning for the forest's laughter into a wordless melody. The response was immediate. Moss bloomed over the crack, violets erupting through its edges as if stitching a wound. The heartvine blazed anew, its light rippling outward through the soil. High above, the clouds broke. Not with rain, but with a shower of crystalline threads, the frost spinners descending at last, their needle-like fingers trailing frost that glittered like diamond dust. By the next moonrise, Brooksong Hollow brimmed with water clear as liquid sky. The moonlit lichen glowed like earthbound constellations, and Thistle sat with friends beneath the guardian oak, sharing a feast of honeyed acorns and elderberry tart. Lumen hooted softly as the first snowflakes, each one a tiny, frozen poem, settled on the branches. "Seasons are a conversation," Grandmother Moss mused, her eyes reflecting the aurora now shimmering above. "To listen is to hold the world together." Thistle curled his tail over his nose, watching his breath make ghosts in the air. The woods hummed with restored magic, a symphony of rustling leaves and distant owl song. Somewhere deep in the earth, the heartvine throbbed in time with every heartbeat under its care. And as the snow wrapped the world in silence, Thistle dreamed not of heroics, but of dappled sunlight through new leaves, and the gentle certainty that come spring, he'd have more stories to share. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Clara. Her home was a charming cottage draped in ivy, its stone walls warmed by the golden glow of the evening sun. Clara was known for her gentle heart and a smile that could light up the darkest days. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Clara wrestled with a secret discomfort, an unease that stemmed from the changes she felt lurking in the shadows of her life. The seasons were shifting from summer's lush greenery to autumn's fiery palette, and with this change, Clara felt a stirring within her soul. She often strolled through the village, her feet crunching over fallen leaves, her thoughts a flurry of uncertainty. Why must things change? She would whisper to the rustling trees, as if seeking solace in their ancient wisdom. One crisp morning, while gathering herbs in the forest, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, nestled among the roots of an old oak, was a tiny door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Clara knelt down and lightly traced the carvings with her fingers. Suddenly she heard a soft, musical voice. "Do you wish to enter, dear one?" the voice asked, gentle as the breeze. Startled, Clara looked around but saw no one. With her heart fluttering like the wings of a sparrow, she nodded. The door creaked open, revealing a shimmering pathway that seemed to beckon her onward. As she stepped through the threshold, Clara found herself in a wondrous realm where the air was fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the sky blushed with hues of lavender and rose. The landscape was alive with magic. Trees with leaves spun from silver, streams that sang as they flowed, and creatures that glimmered with a luminescent glow. It was here she met Silas, a wise and gentle creature resembling both a fox and a deer, with eyes like pools of starlight. "Welcome, Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You've entered the realm of reflection, where inner truths are revealed through the magic that surrounds you." Silas became Clara's guide, leading her through this enchanted land where every step seemed to mirror the transformations she feared. Together, they wandered through fields of golden grass that whispered secrets in the wind, and visited groves where the trees sang songs of old. One afternoon, as they rested by a crystal-clear pond, Silas spoke gently. "Change is like the seasons, dear Clara. It is the nature of life to evolve and grow. It is not something to fear, but to embrace." Clara watched her reflection ripple in the pond, noticing how the water distorted and reshaped her image. She realized that just as the pond could change her reflection, so too could she adapt to the changes within and around her. With each passing day in the magical realm, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the subtle rhythms of life. She learned from the creatures of the forest, who navigated their world with grace and acceptance. From the flowers that bloomed and faded with the sun, she learned the beauty of cycles and renewal. The time came when Clara felt a deep sense of peace settle within her heart, a gentle acceptance of the inevitable changes that life would bring. She thanked Silas for his wisdom and friendship, his presence a comforting balm to her soul. As she prepared to leave the realm of reflection, Silas gifted her a small, translucent stone that shimmered with all the colors of the realm. "Keep this close to your heart," he said, "and remember the lessons you've learned here." Clara stepped back through the tiny door, returning to her village, but the world seemed different now. The autumn leaves no longer whispered of endings, but of new beginnings. Her heart, once burdened with fear, now danced with hope and possibility. As the days turned to weeks and autumn gave way to winter, Clara shared her newfound wisdom with her friends and neighbors, helping them see the beauty in life's ever-turning wheel. The stone from Silas remained a cherished keepsake, a reminder of the magical journey that had transformed her from within. And so, in the warmth of her cottage by the crackling fireplace, Clara found comfort in the knowledge that change was not a foe to be fought, but a friend to be welcomed. Her heart, now open and free, embraced the endless dance of seasons, carrying her ever forward on the gentle wings of transformation. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, there lay a quaint village called Willow. Nestled amidst blooming wildflowers and the gentle laughter of babbling brooks, Willow was a place where time seemed to slow, and the world's worries melted away like morning mist. Every evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the villagers would gather around the great old oak in the village square. It was here that stories were shared, laughter echoed, and the bonds of community grew ever stronger. One such evening, as the villagers settled beneath the oak's sprawling branches, a peculiar thing happened. A series of soft, shimmering lights began to dance above them, weaving intricate patterns in the air. At first, they thought it might be fireflies, but these lights were different, more vibrant, more alive. Among the villagers was a gentle soul named Mira. With her chestnut curls and warm hazel eyes, Mira was known for her kindness and her curiosity. She watched the lights with fascination, noticing how they flickered and swirled as if they were trying to communicate something. Intrigued by the mysterious display, Mira decided to investigate. The next morning, she set out into the woods, where the lights seemed to have originated. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. Birds sang cheerful tunes as she walked along the winding paths, their melodies mingling with the rustling leaves. As Mira wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a small, shimmering pond, its surface glistening like 1,000 diamonds in the sunlight. Surrounding the pond were delicate lilac flowers that swayed gently, as if dancing to a silent song. "Hello, young seeker," came a soft voice, as warm and inviting as a summer breeze. Startled, Mira turned to see a creature unlike any she had encountered. It was a luminal, a rare and magical being with wings that sparkled like the night sky. Its eyes were deep pools of wisdom, and its presence exuded a comforting aura. "I am Selwyn," the luminal introduced itself, its voice a gentle melody. "I see you are curious about the lights." Mira nodded, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, they were beautiful and unlike anything I've seen. Do you know what they are?" Selwyn nodded, its expression serene. "The lights are the whispers of the forest, messages from the heart of nature. They are meant to guide and protect, but lately they have been restless." "Why are they restless?" Mira asked, her brow furrowed with concern. "There is a disturbance in the balance of the woods," Selwyn explained, "a hidden sadness that needs healing. The lights seek someone with a pure heart to help restore harmony." Mira's eyes widened with determination. "I want to help. How can I do that?" Selwyn fluttered its wings gently, the air shimmering with stardust. "You must listen to the forest, feel its rhythm, and uncover the source of its sorrow. Trust in your heart, and you will find the way." Buoyed by Selwyn's words, Mira closed her eyes and allowed herself to attune to the forest around her. She listened to the rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the distant call of a lone owl. Slowly, a pattern emerged, a gentle thrum beneath the surface, a melody of life interwoven with a single discordant note. Following this faint trail of unease, Mira journeyed deeper into the woods, her footsteps guided by the forest's subtle cues. Along the way, she encountered various creatures, a family of rabbits who shared their burrow's warmth, an old tortoise who nodded sagely as she passed, and a mischievous squirrel who offered her an acorn as a token of friendship. Each encounter reinforced the sense of community and mutual care that thrived within the whispering woods. It was a reminder that even the smallest gesture of kindness could ripple outwards, touching lives in ways unseen. At last, Mira arrived at a thicket where the air felt heavy with a quiet sadness. Peering through the intertwined branches, she discovered a small grove where the trees stood tall and proud, yet their leaves drooped as if burdened by unseen weight. In the center of the grove lay a young fawn, its eyes wide with fear and confusion. The source of the forest's sorrow was clear, a creature lost and alone, seeking the warmth of companionship. Approaching slowly so as not to startle the fawn, Mira spoke softly, her voice a soothing balm. "Hello, little one. You're not alone anymore. I'm here to help." The fawn blinked, its ears twitching as it listened to Mira's kind words. Gradually it relaxed, sensing the genuine care in her tone. With gentle hands, Mira guided the fawn out of the thicket and back towards the heart of the forest. As they walked, the trees seemed to sigh with relief, their leaves lifting as the weight of sadness began to dissipate. Selwyn appeared once more, its eyes alight with gratitude. "You have done well, Mira. The forest thanks you for your kindness and courage." Mira smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. "I only did what felt right. The forest is a magical place, full of life and wonder. I'm grateful to be part of it." Under the luminal's watchful gaze, the shimmering lights returned, dancing joyfully through the trees. They twirled around Mira and the fawn, a celebration of restored harmony and newfound friendship. As the sun began to set, casting golden rays across the forest floor, Mira made her way back to Willowbrook, the fawn trotting happily by her side. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, their hearts touched by the tale of the gentle mystery that had unfolded in their beloved woods. That night, as the stars twinkled above and the village settled into peaceful slumber, Mira lay beneath the great old oak, the fawn nestled beside her. She closed her eyes, her dreams filled with shimmering lights and the whisper of a forest at peace. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people bound by tales of wonder and the gentle magic that surrounded them. Here, under the watchful gaze of the luminal and the twinkling stars, harmony reigned, and the world felt just a little bit brighter. In a village nestled between rolling hills and surrounded by the gentle murmur of whispering pines, lived a young woman named Lyra. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as deep and green as the forest itself. Lyra was known throughout the village for her skill in weaving tapestries, yet she struggled with the idea of change. Her heart was tethered to the familiar rhythms of her daily life, where she found comfort in the predictable pattern of the loom. Every morning, the sun would rise, casting a golden glow over the village, and Lyra would sit by her window with a cup of chamomile tea, savoring the quiet moments before the bustle of the day. She cherished the stillness, the way the light danced across the wooden floorboards, and the scent of fresh bread wafting from the bakery down the lane. But as the seasons turned, a restlessness began to stir within her. It was as if the very air around her whispered of adventures untold and paths not yet walked. Despite the yearning in her heart, fear of the unknown held her back, like a vine wrapping around her ankles. One crisp morning, as the first frost of autumn kissed the leaves with silver, Lyra received a peculiar letter. It was sealed with wax and bore the emblem of a crescent moon. The letter was from an old friend named Finn, who lived in a quaint cottage on the edge of the enchanted forest. Finn was a gentle soul, known for his wisdom and a garden that flourished with the most extraordinary herbs and flowers. Dear Lyra, the letter read, I sense a change upon the wind, a calling for those who are ready to embrace it. Come visit me, and perhaps together we can unravel the tapestry of what is to come. Intrigued yet apprehensive, Lyra decided to visit Finn. She packed a small satchel with essentials and set out at dawn, the village still wrapped in a blanket of mist. As she walked, the path wound through fields bathed in the soft glow of early morning, the dewdrops sparkling like tiny crystals. The forest soon enveloped her, its ancient trees standing like sentinels. The air was cool and fragrant with pine and earth. As Lyra ventured deeper, she noticed the forest seemed to hum with a quiet magic. The leaves rustled gently, and rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating patterns that danced upon the ground. After a time, she arrived at Finn's cottage. It was a charming little abode, with ivy climbing its stone walls and vibrant flowers spilling from window boxes. Finn greeted her with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of countless lifetimes. Welcome, dear Lyra, he said, ushering her inside. The cottage was cozy, with a fire crackling in the hearth and the aroma of herbs hanging in the air. Books and trinkets lined the shelves, each holding a story of its own. Over tea, they spoke of many things, of dreams, of fears, and the subtle dance between them. Finn listened with the patience of an old oak, and then shared a tale of his own, of a seed that dared to grow beyond the confines of its small garden. You see, Lyra, he said, change is the essence of life. It is in the unfurling of a leaf, the bloom of a flower, and the journey of a river. We are all part of this grand tapestry, each thread unique in its path. As they talked, Lyra noticed a peculiar plant on the windowsill. Its leaves shimmered with a silvery hue, and tiny, luminescent flowers bloomed along its stem. This, Finn explained, is the moonflower. It blossoms only under the light of the full moon, a reminder that even in darkness, there is beauty waiting to be revealed. Inspired by Finn's words and the moonflower's gentle glow, Lyra felt a shift within her. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but embraced as part of life's journey. It was an invitation to grow, to discover new facets of herself, and to weave a tapestry richer and more vibrant than she had ever imagined. With renewed courage, Lyra returned to her village, her heart alight with possibility. She began to incorporate new designs into her tapestries, inspired by her time in the forest. Swirls of silver thread danced across the fabric, echoing the moonflower's luminescence. Her work blossomed in ways she had never anticipated, drawing admiration from villagers and travelers alike. But more importantly, Lyra herself blossomed, her spirit unfurling like a leaf in spring. Through the gentle guidance of Finn, the wisdom of the forest, and the quiet magic of the moonflower, Lyra learned that the most beautiful transformations often begin with the simplest of changes, a single step toward the unknown, a willingness to grow. And so, as the village settled into the embrace of night, with stars twinkling like diamonds above, Lyra drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her heart was light, her mind at ease, and her dreams woven with the promise of new beginnings, under the watchful gaze of the crescent moon. In a quiet village nestled between whispering pines and a brook that sang lullabies over smooth stones, there lived a round-cheeked girl named Tilly who collected curious things. Her pockets always bulged with bottle caps that shimmered like dragon scales, feathers that changed color in sunlight, and pebbles warm as freshly baked bread. But her most prized possession was a tarnished silver key found buried in the roots of an ancient oak, its teeth shaped like tiny crescent moons. One drizzly afternoon, while organizing her treasures in the attic, Tilly discovered a peculiar keyhole beneath a moth-eaten tapestry. It glowed faintly, as if someone had trapped moonlight in the wood. When her lunar key slid in with a satisfied click, the wall dissolved into mist, revealing a cobblestone path lined with lanterns shaped like dandelion clocks, their seeds glowing like captive fireflies. The path led to a dimly lit workshop where 7 clocks hung suspended from the ceiling, each frozen at a different hour. In the center stood a workbench cluttered with curious tools, scissors that snipped shadows into lace patterns, a thimble overflowing with liquid starlight, and an enormous book bound in what looked like dragonfly wings. A voice like creaking floorboards startled her. "You're early for the mending, but just in time for tea." From behind a grandfather clock emerged a badger in a patched waistcoat, balancing a tray of lavender shortbread and steaming chamomile tea in a pot that swirled with galaxies. "I'm Horatio," he said, brushing flour from his whiskers, "keeper of lost moments. That key of yours isn't for doors, child. It wins the clocks of forgotten memories." As Tilly sipped tea that tasted like grandmother hugs and rainy day stories, Horatio explained how unremembered joys escaped as silver dust collected by the clocks. But the 7th clock, its face cracked, hands dangling limply, had stopped absorbing memories long ago. "Without it, the village will lose its laughter, its secret kindnesses, its quiet courage," he sighed, the constellations in his teacup dimming. Their quest began in the velvet hollows, where memories rolled like fog through valleys of memory moss. A chatty sparrow named Pippin, who wore acorn caps as hats, joined them. "Lost things find me whether I like it or not." She navigated using a compass needle that pointed not north, but toward what matters most. Through fields of frozen tears that chimed like wind chimes when stepped on, and past rivers where fish made from whispered secrets jumped over their canoe, they collected glowing memory fragments in Horatio's starry teapot. The true challenge came at the obsidian bridge guarded by the absence, a shadow creature formed from forgotten fears. It loomed like storm clouds given form, its voice the screech of unoiled hinges. "No light may cross," it roared, tendrils of darkness extinguishing their lanterns. Tilly's fingers trembled against the memory-filled teapot, now pulsing warm as a heartbeat. Remembering how her mother once calmed her night terrors by naming 3 good things, Tilly whispered, the cinnamon scent of Horatio's workshop. "Pippin chirped, watching sunrises from my birch tree perch." Horatio added, "The click when a memory fits where it belongs." As they spoke, the teapot overflowed with light, not blinding but gentle as dawn. The absence shriveled like mist under morning sun, revealing the bridge now carpeted in starlight blossoms. Mending the 7th clock required not tools, but truth. Tilly placed the teapot's memories into the clock's cracked face as Horatio hummed a lullaby older than rivers. The final fragment, A memory of Tilly herself placing the key back under the oak for her future self to find, clicked into place. Clocks chimed in unison, showering the workshop in snowflake-shaped memories that dissolved into the air like sugar in tea. Returning home, Tilly found her key now warm to the touch, its teeth gleaming. The village seemed unchanged, yet Baker missed her. Bramble suddenly recalled his wife's favorite song, Old Miss. Ivy found her long-lost recipe for Honeycrisp apple pie, and children's laughter lingered in twilight like fireflies. In her attic, the keyhole remained, a faint silver smile in the wood. Years later, when a wide-eyed boy showed Tilly a compass that pointed to second chances, she served him starberry tea in a familiar galaxy-swirled pot, the seventh clock ticking contentedly above them. And if sometimes, when the world seems too quiet, you might hear the soft chime of memory clocks drifting through dreams, reminding us all that what we cherish never truly fades, so long as we share it with kindred spirits under the same velvet sky. In a quaint village nestled amidst rolling green hills and golden fields of barley, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart full of dreams, and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Her village was a lovely place where every morning dewdrops gleamed like tiny jewels on the grass, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. Yet Lila often found herself gazing beyond the horizon, wondering what lay beyond the familiar landscape she knew so well. One misty morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and purple, Lila decided it was time to follow her heart and explore the world beyond her village. Clad in a cozy cloak of deep blue, she set off down the winding path that led through the whispering woods, carrying nothing but a small satchel filled with fresh bread and a flask of warm tea. The path led her into the heart of the forest, where sunlight filtered through the thick canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was cool and filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant melody of a brook. As Lila walked, she marveled at the towering trees, their trunks covered in soft emerald moss, and the delicate wildflowers that lined the path, their petals glistening with dew. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Lila came upon a clearing bathed in sunlight, where a peculiar sight greeted her eyes. It was a grove of trees unlike any she had ever seen. Their bark shimmered like silver, and their leaves were the color of a summer sky. At the center of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching wide and high, adorned with luminescent fruit that glowed softly like lanterns in the twilight. Drawn by an irresistible curiosity, Lila approached the tree. As she neared, she noticed a small, gentle creature nestled among the roots. It was a creature of wonder, with soft, iridescent fur that shifted colors like a rainbow, and eyes as bright as stars. It looked up at Lila with a friendly smile and spoke in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome, dear traveler," the creature said. "I am the keeper of the grove, and these trees have stood here since time began. Few have ventured here, and fewer still have returned with tales of their journey." Lila felt a sense of peace wash over her as she listened to the creature's words. She sat beside it, sharing her bread and tea, and told it of her village and her longing to explore the world. The keeper listened intently, nodding with understanding. "You have a brave heart, Lila," it said kindly. "To seek the unknown is to embrace the beauty of life itself. This grove holds many secrets and wonders, and I sense it has much to teach you." Encouraged by the keeper's words, Lila decided to explore the grove further. As she wandered among the silver-barked trees, she discovered a stream flowing with shimmering water that sang softly as it danced over smooth stones. She dipped her fingers into the water, feeling its cool caress, and noticed tiny, glowing fish darting playfully beneath the surface. Continuing her exploration, Lila came upon a small hill crowned with wildflowers. As she climbed to the top, she was greeted by a breathtaking view. The grove stretched out below her, a sea of silver and blue, with the great tree at its heart. Beyond the grove, the forest continued, a tapestry of greens and browns, and in the distance she glimpsed the peaks of mist-shrouded mountains. Feeling a newfound sense of courage and wonder, Lila descended the hill and returned to the keeper. She found it waiting with a gentle smile, its eyes filled with warmth and wisdom. You have discovered much today, Lila, the keeper said. But remember, the true journey is not in what you see, but in what you learn and how you grow. Lila nodded, understanding the truth in the keeper's words. She realized that her adventure had not only shown her the beauty of the world, but had also revealed her own strength and courage. She thanked the keeper for its guidance and friendship, promising to cherish the lessons she had learned. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the grove, Lila knew it was time to return home. She walked back through the whispering woods, her heart light and her spirit filled with joy. She carried with her the memory of the enchanting grove and the kindness of its gentle keeper, knowing that she would forever be a part of its magic. When Lila finally returned to her village, the stars were twinkling in the night sky. She was greeted by the familiar sight of warm lights glowing in the windows of her home and the comforting sounds of her family's laughter. As she settled into her cozy bed, she felt a deep sense of peace and contentment, knowing that her world was now a little bit larger and her heart a little bit braver. And so, Lila drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, dreaming of silver trees and glowing fruit, of shimmering streams and starry-eyed creatures, and of all the adventures yet to come. For she knew that the world was full of wonders, and she was ready to explore them all, one step at a time. In the velvet hush hour between twilight and true night, where fireflies scribble secrets across the air, there existed a village called Bramble Hollow. Its cobblestone streets wound like cinnamon threads between cottages with roofs of living time, windows glowing with lanterns shaped like tulip blossoms. Yet something peculiar had begun unfolding beneath the crescent moon's silver nail. Every morning, villagers awoke to find their doorknobs frosted with salt, their milk pitchers filled with lavender instead of cream, and their weather vanes pointing insistently toward whispering wood despite the absence of wind. Young Tansy, whose freckles held the exact pattern of the Orion constellation, first noticed the pattern. While her neighbors tutted about mischievous pixies, she observed the salt formed tiny arrowheads pointing north, the lavender milk never soured, and the weather vanes trembled like compass needles near something magnetic. On the third night, armed with a pocketful of blackberry tarts and her late grandmother's magnifying glass, whose lens revealed the fingerprints of magic, Tansy followed the clues toward the wood's edge. Beneath ancient oaks wearing beards of lichen, she found a badger in a waistcoat pacing between toadstools. "Late," he muttered, polishing his monocle. "Dreadfully late." His name was Professor Thistledown, scholar of celestial mechanics and part-time keeper of twilight harmonies. When Tansy showed him the magnifying glass, its handle carved with the same spiral symbol on his pocket watch, the badger's whiskers quivered. "Ah, you're Matilda Weatherby's descendant. She and I once calibrated the village dream clock after the great snooze of 1723. The mystery deepened as Thistledown revealed the salt was stardust, the lavender a remedy for nightmares, and the weather vanes detecting a rip in the quiet fabric between realms. Together they trekked to the Chronoglade, a clearing where time pooled in amber puddles and fireflies carried tiny hourglasses in their tails. There they discovered the source, a young nightingale, her feathers shimmering with trapped starlight, caught in a web of fractured moments. "She's a tempest singer," Thistledown breathed. "Her songs stitch tomorrow to yesterday, but see how her wings are tangled in snapped timelines." Tansy, recalling her grandmother's stories, gathered four things: spider silk for mending, dewdrops from dawn's first hour for clarity, a thimble of shadow borrowed politely from a passing moth, and laughter stored in an acorn cap. As Thistledown conducted the moonbeams like golden violin strings, Tansy carefully wove the materials into a glimmering net. The nightingale's fearful chirps softened as the net lifted her gently, untangling the knotted hours. With a triumphant trill, she soared upward, trailing ribbons of mended time. The village awoke next morning to ordinary doorknobs and creamy milk, but also to something new. Every garden bore a night-blooming flower whose petals shifted colors like a twilight palette, and children found their dreams lightly embroidered with helpful clues for the day ahead. In the square, a sundial now graced the fountain, its shadow shaped like a bird in flight. Years later, when thunderstorms growled at the horizon, villagers would smile at the salt patterns appearing on their windowsills, not arrows now, but spirals, the ancient symbol of time's gentle unfolding. And if you walk through Whispering Wood when the clocks strike 13, you might hear two voices, one bright and curious, one gruff but kind, discussing the best way to brew starlight tea, or how to politely ask autumn to arrive a week early for the apple festival. But that, my dear listener, is a story woven from tomorrow's threads, and tonight's tale is complete. Let the scent of time and the hum of mended time carry you to dreams where badgers quote poetry and cookies never crumble. All is well in Bramble Hollow.